Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Jesus, I say that.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you."
You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not funny.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
And now you'll see just how I won the championship.
I see that you know your judo well.
Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous. This isn't language. Please.
Welcome to the resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We are, once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. And we got a hell of a lot for us to talk about. So I suppose we better get right to it, Space Fams. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. I would not like to see anyone here go floating off into that deep, dark void. All right. Do some shout-outs before we get moving. Bob Carmody, EDC, Moanoip, 123 in the YouTube chat. Carl Gaslightocracy, a close fourth. Frizzla, also here. Hermit Horologist. HBX, Schmegley, Blue Tomato, Joe 47771, Angel from Canada. Panda on Fire, 5. Mr. Spock. Papa Dukes, 22. Alright, I think I got everybody in there. Good to see all of you folks here on this Thursday evening. A lot for us to talk about here today. My gosh, still more coming out and happening in regards to the death of Charlie Kirk. Jimmy Kimmel fired. DOJ deleting reports on far-right violence. Why they would want to do that, who could say? We have also news on immigration. Mahmoud Khalil ordered to be deported earlier today. Federal Reserve lowering interest rates. Donald Trump visiting the UK. France protesting in the streets, and much, much more. But we better start off in that familiar place. The United States.
Fuck yeah!
Of France? What? Huh? France 24 English.
Director Patel is in the studio with me. Hi, Vedika.
Hi, Yinka.
So the United States Justice Department appears to have quietly removed a study about a far-right extremist violence that is going on in the US from its own website just days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Tell us more.
That is correct, Yinka. The US Department of Justice deleted one of its own studies from its website, a study that concluded that far-right extremists had killed more Americans, in fact, than left-wing or radical Islamists.
Why would the Trump administration of the DOJ not want us to have this information? Is it in some way inconvenient to something? Like a narrative or some other thing going on right now? It's so weird. So strange. Is anybody else perplexed by why the DOJ would want to take down just, a scientific study? Data, statistics, numbers.
Extremists. Now, this was first reported by independent internet and technology journalists at 404 Media, but in fact, it was first flagged by a PhD student by the name of Daniel Malmer, who is studying online extremism. He had been monitoring the page, and in fact, he found that it had disappeared from the internet between the 12th and the 13th of September. So that's just days after Charlie Kirk was shot by a gunman on the 10th of September. And he noted that the last date of accessibility for that study on the DOJ website was the 12th of September. Now, according to Malmer
and within 48
Media,
hours.
after it was deleted from the website, this is the immediate
It is incredible the speed with which they took this report down. And I'm just trying to think to myself, how did they who was the person to be like, hey guys, I don't know if you know about this, but we got this study over here that's sort of contradicting everything that we're saying right now about the left. Maybe we should delete it. Who was paying that much attention? It had to be either Stephen Miller or Russ Vought, right? Like, both of those guys, they're the ones often, you know, in the dark corners of the racist nerdery that they inhabit in the basement of the White House. And I'm sure it had to have been one of them or one of their minions that was like, sir, this is very contradictory to our agenda. Oh, I thank you. Let me delete that.
A redirection from the DOJ website. This was the page. A notice appeared on it saying that it is currently reviewing its website and materials in accordance with recent executive orders and related guidance. Since then, however, it has in fact been updated again to a single sentence. Let's take a look. Here it is. The requested page could not be found. That is all there is.
Oh my god. I love how it goes from an already incredibly vague and not very conciliatory statement of vagueness on why it's down to a fake 404 requested page could not be found. It's just a sentence that they literally put into it. It's not even a real fake. It's a fake 404. Look it up. This is hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. They faked it. It's like, oh, maybe some people will be dumb enough. Maybe some people will be dumb enough to think the page no longer exists, instead of us having just typed in 7 words. Wow. That is an incredibly lazy ass cover up. How much tech? It would not even. I don't think it would have even taken that much effort to actually just take the page down and make an actual 404 page requested could not be found message pop up. But no, they just were like, fuck it. Nobody's gonna figure this out.
Now on that single page. Now, if we want to talk a little bit about that study in question, the Vanish study was titled What NIJ Research, so that's National Institute of Justice Research, tells us about domestic terrorism. It is only available now to view, Yinka, on this page, Wayback Machine, which is in fact an internet archive.
Well, the timing of that removal is extremely interesting there, isn't it?
That's one way to put it. It is certainly one way to put it. The timing of that is certainly interesting. Yes, it is. Incredibly interesting, some would say. I just want to read the top of this. I guess we could go to the Wayback Machine to actually read this article. But what NIJ Research tells us about domestic terrorism by Stephen Sherman, Matthew DeMichelle, Jeff Greenwald, Michael Jensen, Raven Lewis, and Basia Lopez. I can't quite read that. Since 1990, I think is what that says. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives in this same period. The left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. Huh. Weird. It's weird. It's weird why they would want to cover this up. Why would they not want this information out? We should be armed with this information so that we can most adequately protect ourselves. Instead, the Trump administration would prefer to take this down for some reason. It's very strange. It's very strange. It's like they only care about a certain kind of violence.
President Trump defending not lowering flags to half staff when Melissa Hortman, the Democratic Minnesota House Speaker, was assassinated by someone posing as a police officer in the middle of the night at her home. She opened the door. She was assassinated. He also then said he didn't know who she was.
Do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half-staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar.
The Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, was assassinated this summer.
That one.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that.
I remember
but the
now.
governor of Minnesota didn't.
I remember now. Now I remember it. Even though you gave me a very detailed description of who she was, now that you mentioned it, now that I've thought about it, yeah, actually, yeah, I remember that. Why? What? Well, nobody wanted me to put it up. That's why.
I didn't.
Down by an assassin as well.
I'm not familiar.
The Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that.
I wouldn't have thought of it.
If somebody had asked me.
I mean, I did. I put up the Charlie flag. I put the flag. I changed the flag for Charlie unprompted. But if somebody had prompted me for the Democratic lawmaker, I would have thought about it. I would probably done it. I probably would have done it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that it's like almost like they only care about a certain kind of violence. A certain kind of violence that fits a certain kind of narrative, even though the statistics point in the exact opposite direction. But the fact is, the truth is just inconvenient to Republicans.
I don't want reality.
Let's see what Attorney General Pam Bondi had to say earlier this week. By the way, just to update people on what's happening with this stream, I didn't mention it, but this is we're basically doing a second episode of the midweek report today, Thursday, since we didn't finish the stream yesterday because we didn't complete the content goal. We were going through much of what I had planned for yesterday, including some updates. Speaking of goal, I'm just going to start the goal now, so we have as much time to work on that. Immediately, if not sooner. IINS. Okay. Yes, Pam Bondi, what do you have to say?
What is the latest on the investigation, and do you believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone?
I love how for the entire 4 years of the Biden administration, Donald Trump and his allies were claiming that lawfare was going on and that Merrick Garland was somehow, doing a witch hunt and all this other shit, when Merrick Garland was effectively acting as any normal DOJ of the past would act, and now Donald Trump's first year, we get the DOJ, the Attorney General, turns into Donald Trump's own personal prosecutorial office. It's Nutburger's crazy town.
What is the latest on the investigation, and do you believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone?
Well, it's an ongoing investigation, and right now he is in custody and charged with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to get into more details about other people at all, but we have him in custody for assassinating Charlie.
And do we have any direct evidence tying him to the shooting? We had the FBI director on this morning saying there was DNA evidence. What can you tell us about that?
There is DNA evidence. There is evidence tying him to the shooting. I'm not going to get into any details about that because now it will be a prosecution.
Was it appropriate for the FBI director to give those details?
Well, sure. They're the investigators and we're the prosecutors. But now it's a prosecution.
What is...
The way she said that. Look at her face right now. The way she said that. You can tell that she's thinking to herself, might not have been appropriate, but I can't let that slip. I can't let that slip. That's the one thing about this, is this radical transparency with the Trump administration. The constant press conferences, the the never-ending flow of statements coming on X and Truth Social. It does put the, certain people like Pam, who are supposed to be, to some degree, pretending to stick to the law. And then, weird stuff happens, like information comes out that probably shouldn't have, or, all sorts. What hasn't happened this year that has been, either ill-conceived, badly executed, done without the proper procedure, or all of the above. Pitchforks Dragon. Using the proper procedure of breaking the sweet, sweet ice. On the galactic content goal, first to get in there, generic super chat towards confetti. Well played. Well played, sir. Number 1. Okay, we'll listen to Pam go on, drone on just a little bit more.
Latest understanding of his motive.
I can't discuss the motive other than it was horrific, and it's really bone chilling that this happened.
Oh God.
To someone we all know. So many kids know.
Pam's bones are chilled.
Winter is coming.
Very chilly. Very chilly. And yet she's in DC right now, where it's probably like 80 degrees.
This happened to someone we all know.
Yeah.
So many kids know, so many teenagers know, so many.
That's the thing about this that I've been talking about, and I don't think I'm going to let up on, is that I think everybody cannot forget that every single one of the people that have been involved in this have exhibited a serious conflict of interest. Many of them knew Charlie Kirk personally. Pam Bondi knew Charlie Kirk personally. Donald Trump knew Charlie Kirk personally. J.D. Vance knew Charlie Kirk personally. Even the Spencer Cox, governor of Utah, told a story about Charlie Kirk. They all seemed to know him, and I think it gives the defense the ability to say, look, all of these people who had their hands on the evidence literally knew the suspect. I mean, not the suspect, the victim in real life had a personal relationship to him, an emotional connection to the man, and had much motive to potentially alter or to alter evidence and do lie in their investigating. Yeah, I'm just saying it. It seems to me that they all are not equipped to adequately do this investigation. They're emotionally compromised. They've lost a dear friend. That might lead them to do things that they shouldn't do. I'm not watching this whole goddamn thing. It's like 10 minutes long, but Pam basically goes on at some point, they get into how Pam believes that and she doesn't give any evidence, but claims that left-wing radicals killed Charlie Kirk. But why should the Department of Justice need evidence for claims? Come on.
This is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Why would the Department of Justice need evidence for claims of that nature? Come on.
Come on.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Let's go here. Talk about how Pam's been doing popularity-wise. She's been a very public figure. And has been central to a whole number of things now. Epstein files. Now the Charlie Kirk situation. Let's go to the great Harry Epstein for the numbers.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is working to walk back now some of her statements about prosecuting hate speech. The AG is now saying that the department will only go after and prosecute statements that incite violence, though that important element was not how she first presented it, saying on a podcast that DOJ would go after anyone for hate speech, could go after anyone for hate speech. Comments that the Wall Street Journal editorial board is taking on this morning. Here's just the first line of the piece from the editorial board. Is a basic understanding of the First Amendment too much to expect from the nation's attorney general? Hate speech is protected by the First Amendment. Of course, CNN's Harry Epstein is here to run the numbers on this. How are Bondi's comments getting people stirred?
What a disaster for Pam Bondi, and therefore I'm on Donald Trump. I'm just going, what the heck is going on here? Take a look here. Weekly Google searches for free speech. Get this. Up like a rocket, up 186% versus the 5-year average. I went back and looked at every single week. More folks are searching for free speech this week on Google than any week in at least 5 years. And of course, not surprisingly, who's the top trending topic with free speech? Well, it's Pam Bondi, of course. People are taking her comments, looking it up, interested in it. And as you saw from that Wall Street Journal editorial, they ain't liking it too much from the left to the right.
This also raises the question of what people think of any cabinet secretary any cabinet member when they get in the headlines for all.
That's quite a jump, no? Nearly 200% jump. More than any week in the last 5 years. Suddenly, people with a severe interest, an obsession with free speech for some reason. Huh. Weird.
Reasons. What are people thinking about Pam Bondi?
Yeah, okay, so Pam Bondi was already underwater, and I wouldn't be surprised if she goes underwater more. Take a look here.
She was sleeping with the fishes.
Trump cabinet members. Look who has the lowest number on your screen right here that I could find. Look how far underwater Pam Bondi is at minus 19 points. Now, none of the folks on your screen here are in positive territory, but none of them are as far underwater as Pam Bondi at minus 19 points. Of course, RFK Jr. has been in the news recently, too, but he's well above where Pam Bondi is. He's at minus 7 points. She is more than 10 points more underwater than RFK Jr. is. And, of course,
Pam Bondi, as Harry Epstein would say, is swimming with the Little Mermaid. She is so far underwater. So far underwater at Pam Bondi. She has made friends with the whales and the fishes.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Why is Kash Patel not on that board? I mean, it's a fair question. Never a good sign when people have to Google free speech. No, it's probably not a good sign. No, I think it says something about the state of our democracy. I think that's a great point that I was actually going to bring up, but got sidetracked by how awful the numbers were for Pam Bondi. But my God, this is a troubling trend that people are suddenly Googling free speech, trying to ascertain this information that suddenly seems elusive. All right. Let's keep talking Charlie Kirk files. The CKFs.
Candace Owens seems to be the only person in the world that genuinely liked Charlie Kirk outside of using him for propaganda. Like, I am perplexed by seeing all these conservative people talk about how he was their friend and then immediately jumping to how can we use him to further our far-right political agenda.
How do we get that audience? Somebody should make a compilation of every right winger saying the last thing he texted me was my exact agenda that I want to get across.
Yes, and it's like oddly kind of sad.
Seriously.
I mean,
One of the people who I meant, I think
Candace Owens posted
if
this,
I'm
like,
not mistaken, Governor Cox was one of the first people to come out with that shtick. He's like, I looked at the last text that Charlie sent me, and I can't remember what he said, but but I could have sworn that he was one of the people to trot out the old text chain. The alleged text chain. I haven't seen evidence of any of these text chains.
I mean, she posted, Candace Owens posted this, like, you know, compilation of them dancing and hanging out, and you almost realize, like, oh, that there was a world where some of these people could have maybe been normal. But Charlie was starting TPUSA when he was 18 years old, and, like, you're just kind of locked in at that point. Both your brain formation, the incentive structure to be this, like, crazy right-winger, and who knows, like, what these folks could have been like if they didn't have so much money behind them. But they chose this path. Regardless, while Charlie's widow is, like, you know, saying, I'm going to exact vengeance upon the whole
I mean, this woman is dangerous,
damn time.
ladies and gentlemen.
You at least have, like, one person in media who seems to want to know what's happened to Charlie Kirk outside of how they can exploit it. It's Candace Owens. Now, I don't trust anything she says. Just want to put that out there. But I do think it's interesting that they're taking this lane.
There does appear to have been a meeting also that's being referred to here with Charlie Kirk and Bill Ackman. At least the Gray Zone is reporting that.
Right. And I also, you know, would like to see a lot more evidence. But I would not be shocked
but Ackman didn't deny it in his
Ackman didn't deny it. True.
Thread.
True. I mean...
or one tweet, I guess.
Well, I will say, what is being implied by the reporting on this meeting is that Charlie Kirk was not in a good relationship with place with the Israeli government. And I just don't think we can take that step, let alone... That would be ignoring all of his past incredibly dogmatic pro-Zionist content.
Mm-hmm. I would just say if Charlie was planning on breaking with Israel, he should have...
You know, and we've been keeping track of this so much, and I could be totally wrong about this, right? But one of the first people who I heard bring this up, who I heard bring up the idea that Israel was involved somehow in the murder of Charlie Kirk, I think it might have been Nick Fuentes. And he's the one who's trying to, you know, just... He's like racing to you know, avoid having people talking about what a groiper is and all this other stuff. And he already has his own, you know, motives to want to frame this that way. And I can't say that he is the, you know, the original progenitor of this idea, but that's just my sense of it, is that if I... Like, just because there's just been an ocean of stuff, so it could be anybody. But like my sense of it is that it was the first person I heard talking any inkling of this was Nick.
You are not funny.
Sooner.
And we also just don't have evidence that he was going to do that, except for the claims of some right-wing podcasters who are known to lie.
I mean, there's clips people show of him on, like, Megyn Kelly talking about he's annoyed that he gets people calling him anti-Semite that look like it was in the proximity of this meeting with Ackman. I believe I can find him saying something about ethnic cleansing. I don't know if it's necessarily... I'm going to look this up for the full context. But, like, he had to, because you can't just be massively 100% pro-Israel. I mean, Charlie Kirk was saying, I support Israel because I I like went there and saw like the ancients of my religion and felt their presence there, right?
That's what
like,
everyone
like,
says.
right, exactly, like Christian Zionist reasons. But also Israel's massively unpopular, and Candace Owens herself broke with Israel, so Charlie had to do at least a little bit towards that.
Yeah, and the audience was demanding it, and I find this interesting, absent, like, even if we put.
In my opinion, you have to cherry pick Charlie Kirk's Israel comments to get this narrative, right? Like, at least that's how I view it, because 95% of everything he said was pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, and then, you know, from time to time you would throw a bone to people who were in his comment sections, you know, claiming that he was a bad guy for supporting Israel, right? But, like, the vast majority of what he was saying about that matter, and about the Middle East in general, I mean, it is wild. Like, there's a clip of him, like, making a joke about Palestinians that was, like, I can't repeat it because of how offensive it was towards Middle Eastern people and Muslims. But, like, this guy was not pro-Palestinian in any shape or form.
Aside the conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk, because I think based on the information that we have available, if this suspect actually is the person who is found to have killed Charlie, there seems to be no evidence that he had links to Israel.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the shooter.
I just want to put that out there.
But I do think like the pressure that was being put on Charlie, irrespective of who shot him, is newsworthy.
And that pressure, by the way, was coming from Nick Fuentes' fans, who are really anti-Israel and anti-Semitic in terms of how he was being outflanked to his right.
Here's a clip of Charlie that is being passed around as like one of the ones where he might have been going against Israel a little bit. This is him. It looks like on PBD, if I had to guess what that background is.
I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Yep. I mean, that's, and I don't use that term lightly, okay? Before Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so that's the...
I mean, it's nice to say. That's the thing is like, okay, now all of a sudden he gets to, and I'll look for more what he said after that, because it didn't seem like the kind of like nervous laugh is not how I would have presented that information. Like, they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza, this country that you say you've always supported, and you've previously extended your support to Netanyahu on.
So here's Candace Owens, I guess, with her theory.
In the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made. That is what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you. And he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because
all right. This is where I'm like, this meeting, I find this reporting interesting. I do. But what she's implying is way too far. Like, first, she's using this language that is really, like, heavily influenced by her emotions about the situation, which I'd imagine is quite rational. But she's, like, speaking about this in terms that I feel like are a little bit too histrionic, because this can be true, right? That Charlie Kirk was receiving pressure from Zionist donors. We know that this was true. This is true across the right-wing media ecosystem. That it has been reported in the Jerusalem Post, among other outlets, that Netanyahu had met with Tim Pool and Dave Rubin earlier this year. And Netanyahu had been going on different podcasts, including PBD.
Absolutely.
Including the Nelk Boys, because he's concerned about losing the support of young right-wingers in this country. So I don't doubt that that meeting was difficult, but I just find it a little curious that she's drawing this conclusion here, or at least implying it heavily.
Yeah, and I think it's, what do you call it? I think it's just fodder, right? I think it's just conspiratorial fodder that Candace is pushing out here. I don't think, like, do I think that it's possible that Benjamin Netanyahu and people in Israel were like they were with the Nelk Boys and whomever else, just PBD, trying to, parlay some sort of a deal, some sort of a media deal? Absolutely, I think that's possible. I just don't think, even him turning them down, and we have no idea for sure whether or not that he did turn them down or what any of that actually entailed. But even if he did, I just don't see how that would amount to Israel deciding, yeah, let's publicly assassinate Charlie Kirk over that. That seems it's even for Israel, that seems real escalatory to me. You know what I'm saying? Like the punishment does not fit the crime. Not that it's a crime. You get what I'm saying? I think everybody gets what I'm saying. That it's very much just seems sort of heavy-handed sort of reaction. Even if all of the theories about what may have occurred within the conversations took place, it's like, okay, but still, you're gonna publicly assassinate the guy, really? I feel like there's got to be a whole bunch of other steps, considering, like, I know to some degree how Israel operates, right? Like, a lot of espionage and spying and all this other stuff. Why would they go there immediately? Okay, I'm gonna play this since
unbearable.
No,
how much
no, Hassan,
of the first 8?
Hassan, I need you to shut up. Okay, I'm just going to play the beginning of this Hassan clip because
6 to 10 months of
Please,
Israel's
Hassan,
genocide.
Shut your mouth. Okay, because he's the only one that has this clip. I couldn't find it. I literally could not find this anywhere aside from on Hassan's channel. This is the horrifying clip. Charlie Kirk saying his opinion on Palestinians in relation to what was it? Oh, LGBT issues. This was his take.
It's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't. Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
I want to return to Charlie Kirk for a second because there are a lot of people out there who just keep saying Charlie Kirk is a great dude. He had great,
quote unquote, Charlie Kirk. That's the guy that we're claiming isn't pro-Israel enough? Really? With quotes like that. I just don't think we even need any more quotes. That's one of the most, just disgusting series of words uttered on the entire issue of Gaza, Palestine. Just wow. All right, let's go here. CNN 2 days ago, Donald Trump threatens to go after reporter, suggesting critical coverage could be considered hate speech. Oh my God.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing some criticism over her recent comments about hate speech.
This is such weak, pathetic behavior from the president, from the Republicans in general, who are all kind of circling the wagons in this way. It's so pathetic. The president of the United States being critical of me could be hate speech. Like, literally, like, dude is so fragile, such a fragile narcissist, that any criticism he thinks is hate speech. Just like, oh, I think you chose the wrong tie today, sir. Oh, that's hate speech.
Illegal. Right to jail, right away.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Such a pathetic, fragile ego. Any criticism is hate speech. These are the people who are like crying about the existence of like actual hate speech, and now they've just destroyed the phrase. Like, the word hate speech is now just meaningless in like 2 days. It's like, oh, actually, hate speech is just saying anything nasty about the president.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing some criticism over her recent comments about hate speech. Here's what she said on the Katie Miller podcast yesterday.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no
Illegal.
place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
While hate speech can be offensive, it is generally protected by the First Amendment, and a number of conservatives were quick to call Bondi out on that.
Yeah, today the Attorney General seemed to clarify her remarks, writing, quote, hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence. By the First Amendment. This morning, President Trump was asked about Bondi's remarks. Listen to.
Well, that's a different kind of speech. That would not be classified. I mean, I mean, I guess they're just being super specific. Right, violent, violent speech that's calling for violence, that also happens to be hate speech. Oh, so they're gonna focus in on that that's the most problematic of all the speech. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. But wait, where do they talk about Donald? Oh, there it is. It's like it's right here. Okay, never mind. I got ahead of myself.
What do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after
Being
ABC.
unfair.
Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech, so maybe they'll have to go after you.
It was for a form of hate speech.
Let's talk about this with
ABC had to pay me big money for a form of hate speech. It's fucking insane. This is insane. Yeah, this is white grievance culture metastasized into stage 4 cancer. Okay, that is what this is. All right. For people like Donald Trump to be claiming that criticism of him from journalists and reporters is somehow hate speech, it's like, it really is. Like, this is, I think, as far down that hole as we can go on this one. Like, just think about it. It's just such a farce. Like, if you just think about it for 2 seconds, what is hate speech? Right? Hate speech is when you use language intended to demean and or otherize and or harass people for identity characteristics specific to them, and an ethnic, a minority group, not just ethnic, but religious group, gender identity, sexual orientation, you know, like, and it's insane that now he's just claiming, like, it just, the words don't mean anything anymore. In 2025, words no longer mean anything. And thankfully, illiteracy is on the rise in the United States. So at least for those people who can't read, it's going to mean very little. But it's going to mean a lot for society more broadly, since words just don't mean anything anymore.
Precision of language, please.
Yes, it means hurt. My feelings are hurt. That's what hate is, okay? If I'm hurt by it, it's hate. Like we've full circled from Republicans claiming that the woke SJWs need to stop crying about hate speech and melting like snowflakes and asking for safe spaces, to Republicans making safe spaces for themselves, both by way of the federal government and or otherwise, to avoid criticism and just reality. Because every time that they hear reality or criticism, they melt like snowflakes. It is quite a timeline when you think about it. Speaking of safe spaces, for many, Discord is something of a safe space. It's one of those online spaces where you can gather with your friends and online acquaintances, hang out, away from prying eyes. You know, sending, cool videos and cat memes and whatever else your heart desires. Doing voice chats, playing video games together, whatever, watching clips. It's great. It's great for communities, especially with streamers. And has also been incredibly in the news as of late. Something that does not happen on the regular. Discord's pretty, it's one of those cozy internet web spaces that just doesn't get a lot of press coverage usually. We have a Discord, of course, and if you're not in it, you should get in there. Great place to discuss galactic things. Share clips with me, with your friends in the chat. But people have been talking about Discord lately a lot, because apparently the shooter, Tyler Robinson, was allegedly in a Discord with some friends, I think sort of gaming friends. But messages from this Discord have been leaking, and who else would we have break this down other than one Hasanabi?
Ken Leakenstein, exclusive. Leak message from Charlie Kirk assassin. Accused shooter's politics is not what the government and media say. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. Thus, Tyler Robinson messaged his friends on Discord, seemingly apologizing for murdering Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry for all of this. I obtained this and other Discord chats I've decided to publish. The legacy news media, as usual, refuses, along with new information I've learned about Robinson from the people who knew him best. I just saw the video. Holy RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a... Wait, what the f... Oh, usernames are redacted because I know what his username is. This is not what his username is. I have his Discord username. This is not it. Anyway, it's not Zealous Monkey 55095. He changed it. Okay. Ken changed it for this article. He's saying this is the username. Wait, what the f... He has multiple. I have 2 Discord usernames. This is not the one I had. Wait, I'm going to text him. Hold on. Okay, so Ken has one of the usernames, he says, and it's possible the New York Times is a different one, or all these other outlets have different usernames. Anyway, hey guys, I have bad news for y'all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. Trump and company portray the alleged Utah shooter as left-wing, and liberals portray him as right-wing. The federal conclusion will inevitably be that he was a so-called nihilist violent extremists, NVE. Meanwhile, the crackdown has already begun. As I reported yesterday, the country's practically ready to go to war. It's been so terrible, and seeing it from an inside perspective is so frustrating. A friend of Robinson since middle school told me, the childhood friend who asked not to be named for fear of threats, provided me with the above non-public photo of Robinson on a camping trip, a favorite activity of his, to corroborate their relationship. I think the main thing that's caused so much confusion is that he was always generally apolitical for the most part, the friend told me. That's the big thing. He just never really talked politics, which is why it's so frustrating. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who he interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker it's been portrayed as, represented a range of different political views, but mostly talked video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Patel said in an interview that Robinson subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to the investigators. But those close to Robinson say there was a lot his family didn't know about him. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of Robinson, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account, brimming with praise for Tyler, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a transgender person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even Tyler knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. Tyler's bisexuality, the friend said, was coupled with an openness on LGBT issues. But his wasn't some cookie-cutter lefty position on every or even most issues, his friends say. Obviously, he's okay with gay and trans people having a right to exist, but also believes in the Second Amendment, the friend said, referring to the right to bear arms, which again, that doesn't mean that this person is not like a leftist either, for the record. These kinds of things don't immediately reveal your position, okay? Just so you understand. The friend described Robinson as a fairly typical of a young man from his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, was a gamer, and into guns. To all of us, he just seemed like a simple guy who liked playing games like Sea of Thieves, Deep Rock Galactic, and Helldivers 2, loved to fish and loved the camp, the friend said. It didn't really seem like that's all he was about. Helldivers 2 into the unjust deep dive, one step closer to finding the DRG dwarves. The phrase inscribed on one of the bullet cases from the shooting, "Hey fascist catch," though widely reported to mean he was a man of the left, is in fact a reference to the Helldivers 2 game. The 3 arrows initially believed by federal agents to be a reference to Antifa is also a reference to the Helldivers. Private Discord messages shared with me by a friend of Robinson's can confirm Robinson wasn't some political martyr. A search of posts for Robinson's containing keywords like Biden and Trump turned up with just one hit each. The Trump post was a passing reference to the 2019 impeachment.
Okay, so this detail I think is incredibly important. So in the Discord server, right, a search for posts, which you can do very easily within Discord. A search throughout the entire Discord server only came up with one Biden and one Trump hit. That is an incredibly apolitical Discord right there. This is just a normie gamer Discord, right? Like this is a normie gamer adjacent Discord. I'm in some of these, you know, like I don't really participate in any of them. I really only use the Galactic Newsroom Discord. But you know, like this is a normie gamer Discord right here. One Biden, one Trump reference in the whole goddamn thing. And we're being told right now this leftist cabal in this fucking Discord chat. Not a single Biden or Trump reference. Doesn't sound like a bunch of leftists, if you ask me. I'm fairly certain if you keyword searched Biden or Trump in our Discord, you'd get hundreds of hits.
Query. The Biden one came on a day after the 2020 election, where he provided an update to another friend asking about the status of the vote count. An impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the he's accused of. Who's winning the election? You would know, one of his friends asked Tyler Robinson. Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. Who is probably going to win? He says, I'm not sure. When will we know? Not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. He says, K. The childhood friend is a member of multiple Discord chats with Robinson. He described the group as trying to grapple with Robinson's motive, just like everyone else. Even the Goodbye message he sent in one of our servers where Discord chats were hosted was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Then the news came out and we were all calling each other saying, check the news. He said, yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. Part of the confusion he attributes to Tyler's quiet nature. He was a really smart guy, but super hard to read, stone cold poker face, and you could always never be confident assuming anything. When I asked if he opened up to anyone, the friend replied, as far as we knew, he was opened up. What is that?
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole goddamn Hassan clip. I want to get to where he starts breaking down the Discord stuff more. Where was it? Where does it get? Here?
To try and limit the amount of ultra violence that we experience on a daily basis. But when you got like a radical, centrist, apolitical guy with a bright future ahead, all of a sudden when they're doing stuff like this, and if it's like even with Luigi as well, like people who are well liked, people who have a social life, all of a sudden when that happens, like that is interesting. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. A Discord post from another friend posted the day after the shooting reads, while Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I asked that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Yeah, like if this was like an Antifa Discord server in the way
yeah, this is exactly what I was gonna say. This is an Antifa Discord. This is the leftist, communist, Marxist Discord. Saying we must all say a prayer for Charlie. Oh yeah, that doesn't really check out. Weird.
These guys were presenting it, they'd be like, you, God isn't real. There'd be like 8 people in there yelling about how even you invoking the name of God triggers me because I'm an atheist. And then they would like all yell at the person, and probably they'd be like, we need a new splinter Discord group away from these freaks. You know, I think this is a pattern with white cis shooters lately.
Oh God. We need a new splinter Discord. Oh, Hassan. That's too real. It's too real. Okay. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. 2 days ago, the president recounting a story about Charlie Kirk. Did I know European Parliament was asked to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk? And they said, no, I did not. No, I did not hear about that.
The way that these guys are...
But that is based. Good job, Europe.
Things up.
On Charlie Kirk and crime. On Charlie Kirk, do you plan to speak at the funeral, and what would your message be?
Well, I'm going on Sunday. We're taking a whole plane load, and having. I was invited on Saturday, but I said I'd rather save it for Sunday. You know, we're going to have a stadium, and I'll bet that stadium is going to be pretty packed, maybe completely packed. It's going to be big, but I'm going to be at the stadium, and I guess I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I
might
guess
say
will.
some things. I don't know.
But I know him very well.
This is the guy who is mobilizing against half of the country right now over this murder, and he's like nonchalantly like shrugging off whether or not he's going to speak at the at the funeral for Charlie. Like, maybe, I don't know. I might. We'll see. We'll see how I feel on the day, okay? We'll see. I might be a little low energy. Might be a little much.
I'll say a few words. I don't know, but I guess I will. But I knew him very well. He was an amazing guy. He was an amazing guy. He was all about young people, getting them started right. And he was like a magnet for young people. They just attracted to him. He loved them, and they attracted to him. His wife is a tremendous person, by the way. He always had great respect for his wife. He got married. I didn't know he was getting married. I heard he got married, and he loved her. He really loved her. She loved him, and I think she'll have something to do with keeping that whole thing going. You know, Turning Point it became a very big deal, and I heard they had like 38,000. So he wanted to get it up to 20,000 chapters. That's a lot. That would have been a lifetime's work. I heard that over the last 4 days, they have 38,000 people wanted 38,000 chapters at colleges, schools, other places. Numbers that nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So I think Turning Point.
I'm not even sure that there are 38,000 colleges in the United States. Are there? How many colleges are in the United States? There's only 5,800 colleges in the United States. But we need 7 chapters per college.
Through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit. And Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, sir, and I think it was Phoenix, sir, could you get to Phoenix? This was like in a day. I said, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You're calling, asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie. But usually I ended up going.
Oh, the forced laughter is getting worse and worse. Anybody noticed? I feel maybe it's just me, but I feel like the forced laughter from the cabinet's just getting worse and worse. I mean, you get tired of faking the laughs. You know, faking the laughs for the dear leader day in, day out. Got to shower him with praise every morning. It's tired. It's got to be tiresome. Have to feed the ego of that man on a daily basis. But there you go, Donald Trump talking about Charlie Kirk and their relationship. Magnet for young people, according to Donald Trump. A magnet.
Don't be creepy.
Now, one man who is in fact central to this whole thing, has been central to a number of issues in recent months, is of course FBI Director Cash. Why won't my eyes stop doing this? Patel. That's right, Kashyap Patel, FBI Director. You know, has been running the FBI officially, technically, for months now. I say technically because it's not clear that the FBI is actually doing the jobs it's purported, supposed to do. Like going after actual crimes happening. But they are, the agency is still, I assume it still exists. From what I can tell, they seem to still have agents and buildings, guns, all that stuff. Let's see how he's been doing. He's been hanging out on the Capitol, on the Hill, if you will, at Congress, talking to different Congress people, It's going to be going between both.
Kash Patel appeared in front of the Senate Judiciary
and the Senate. Emma.
Kash Patel appeared in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Tomorrow, he is slated to appear in front of the House Judiciary Committee, which will be quite fiery. I have a little bit more faith in House leadership or, Jamie Raskin handling this, although Dick Durbin had some good questions here. There's a lot that Kash Patel could be questioned on. He was asked, as of this morning, I think the hearing is still ongoing, about a variety of different issues, including the extrajudicial bombing of a second Venezuelan boat with baseless claims about how, or not, maybe not baseless, but without evidence-free claims about how these were drug traffickers.
Evidence-free.
The Epstein cover-up is obviously central.
At this point, highly dubious, because what kind of...
Give me synonyms for baseless for 200, Alex.
Traffickers
What is
just
evidence
are
free?
like 12 people in a boat. You need 12 people to smuggle drugs?
Yeah.
Is that how that usually works? I don't know. I mean, I'm
They're
not a
trying
drug
to goad.
trafficker.
They're trying to goad Venezuela into a response.
Yeah, they want to have a war.
I mean, and also, isn't the FBI supposed to be involved here in domestic law enforcement? What the hell is Kash Patel even doing involved and needing to be questioned about this kind of action? He was also questioned about his widely reported enemies list. There's also this matter of he had that list, not questioned about his other literary works, which perhaps we can get to later. We still have his children's book somewhere around here in which he made himself the main character.
I read it to my baby every night.
A few days ago, the former FBI agents filed a lawsuit against both Pam Bondi and Kash Patel about their firings. And before we get to this question about the pipe bomb investigation, I wanted to read a little bit from this New York Times article this morning where they interviewed these FBI agents that are suing. Chris Meyer, a field agent assigned to fly the FBI director Kash Patel's plane until last month, knew he was in trouble over the summer when a pro-Trump influencer claimed, without a wisp of proof, that he was the main agent in the Mar-a-Lago documents investigation. Can we put this up on the screen?
I did everything right.
Mr. Meyer said he was never assigned to the case. Moreover, he added, he was on a lakeside vacation with his family in Virginia when the FBI conducted its first significant move in the inquiry, the search of Donald J. Trump's Florida residence and resort in August 2022. Now, let me just remind people of what that was. Trump took a bunch of classified documents from the White House after he lost the presidential election.
Illegal.
The new FBI under Biden made repeated requests for him to return the documents. He kept dodging doing so. Eventually, they returned some, and they immediately noticed that a lot of them were missing. So after trying to ask nicely, and you could see that Mike Pence returned some documents he accidentally took. Joe Biden did the same thing. When they were asked, and it was discovered that these documents were taken, they ended up returning them. Trump hoarded them and refused to comply when asked about it. And they were, left in the Mar-a-Lago bathroom in those boxes.
Squeeze in there. Just be careful what you use for toilet paper.
Just be careful what you use for toilet paper.
So it was clearly like a last resort action by the authorities to do this. They didn't want this kind of high-profile incident, but Trump is such a criminal and a crook that they were forced to do so. Anyway, this guy was not a part of this investigation, but a MAGA influencer said it. So it was inflammatory, Mr. Meyer, 43, said in an interview last week. It was false. No matter. Last month, Mr. Patel summarily fired Mr. Meyer and another top agent in the Washington, D.C. field office who had been targeted by the right, Walter Giardina. Mr. Patel did so after being told that the terminations were unlawful and that pushing out Mr. Giardina, who was caring for his dying wife, she died a few days later after being fired. She had stage 4 cancer.
That is terrible.
Would be inexcusably cruel, according to a lawsuit filed by 3 FBI supervisors, also dismissed by Patel. And
That is unduly cruel. However, inexcusably cruel, as they put it. Truly disgusting. But wait, we gotta go here. Yes.
These lawless acts, killing people the next day. Perhaps if the Biden FBI wanted to pin it on a Republican, they would have had an incredible number of suspects to do so, because there were all these insurrectionists who ended up getting rightfully prosecuted for their actions on January 6th. But no. The Republicans are the victims constantly. Here is this interaction from this morning.
Director Patel, much like you, Deputy Director Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist who built a lucrative career making inflammatory and unsubstantiated statements about the FBI that would be disqualifying in any administration that cared about nonpartisan law enforcement. For instance, Mr. Bongino called the placement of pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC headquarters on January 6, quote, an inside job, and went on to say this was a setup. I have zero doubt, and whoever goes into the FBI, you better get an answer about why. Director Patel, you and Deputy Director Bongino are now leading the FBI. What is the evidence to suggest the pipe bombs placed outside of the DNC and RNC on January 6 were an inside job?
What is the evidence?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record. So many on this committee.
That was not what the Senator Dick Durbin asked you. Jesus Christ. I love that. I love that tact. He's like, you know what? I could answer the question. I could tell him that we have no evidence to substantiate that claim. Or I could pivot. I could talk about our great history of service, me and podcaster Dan Bongino, how much we've served America.
Media jettison our 31 years of public service.
Can you answer the question, sir?
Right, that's the same as evidence. That's the same thing.
Appreciate the opportunity to discuss Director Bongino's mind record. So many on this committee and the media jettison our 31 years of public service.
Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm answering the question. You're questioning the integrity of the deputy director of the FBI and mine.
If you found any
and I'm going to
evidence.
answer the question.
I'm
The pipe bomb investigation is ongoing, and I'm not going to discuss the details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years.
Let's say, like, we all know the reputation our police departments have. Also look at this Secret Service. That's not necessarily a sign of a good person that they worked on the Secret Service.
I like his defense mechanism here is to first he gets indignant. Or does he do the appeal to authority first, or the indignance?
How dare you?
Or maybe all at once.
How dare you, actually a senator?
Right. I'm a
question
podcaster.
my integrity?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Who is kind of the Senate's job?
Who is now? Well, they confirmed him, but the reality is that this guy literally he was appointed by Donald Trump in part one because he said I'm going to go after your enemies, which he's making good on, but two because he had this popular support behind him because he was like I'm going to reveal everything in the Epstein files, and now he's arguably the most complicit person behind Pam Bondi and Donald Trump in its cover-up.
Details of the pipe bomb investigation. Mr. Bongino was a Secret Service agent for 15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years. We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do.
Sir.
Cash is terrible at this. He really is. And honestly, I support him being terrible at this. It's fascinating to watch. Because, I mean, imagine just how little evidence you have to have to take this tag, right? I mean, he's asked for evidence, and then he just starts rattling off all the stuff he's done that has absolutely nothing to do. I mean, so obviously not related to the question that even a child, I'm fairly certain, would pick up on the obvious evasiveness that Cash here is exhibiting right now. It's kind of incredible when you really think about it. That he couldn't think of any better way to obfuscate on the fact that they have absolutely no evidence to substantiate that claim. This was his best attempt. Look, we've had jobs in the past. I don't know. You say you want evidence. Look, me, Dan Bongino, we worked. We've had jobs. Dan, he worked. He was at the FBI for a while. He was a cop. I was alive for some unknown period of time. And I, too, have had jobs like Dan. And so, that is evidence of something.
15 years, a police officer for 5. I served this country in multiple administrations for 16 years. We were also private citizens, and we are now back in government service. And what we have the ability to do is set aside our personal beliefs to deliver the mission of justice for this country, and we're doing it day in and day out.
Bro, what
and
was
I find
the
it
question?
disgusting that everyone and anyone would jettison our 31 years of combined experience that is
Jesus
now at the helm of the
Christ.
FBI, delivering historic results at historic speed for the American people.
I don't think so.
I love this vibe from Cash, really do. He's basically like, he's filibustering by reciting everything he can remember from his CV. Like he's like, okay, what are all the things on mine and Dan Bongino's resumes? And how long is it going to take for me to say it all out loud? That's basically what he just did. Rather than answering the question, let's see how long it takes me to recite my resume for the Senate.
1 years is not that much for 2 people combined. I have 10 years experience, majority. I mean,
Right.
How dare you question my experience?
How rude. Is that the end of it?
No. it's
Oh,
not.
dang. When we were listening, just a little bit longer. A little bit longer.
That is now at the helm of the FBI, delivering historic results at historic speeds for the American people.
So you have no evidence.
I got a lot of evidence, and I'll give it to you when I can.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's the part I wanted. Well, I have a lot of evidence.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sure you do, Cat. You you just do it was hilarious. Oh my God. Nobody's taking you serious right now, Cash. You suck at your job. You keep saying things that are completely lacking any evidence whatsoever. It's honestly, it's incredible. It really is. And by the way, he wasn't like dragged out of his home, unaware, unprepared for this. No, they alerted him ahead of time that they were going to be asking him questions. And these are the things that Cash has been able to come up with so far. Truly fascinating. Let's see what the Deputy Attorney General, Donald Trump's lawyer, up until earlier this year, Todd Blanche, had to say on CNN. This was on Wednesday, I believe, talking to Caitlin Collins.
As we are learning all of this from prosecutors and waiting to see what happens next, my lead source tonight is the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. And thank you, sir, for being here, because now we know, obviously, what the state plans to charge Tyler Robinson with. Do you expect to bring federal charges against him as well?
We're still looking at that, Caitlin. I mean, there's a lot of evidence to go through, and there's a big difference between the state charges, which are very serious, carry the death penalty, and charges that the federal government could potentially bring. So that's not something we need to.
Right. There's a lot of evidence. I'm just gonna wait. We're just gonna go over all of that evidence.
should make a decision on. He's in custody. The state's already brought charges against him, and we're looking at all the evidence, some of which you've already been talking about tonight, Caitlin, to determine whether federal charges are appropriate. And if they are, yes, we will bring them.
These might be some of the most measured statements from any Trump official in the last week.
Okay, because ABC News said that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, when they interviewed her yesterday, told them federal charges are expected. But it sounds like that's still something that you are very much deliberating inside the Justice Department tonight.
Well, I think when you say when federal charges are expected is right. I mean, we're looking at everything we can do to bring charges if appropriate. But again, this isn't something we need to rush. This is something where the state has already brought charges. They brought charges that carry the death penalty. And so if at the right time federal charges are appropriate, of course we'll bring them.
Okay, and for people who, aren't sure, not every murder is a federal crime. You need a federal angle, basically. So we'll see if you guys decide to move forward with that. Can I ask you, though, because Stephen Miller over at the White House said that he believed there was an organized campaign that led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. When you looked at the charging documents today, though, I didn't see a reference to one. Have you seen evidence otherwise on that front?
Like I said, this assassination happened less than a week ago. And so there's still a tremendous amount of evidence that we're going through, and there's a tremendous amount of documents that we're going through. What Stephen was talking about is something that we've seen all too frequently over the past several years, which is this spew of hatred and violence from certain parts of this country. And you have evidence of what this man was doing online. And so the idea that he was indoctrinated with violence and hatred that would result in what happened to Charlie is something that we're looking at. But
so that actually, wait. Something that they're looking at. That's weird. Because that sort of contradicts everything that they've been saying up to this point, the Trump administration. Because they've been saying that they have hard evidence that he was radicalized online, that he was a leftist and all this other stuff. But Todd Blanche is saying they're looking into it. So that was weird to me. It's a little weird to me that Todd didn't seem as definitive on this issue, that perhaps there was some wiggle room on this, and that maybe the FBI doesn't have any tangible evidence that Tyler Robinson was a radical leftist. That they're still looking for it. They are feverishly looking for it. Let's talk rhetoric. The GOP has been criticizing the left for using the same rhetoric as, well, the president.
More and more conservatives argue that harsh rhetoric and name-calling mostly comes from the left, and that debate in America shouldn't devolve into hate.
Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state because they disagree with their policy priorities. I mean, this is something we should have learned in grade school. This type of language spurs on depraved people.
It's a good message, except everything the speaker just laid out could also describe his party's leader.
It is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous. They're Marxists and communists and fascists.
It's a choice between communism and freedom. No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. It's the enemy from within. That's a bigger enemy than China and Russia.
China!
There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist. She's a fascist. These far left fascists, led by Harris and her group. If Comrade Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, you will be living a full-blown banana republic ruled by an anarchy and a tyranny. They're scum. This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
super weird. Donald Trump apparently has said fascist on just numerous. He's called specific people fascists. He's called Democrats more generally fascist. And yet people are losing their jobs over having called Charlie Kirk a fascist, or just criticizing Charlie Kirk for his rhetoric. And now we're going after Antifa. All right, now let's get to a big story that I've been trying to cover since yesterday. But there are claims coming out that the texts which were released purporting to show the confession of Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin in the murder of Charlie Kirk, were in fact fabricated. Before we get to the nitty-gritty on this and whether or not it was fabricated, let's just go to the original release of these supposed text messages 2 days ago. CNN, once again, court documents. Suspect confessed to killing Kirk in a series of messages.
We now know the charges against Charlie Kirk's alleged killer, as well as the key evidence against him and the death sentence he could face if convicted. We also heard him speak during his video conference court hearing late today.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson.
Well, the 22-year-old said nothing more. He showed no emotion and little outward expression as the charges were read. Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and the commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. The aggrieved murder charge is a capital offense, as trial judge Tony Graff explained.
The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk, and the defendant. Illegal. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty, or pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole, or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years.
Well, the judge appointed an attorney to represent Robinson. He also granted a pretrial protective order for Charlie Kirk's widow and set the next court date for the 29th.
Okay, hold on. I can't watch this whole goddamn thing. When do they get to these goddamn here they are.
To that note, prosecutors referred to the partner as the roommate. The roommate said, "What? You're joking, right? Robinson, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." Robinson's roommate, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson, "I am. I'm sorry." The roommate, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Roommate, "Why?" Robinson, "Why did I do it?" Roommate, "Yeah." Robinson, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be..."
One thing that you might notice is that there's something missing from this text message chain, and that is, of course, timestamps. There's no dates. There's no times for these messages. I found that to be very strange when I first saw this.
Negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. And then later, prosecutors say, Robinson's partner asked, quote, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
Yeah, and I would like to point out, this guy is literally, supposedly, on the run while he's texting these long-winded messages. That don't, I mean, not all people are the same, but they don't sound like a 22-year-old to me, but they could be. Okay, they could be. But I just find the timing of all of this, the timing that they were claiming that this all went down, and is that this guy is literally he's on the run for his life from the FBI and all of, government officials in the state of Utah, and trying to find, he's jumping off the roof, he's getting the gun, he's doing all these things. And he's got time to do this at this. It just aspects of this really they just seem weird to me.
I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson, according to prosecutors, later wrote, delete this exchange, adding later, Robinson,
immediately,
don't
if
talk
not
to the
sooner.
media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. A lot to get to in the hour ahead. Starting us off tonight, CNN senior national correspondent Ed Lavendera is at the UVU campus in Orem, Utah, where the killing took place. So authorities seem confident they have this confession. Is it clear to you what outstanding questions they may have tonight?
It's hard to imagine how much more evidence they would need to prove that Tyler Robinson was behind all of this. According to all of the text messages you've just been reading, remember there's also messages afterwards in a Discord chat that, according to the Washington Post report, that Robinson had sent a group on that chat essentially saying that he has bad news, that he was the one who carried out the shooting at UVU yesterday. And there's also, according to investigators, DNA evidence found on the rifle and a towel and screwdriver that was found in that wooded area by campus. But
now, I'm not sure if he knows this, but what this man is saying is, at least according to my understanding, is incorrect. Supposedly they found DNA on, yes, the screwdriver, and yes, supposedly the towel as well, but none on the rifle. That is what I heard from multiple sources. So I don't know who's wrong in this particular case.
Throughout all of this, Anderson, you look at the mindset of this suspect, and Tyler Robinson, in the moments, in the minutes after the shooting, he was more concerned about retrieving the weapon that he had left in the woods. This is one of those texts that he sent his roommate, according to prosecutors here, quote, I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it.
Who spells out everything that they're doing in a text message? Just think about that for 1 second. Who spells out absolutely every action that they are doing involved in the transmission of a crime on retrievable text message while they're in the middle of allegedly in the middle of running away from the scene and trying to make sure he gets back his rifle? Like, and change outfit. Like, if he was doing all of this stuff, what is happening here? What is going on?
I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? So this message apparently sent in some time shortly after the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and despite that horrific act, he was more concerned about being able to get back this family heirloom rifle to get it back to his home in southwest Utah.
And when is he going to be in front of a judge again?
Well, he had his initial appearance today where he was told of his rights. Judge says later this month, I believe it was September 29th, he is expected to appear in court for what will be a preliminary hearing, and that is where all the probable cause evidence will be presented, and a judge will determine if there's enough evidence to continue on.
Man, I can't believe it's already the middle of it's late September now. It's not September 19th. It's kind of wild. It's like it's suddenly like all this happened, like the last week just sort of vanished. Just completely. It's been a full week since this happened now. Over that. It's been more than a week. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's been like 9 days. My God. By the way, just speaking of time, October is coming up very soon. 12 days from now, it will be October. That's less than 2 weeks. And we've got to fund the bills for October, the Galactic and Earth bills. Keeping the lights on. Keeping the space station in low Earth orbit. All costs money. And as we did not make enough money through YouTube last month, we need people like you to consider contributing on places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. As all of that money comes to us immediately, if not sooner, that goes directly to funding the galactic deficit. So that we do not go into next month in a perilous situation. One which I don't think anybody wants to see the lights turn off around here, but it is possible. Could happen. Could happen. Okay. Now, the lights aren't going to turn off around here quite yet. Still got time to complete those goals. Now, I'd like you to consider one of the ways in which I'm probably going to bring up here in a moment. Contributing to the Galactic News Network. We do need your help. If you can't tell, we're about to head to break. That's right, Galactic intermission coming in hot. We're almost 2 hours in. We got a lot more digging to get into these texts because they are very suspicious. And I have a lot of people, it's not just me, a lot of people seem to have a lot of questions about these texts. And I have my own theories. Where we're going to head down on this rabbit hole in the second half. So stick around or you're going to miss it. But first, some brief space messages for you folks. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so that you can get the most up-to-date notifications from the Galactic News Network, ensuring that you never miss a single show. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without the donations of space fams who enjoy watching and listening to the show, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, if everybody who subscribed to the show on YouTube contributed like a couple bucks a month, we would have no more financial problems. That's really all you need to contribute, people. That's right. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All good ways, of course, to contribute to the Galactic News Network. Not only, of course, do we have the galactic deficit going, we also have the content goal going right now as well. Now would be a good time for you to get 2 for 1 for your money. You can contribute both to the galactic deficit and the content goal for tonight, ensuring that we get all the content that we so deserve on this Thursday. On places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Everybody enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. I am back. Which means that it's time for us to get back to the stream. Half number 2 coming in hot. We have exactly 2 hours left to complete the goal. Unfortunately, we have not made a ton of progress on the goal tonight for whatever reason. Only 1 of 10. We still got plenty of time to make moves and to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet space content tonight, of which we do have plenty to discuss. All right, let's get back to talking about this Discord, or not Discord, the text message chain supposedly between Tyler Robinson and his roommate slash potential romantic partner, which was released by the FBI.
After sleeping on the text exchange released by the prosecutors, you guys, I just want to say I'm calling bullshit on it. I do not think these are legit, and I'm not alone. There are bipartisan calls right now that what the prosecutors received from the FBI is total bullshit. It's not making sense. Put this up, Kylie. I am still okay, my love. Now, I have a 22-year-old son. He doesn't speak this way. A little while longer yet is another quote from the letter. Till we died of old age. Grab my unseen. A bit over a week. And then he refers to a squad car. He uses the phrase circle back. He refers to his car as a vehicle. This is just, there's something incredibly fishy about.
It sounds incredibly fishy. He's talking like, I'm trying to think of, it's like in a Greek myth or something. I will have left no evidence, grabbing my rifle unseen. Zeus cannot see from high on Mount Olympus.
This, I do not trust Kash Patel's FBI. He's a conspiracy theorist. Dan Bongino is a conspiracy theorist. They had podcasts where they trash talked the FBI for 4 years, which was their audition to get this job. Their number one thing is that they are Trump loyalists. I'm just not buying that this kid texted, ever since the election, my dad's been hardcore MAGA. If he and this roommate were in a romantic relationship,
yeah,
why do you have to say that? That would be assumed. Why are you giving all the...
Yeah, not only would you seemingly not have to say that, why would you say that at this moment? While you're on the run, once again, why? Why would you do that? And anybody, nothing about it makes sense. What was this guy's fucking state of mind? Like some sort of weird bucket list? Oh, I better have this talk with my, my roommate real quick.
Details about changing clothes. I'm just telling you guys, it stinks to high heaven. I'm not buying it. I don't trust anything that this administration puts out. They immediately, here's one of the main reasons as well, aside from knowing that 22-year-olds don't text like this. One of the main reasons is immediately after Charlie Kirk's murder, there was a organized, coordinated messaging attack on the right, that this was left-wing ideology, that these were leftists that did this. And then within 12 hours, it had swollen into left-wing transgender terror cells. That's what, before they even had this guy. And here's another tell in this letter, in the text exchange. He says, the roommate allegedly says, I thought they caught the guy. And then Robinson responds, that was some old crazy dude. So let me get this straight. You're worried about the rifle that you reassembled while you're changing clothes and you're texting all these details to your roommate, but you're also logged into your phone analyzing, and you know that some guy was picked up and then released. I don't know that I even knew that at that time. And I'm not trying to allegedly stash a murder weapon. I'm calling bullshit. I don't believe this for a second.
I agree with you. It's too convenient given what you said. The immediate narrative was it was the leftist trans person, but
Yeah, it all just sounds so incredibly convenient. It all just gets wrapped up in, like, you know, a short series of messages. You know, and it's all very strange. Why at that moment, and how at that moment would he have known? Because let's remember, the guy who they're talking about in this message chain, the one who we saw, who I thought, remember, if anybody remembers, go back to the day that this happened. We live streamed this, not live stream, but I did a stream that night. We talked about it. I was watching a video that I thought was real. I thought that the guy on the ground was, in fact, and I said it initially, I thought there was a person in custody who they believe did it, and then people in chat corrected me, and I looked into it, and it turned out that you, chat, were once again right about something, and I was wrong.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But the events of that day were moving so quickly, it was hard to keep up with it, and so how, like, think about that. How did I, a person whose job it is to keep up on the latest events and to do a show on it every single day, right? Whose very livelihood depends on being up to date on shit, right? Like, how is it that I, going live that night, did not know that the guy who I had seen on the ground was not the shooter, but this guy knew that guy, even like knew about that guy while he was on the run? How did he know about that? How? And why are they having that conversation? Think about that. It is just so strange. It just feels like this weird fiction.
fit the narrative. White, Christian, MAGA,
Mormon.
It did not fit their narrative. And that's never stopped Donald Trump from lying or corruption before. So why should it now?
And moving along, I want to highlight this tweet from Hassan Piker. He says, half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. So there's a bunch of people that believe that this is wrong because the messages provide cover for the alleged trans roommate. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. Hassan, a leftist, says, I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators and unnatural. And what I'm seeing here in Hassan's tweet, you guys, is bizarre bipartisan support. And to fight this fascist regime, it's going to require this. It is going to require people on the far right that have these podcasts and people on the far left to save our Constitution and our First Amendment. And this is the exact same thing that all of these bots and the administration are trying to prevent us from doing. Let's hear from Matt Walsh what he says about this. This is a far right anti-trans nut job. I am leaning very strong.
Wow. Matt Walsh. Wait. Matt Walsh says, I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It actually almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. Feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. Interesting plan.
buying it. Play the clip.
As is presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script.
We've always said that this administration is incompetent. And this is the highlight of this incompetence. But what's so sad about this is incredibly dangerous. This is a wild time to live in the United States, and they have eroded the institution so much that within 9 months, I don't believe an effing word coming out of the FBI. Not one word, because
Not gonna do
Cash
it.
Money
Wouldn't be
Patel
prudent at this
is
juncture.
blindly loyal to the cult leader. And then behind the cult leader, you've got the failed drag queen, smoky eye sociopath, Little Smokey. And then it gets even darker. You get to Palantir, you get Elon Musk, you get to these very dark forces. There are people on the far right that see this. They see that people that are more powerful, with more money, with more nefarious intents than Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon, they see that they are sucking up to Trump, and they have the bank account that Trump is impressed with. And so there is a very weird time right now where we all need to focus on, because I believe we're at a precipice. I believe it's going to take some level of bipartisan voices to save this democracy.
Okay. Let's keep talking about this text chain. This strangely too perfect, almost scripted conversation between Tyler Robinson and his roommate. Two man who was brought up just a moment ago. Hassan.
So I said half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators. Unnatural. But there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of misinformation flinging around with the Charlie Kirk. So we'll see. There's also a lot of people who don't believe the text messages that they revealed. But in any case, let's get started on the Charlie Kirk suspect, Tyler Robinson, allegedly confessing in a note.
Tyler James Robinson.
This was Tyler Robinson's first court appearance since being arrested on suspicion of murdering political activist Charlie Kirk, fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah a week ago.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
The 22-year-old appeared virtually from a special unit at Utah County Jail, wearing a vest.
Bro, it's not even Blue Anon just going crazy, for the record. It's not just Blue Anon going crazy. A lot of groups are going crazy. Right-wingers are going crazy on the story as well. Okay? If we're being honest, it's not just the Blue Anon guys. It's not just Democrats that are just like making up their own minds about this thing. And obviously this happens. Listen. Obviously this happens whenever there is a high-profile incident, right? Anne! Yeter ama. Ne olur? Biraz dikkatli olun lütfen. Çok bağırıyorsunuz. My entire family is like literally right next to me, and they're screaming at one another, and I can't think at all. Which is, I don't know what to say. Okay. So it seems nobody trusts any info that's been released on this guy. Yes. And part of that is because this always happens whenever there is an issue of national importance. There is an issue of global importance, and this story has obviously become like a global issue. So there's a lot of misinformation flying around. There's also this also happens with like the partisan media landscape that exists. People make up their own minds, right? People make up their own minds about like what took place, what transpired. There's also one very important aspect here. And that pertains to complete societal collapse in some ways, the erosion of the infallibility of institutions, the erosion of the confidence people have in these institutions partially due to people like Kash Patel being the head of the FBI, partially people being propped up into positions of power and positions of prominence in this administration simply due to their loyalty to Donald Trump rather than their competence. And that's specifically why a lot of people understandably are like, I don't really trust whatever you're saying. Even Republicans
Not going to do it. Wouldn't
are
be
having a
prudent at
hard
this
time
juncture.
trusting what Kash Patel has said. And I think it's because, you know, Kash Patel seems very untrustworthy. It's an unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not just that, though. I don't think it's not just that he seems untrustworthy. It's that he, leading into becoming director of the FBI, Kash Patel was telling all of the entire MAGA, you know, Republican base that if he, you know, like that Donald Trump like was going to release all the Epstein files. Like that was a big thing of his. He was a big Epstein guy, and you know, like since becoming FBI director, has in many and most people's minds has not been as forthcoming as one might hope. And I think that's caused a lot of people to be upset and to not trust him. Same thing goes for Pam. I think that's why Pam's so, that's one of the main reasons why she's like her numbers are so bad. And I would love to know what the poll numbers are on Kash Patel right now, because I would guess they're close to where Pam's at, 20% in the negative.
It's an unfortunate reason, but not only is he incompetent, but he also literally looks like he's lying all the time. Okay? He could be telling you that he's drinking a glass of water and you'd be like, I don't think that's water. I just don't believe it. You know? No matter what, he could be telling you the most basic shit. Kash Patel could be like 2 + 2 = 4, and I'd be like, I don't know about that. Is that actually the case? I thought that was the case for my whole life, but now I'm not so certain. He just looks so untrustworthy, so suspicious, so nervous at all times. He looks perpetually flustered, and I think that is playing a role in why people are just like, I don't really know if I can trust you. And that paired up with his incompetence has led to a lot of people going, this is crazy, this is not real. Many people are saying the text messages that were revealed in the preliminary investigation are fake, for example, for different reasons. I'm going to be talking about what those reasons are. It's kind of funny how the right is also at odds with this, but let's take a look at the rest of the story for now.
Designed to stop him from self-harming.
Caused the death.
Charlie Kirk was a hugely influential ally of Donald Trump with a massive following online. Prosecutors allege Robinson confessed to killing him in a hidden note to a roommate left under a keyboard.
The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Police found a photograph of this note. After reading the note, the roommate responded, what? You're joking, right? I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to...
Bro, this, like... I'm sorry. Some people are some people are suspicious over the veracity of these text messages because they're like, no Zoomer talks like this. Mm-hmm. And I kind of understand that suspicion. But my suspicion over it is because he engages in cop speak on numerous occasions. And also on top of that, it plugs every hole in the investigation. Like, it is far too fortuitous. Like, he literally at one point is like, remember when I was doing the bullet casings? Lemao, I love writing memes on bullet casings that I will inevitably use in and of a high-profile political...
Yeah, I mean, the detail that he uses in these text messages... when you combine it with the fact that he's allegedly on the run simultaneously, like just spilling his guts and laying out the entirety of the plan, It's just all very strange.
Speaker, it's like, that makes no sense. Like, what level or type of autism makes you do cop speak? I don't get it. It's written by like a 45. It sounds like he wrote it. Like, those text messages sound like he wrote it like he was a 45-year-old cop. You know what I mean? Hey, lover, I have tactically ascertained that there is a vehicle engaging in a kinetic situation near the drop site that I will inevitably retrieve the weapon from. Like, I'm not Mr. Everything is fake. I'm not Mr. I'm suspicious. There's a grand conspiracy here at all. And I've actually been quite critical of a lot of the different flung around in this issue. People saying he's a groyper. People saying, you know, that this is Trantifa. People.
Yeah, and I mean, me personally, I've, you know, we've talked about Alex Jones in the past and Sandy Hook, and what he did there, what that led to. I try not to, you know, minimize these sorts of things or come up with wild conspiracy theories. I don't think that what we're even engaging in right now is a wild conspiracy, considering what we know about Kash Patel so far as FBI director and as a person. And we'll get to some of Kash Patel's personal details in a second that I think are relevant to this situation. But like, just with all of the details of this situation and just this wild text message chain that includes every single fucking detail that the cops could have wanted. And like Hassan points out, using a bunch of, you know, cop speak type language. And it's just all very strange. It's all happening while he's literally on the run, and the FBI and supposedly the, you know, entire Utah State Police apparatus is coming after him. He's got time to be texting this stuff. Come on, something's wrong.
Come on. Claiming that this was Israel doing the things of that nature, but like it just sounds very, very weird. Like, the text message back and forth is so strange. Okay, dude was a near genius though, not a typical kid. I mean, sure, he clearly wasn't a typical kid, but the cop speak is odd, no? And not just the cop speak, but just basically almost every text message exchange that they showed is pertinent to the investigation. And I'm not alone in this suspicion. Steve Bannon has also raised the same concerns. Candace Owens has raised similar concerns. Matt Walsh has raised similar concerns. Like, these are not people that I am in agreement with at all. Okay? You don't get it? This guy's from Utah and raised Mormon. This is how they all talk. They all talk like FBI agents. A Mormon white boy texting like that is probably the least surprising thing. Like I said, it's just odd. It's just a strange text message back and forth. Very odd. Like, my main reason for being incredibly suspicious of the text messages is because of the contents of the text messages. The contents of the text messages literally serve to plug every hole in the investigation. Like, it's far too convenient, right? I have a policy where I think if something looks too convenient, it might be a little manipulated potentially. Like, at least like have a healthy dose of scrutiny on this, right? Matt Walsh said, I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. Ironic, because the only way that you can present this is by talking about a television show that you have consumed, which is, I think, more, it's more revealing about your mindset, Matt Walsh. Maybe, perhaps you have watched too much TV. So I said half the right thinks the messages are fake because it doesn't implicate the trans person. The other half think the shooter is a patsy because it was Israel that killed Charlie Kirk. I will say the text messages are too perfectly plugging holes for the investigators. Unnatural. This feels like Breaking Bad. Guy who's only seen Breaking Bad. Yeah, I know it's not a back and forth. There are ellipses in the convo because it's cut together. The cop speak is consistent with his upbringing. The rest of how he talks is consistent with being a Reddit kid. Also, the messages seem to cover all the bases because they're cut together from a longer convo and used to justify the charges. No, I understand that. I know that. That's not like an unnatural conversation that just took place like that. I know they cut the most valuable aspects of it. What I'm saying is putting that in writing is, I mean, this is the worst screenshot. Jesus Christ, these guys are so stupid. Like,
I think he did it. He did confess in Discord. Yeah, I mean, I saw the, we talked about the Discord messages earlier. And that, I mean, it's entirely possible. I mean, not even just, I mean, he probably is the one who did it. You know, but it's still an alleged crime, still innocent until proven guilty, technically. But I mean, does seem to be a great deal of evidence. But I don't know. I think that certain aspects of this just seem strange. Specifically, the text chain. That's the thing that really stood out to me, and it seems that other people also noticed it. And it's just certain aspects of that thing just felt so odd. Like a number of people have been saying, scripted. Felt like it came out of a movie, out of a TV show. Like there's just too many. It sounds like we're retconning. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like it's a narrator trying to catch people up. We're doing a like really quick like exposition for the audience all of a sudden, for those who weren't caught up with things like, oh, like my dad recently did this quick MAGA turn and all these other things. It just felt so out of place, and it like literally felt like like a dungeon master during a game of D&D, like with a new like a new player at the board, like being like, oh, and for, you know, Dan over Dan over here, let's remind everybody that of course the main character's father became incredibly political in recent years. Like, why would the roommate / girlfriend not know that? And he, like, what? In what world?
like saying that there's a squad car near the drop point, or, you know, shit like that. Even bringing up the fact that he like was stamping the bullets, like stamping the casings, you know, like that's fucking strange. That's a strange ass thing. Like, why did you do it? I did it because some type of hate cannot be met. Some type of hate can't be reasoned with. Like, what the fuck? It's just, he did a, if I did it, you know, like who the fuck would talk like that? You guys are on the one hand saying this was like a, you know, exemplary kid and was a real go-getter and was able to literally successfully pull off this assassination and then escape. Right?
This kid is supposed to be a goddamn genius. You got a scholarship. You know, like Hassan just said, pulled off a goddamn assassination, got away clean, it would seem. And then he's too stupid to not realize that all of this is being, like, put out. Like what is this? What are we to believe? He's an evil genius who's too stupid to know the government has ways of accessing your phone.
Right? But also simultaneously, his text message conversations are revealing everything. You know what I mean? Like he's just like, yeah, I did this because I am Antifa. Like it's just a very convenient narrative that you can kind of point at. It doesn't go too far. Like he's not like, I am Antifa and I was radicalized by watching leftist content creators who I think should probably go to prison because of the radicalization that they put me through. They duped me, right? Like he didn't do that, but
Hassan Piker told me to do this crime. Full stop. Signed, Tyler Robinson, Antifa member.
everything short of that. Do you feel me? Do you understand? It's just odd. I'm not one of these guys that just like immediately says this is fake, especially because I just like, that's not how these things work. You know what I mean? There is obviously a level of healthy scrutiny that you can apply to official organs of justice. There's obviously always going to be like some fucking around, but it's just strange. It's just strange. That's all I'm saying. It's a strange thing because it's a very convenient narrative.
Involve you.
In the text exchange, Robinson's roommate asks him why he did it.
Why? Why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. This TikTok goes over what you're saying.
Text messages have.
Also, why wouldn't he call instead of just texting? That would be way easier. Although I will say this, I know enough Gen Z people to know that calling a number of Gen Z people that I've spoken to have made it clear to me that calling is actually a hostile act and is alienating, and doing that signals your boomerificness, among other things. So, I mean, I do get what you're saying, and I agree. In this moment, it would be way easier, but I can see an easy explanation for this. It's just that, you know, Gen Zers aren't calling each other very much.
Been released. I mean, they
Dog, did you just send me a fucking drama alert TikTok? What the hell is this? Oh.
are so egregiously bad. It's almost laughable. How dumb do they think we are? Me tell me that this is how a 22-year-old communicates with their boyfriend back and forth after they just body somebody. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. Whereas conveniently a note, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. I'm going to take it. What's the point of leaving this note to your boyfriend, but then texting them to admit to it anyways? Doesn't add up, not logical, stupid. This is kind of believable, like, oh, he's keeping tabs online. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. So no phone calls back and forth, no FaceTime, enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I ain't able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. This sounds like a book written by...
Yeah, bro, it just feels as though, how do I say this? It feels too convenient, okay? Like, that's it. Because there are other Discord messages where you've seen the way he talks, where he's like, I'm EP, right? Like, there are Discord messages with that kind of show the pattern.
Like, he goes from doing Gen
to other
Z,
people,
doing like regular Gen Z talk, you know, throwing in all the slang, and then from that sort of tone to this incredibly different tone, like Hassan just described as 45-year-old, 45-year-old dad on the phone to the cops or something like that. I mean, what changed? Like, why? What the fuck? Why the drastic tone shift?
Talking about like fucking cat memes or talking about the weather or saying he's EP. And then here he's like, This is me. I did the assassination of Charlie Kirk because I hate hate.
Illegal.
And some hate can't be negotiated with. I was going to retrieve the murder weapon by circling back, but there was a squad car that was placed around, you know? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle
Rid
and
of the
see,
Second
I will have
Amendment?
left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this?
Like
A bit over a week, I believe.
Can you imagine him peppering in an uwu like in here? Like I can't. Like, like this is a guy who's on Discord, you know, which is a place filled with emotes and gifs, memes. I can't imagine you peppering in a meme or a random uwu in there, an owo, anything in between any of these sentences.
I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I.
No, exactly. No, this is exactly the perversity of what we're talking about. Verily, I have grown eepy. I shall continue this communique at some later time. Good day.
Circle back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about Prince. Like, the people saying like old man is like weird. I don't think that's that weird. I think him saying old man, he's Mormon, okay? He's Mormon, he's Utah. Even if he's Gen Z, like that part, it doesn't come across as suspicious to me. Do you see what I mean? Like I'm more so weirded out by like how much. Let's just say this is exactly what.
Hast thou seen the latest expansion pack from Helldivers 2? Uwu, frog meme, Pepe meme? Like, like what is happening?
A 50-year-old investigator would hope to find. Like, it's the perfect chain of back and forth correspondence between the potential suspect and the immediate loved one of the potential suspect. Not to say that it's fake. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying it's very strange. He's like, I have planned the perfect crime and I will never get caught. Now let me outline all the steps I am doing. A bit over a week, I believe.
45 to 50-year-old going to attempt to retrieve it again. And then the best part, how long have you been playing this? A bit over a week. Before, they was just saying that there was more than 20 people that could possibly be involved, that this looked like a network that was all helping out to take out Charlie.
But seriously though, like think about that. Like think about being like a terminally online Gen Zer who's not aware that the government, like going and being like, just brazenly in text message, where both your ISP and like, dude, Gen Z, VPN? Are you kidding me? Gen Zers love VPN. But if you broke it down, I'll bet that the largest demographic that uses VPNs in the United States is Gen Zers. And the next is probably millennials. And it's fucking hilarious to think that this Gen Zer is like outwardly just exclaiming to their significant other, I will never be caught for this crime, on text message.
Now it's just solo dolo for a week. And I was like, oh yeah, I already knew what I was about to do. I circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got back to my vehicle. First time we're hearing about a vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. That sentence right there sounds like no 22-year-old I have ever heard in my entire life. I have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. This is conveniently and very weirdly so detailed down to the wrapped in the towel thing, and then the old man repeat. And it's just like, there's no fucking way you think or believe that. With a brain.
Who, while after having just committed a high-profile public assassination, is texting this? I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. Like, what? Who does this?
That knows anybody around this age is gonna believe that they typed all this out while on the fucking run after just bodying somebody for the first time ever. Who wants to believe that? Right after that, he starts talking about the engravings on the bullets, and he needs.
Like, the only situation that I can think of in my mind about all this, and I'm not like, I'm not a psycho analyst or anything like that, but the one thing that I do think is possible. Although it just wouldn't make the fact is, like, it just doesn't play out, like, logically for me. It doesn't make sense. It's about attention, right? That's the thing that comes up for me. But the second I say it, the second I think it, I immediately come up with a bunch of explanations for how that doesn't make any sense. Because if it's about attention, then why is it that the roommate didn't know anything about this ahead of time? And that the roommate knew nothing about his political beliefs, that he would need to tell them that his dad had become MAGA in recent years. Like, it just, that part of it just does not make any sense to me. Like, do you get what I'm saying? If it's about attention, then why wouldn't you involve your significant other in any form or fashion, but then after the fact, then involve them in this way? Like, I just don't know. I just don't understand it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Explain the fucking messages.
Remember how I was engraving bullets? That's the one. Okay? That's the one. That's the weirdest thing. That is objectively the weirdest fucking thing to say in that moment. It is so bizarre. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme.
Remember, this whole thing is so suspect. Remember how I was engraving bullets that time? Remember that time when you were there for me preparing for this? So wait, in a way, this message seems to suggest that the roommate did know about it. So if this guy's engraving bullets with whatever, like meme messages for some like political killing, and the roommate's there, was present for this, but was not aware of the messages on the bullets and them being a meme. How does that? What? I don't even understand. What? How would that? And I assume that I could be wrong. I would assume that the roommate's also somewhat online, that they would have known. And I think most sane people who, I don't know, see their significant other sprawled out on the floor with a pile of bullets and a Sharpie, like, I think they're going to inquire into what's going on. Like, hey, what do you got going on over there? I noticed you got a little bit of a pile going. What's happening? Oh, nothing. Okay. And then just walk away? Come on. How?
In that moment. It is so bizarre. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge ooh woo on Fox New, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Why would he, like, what? Do you think maybe his fan was telling him what to say? No. I don't know. I don't know how.
Exactly, Mozart. No, exactly. Are you engraving shell casings again? Oh, Tyler.
Oh.
It's like a fucking, it's like a goddamn, it's like some sort of ridiculous sitcom from the Upside Down world. From Stranger Things. I don't know what's happening. Nothing makes sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What caused him to write this kind of shit unprompted? Also, he says, notices bulge, ooh woo, even though the bullets say OWO, but like, I think that's a distinction without a difference. I don't think it was, I don't think it's that I don't think that's ultimately that consequential. Because like many people also say ooh, right? Like that's what people, that's what I thought it was. I just don't get it. It feels like, yeah, Muhammad said, Tyler Robinson messages read like those IDF recordings of Hamas members being like, did you see that rocket we shot at our own hospital? We're so evil, ooh woo. I mean, that's what it felt like to me too. You are old. OWO and ooh woo are two different meanings. OWO is surprise me, while ooh woo is a cute way. Oh, guys, stop. I don't think that's that important of a distinction, man. I think y'all are you trying to fucking say that ooh woo and OWO are the same thing? It's extremely different from one another. Like, bro, your entire fan base takes that shit seriously. Let's not pretend.
How dare Hassan conflate uwu and owo? That is
That's too much, man!
I don't give a shit what my entire fan base takes seriously. That's never stopped me from telling you what I think. And if something is inconsequential, I will call it out.
Are mostly just a big meme. Notice his bulge, ooh woo. He only mentions that one with the trans ideology. None of the other bullets, just the one that has this trans joke. So convenient. How funny. Then mentions Fox News. I might have a stroke, all right? I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. ... I mean, people, it's like they really think we are stupid as fuck. Y'all wonder, why would somebody that's extreme left wing be watching Fox News for updates? Would they be watching CNN or something? Or do you guys just not think that lie through? You know, I don't know. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I think the scope was like 2K. Why the fuck would he mention that out of all times? Delete this exchange. My dad wants a photo of the rifle. Oh, that's convenient. Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. He's just so...
Yeah, it's a very quick turnaround time from the dad. I gotta say, it's just something that's coming to me right now, but that's a very quick turnaround from the dad, response time from the dad. I mean, wow. I don't know how long this Tyler had the weapon in his possession allegedly, but boy oh boy, that dad real quick wanted that photo.
Conveniently added in there, and these people are dating. So the person you're dating didn't understand the memes or jokes, didn't know your dad was MAGA, even though you're supposedly dating each other and in a trans relationship. It never got brought up where he's like, oh, what would your parents think of this? You guys AI these texts, or did you just have like some fake old guy that say he's an expert at creating text messages who actually has never talked to a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old in like the last fucking 20 years?
I just like, is definitely strange. Okay, it's definitely strange. Doesn't make quite a bit of sense. And I guess I'm not the only one who considered the text messages to be like a little too convenient. And like I said, some on the right are unhappy. Some on the right are unhappy.
Yeah, very convenient though. Hassan is right. It's almost like it fits a narrative, an arc, if you will. It's like a storyboarding. It's like a book, like a piece of literature.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
No, this isn't the greatest piece of nonfiction of the 20th century. This is the greatest, could be. I mean, could be. I'm just throwing theories out here, wildly. But this, I think, could be the work of, well, a wizard, if you will.
Happy because
I've also been doing some reading. Tim's not the only one who can do some reading. I've been doing some reading myself. Here it is.
I can't believe you got that.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Oh.
The plot against the king. Now, let me just say this. I get the idea of like, look, you need to fictionalize things, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And this is by
make it fun.
Just take a second. Show the cover art to more, because
You got to make it fun, you know, in these difficult times. You got to bring some levity to these tough, everyday issues.
analyze this a little. Hillary's the villain.
Well, wait
in
a
this
second.
children's
Let me
book.
just make my my premise here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I don't want people to look at it too. You may want to tell a story, and so you want to fictionalize it, right? And that is, you know, Kash Patel, who was a former staffer to Devin Nunes. He wrote a book and had art done by somebody else. And the book is The Plot Against the King. Now, of course, it's about Donald Trump.
Me.
And
you see Hillary looking over there.
it's about Donald Trump. And now you could have done like the plot against the president, but no, you fictionalize it. You make it for kids, so you make it about a king instead of right. You know, instead of and then no, because it's all make believe, except for the fact that it's exactly the Donald Trump. So the king part is fictionalized. Now it could have been like there was a king once, and his name was John.
Yeah.
John Schlump or something, or Schrump, Drumpf, or whatever it is, or even just John Stevenson. Or it could have been like there was a queen. But no, he just, the only thing he fictionalizes is the king part in his mind. And I don't mean that's the only thing, because who is our protagonist in the plot against the king? Let's see. I know maybe you don't recognize this guy.
Oh.
Hold on, wait a second. Cut to that image that you have up there. Who's that guy? Oh, that's
the hero.
That's Kash Patel. He's our hero. Okay. Now, I've known people who, write short stories and make themselves the hero in it. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's uncomfortable for people who know them. Like, hey, wait a second. Why are you centering yourself and making you the hero in this story? I mean, frankly, even if one was to believe that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, does anybody think Kash Patel was, let me read. Once upon a time in the land of the free, there lived a wizard called Kash, the distinguished discoverer. Oh, okay. Well, listen, I want to write a book, and I need to come up with a protagonist, like Sam the Great. How's that? How does that sound? Sam the Great.
Sam the Inquisitor.
Aren't I a good
Kash
guy?
was known far and wide as the one person who could discover anything about anything. He found the Holy Grail.
Not remotely believable.
He found the
Immediately, if
Holy
not
Grail
sooner.
deep in the enchanted forest. He discovered who had stolen the sleeping princess.
The Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm. Look, there's him saving the princess.
Wait,
This is real incel fantasy stuff.
The first thing the Holy Grape, the Holy Grail, that's what he's deciding to do some like creative changes with?
Yeah, where's the grape come from?
They're like
It just
member
happens to be
berries,
grape.
remember?
But we're moving on.
Okay.
Do you remember the
Because we don't want to get
member
caught
berries?
up in the backstory. That's it.
Chekhov's grape.
Let's see. Okay, the heralds who spread important news across the land with their herald trumpets had sung of Kash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
Now, let me see if I can figure this out. Is that Russians?
Oh. I never made that connection.
Wow.
Between the Russianians and the Russians.
Well, see, I'm an English major, and this is what
somebody's got
Roman à clef,
somebody
which is
did
a
a
French literary
honors
term
thesis.
for novel.
Somebody over here did an honors thesis, I think.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a sneaking suspicion Emma may have done an honors thesis. I don't know. I don't know her background. It's possible that she may have done an honors thesis at one point.
This is what's known as a roman à clef, which is a French literary term for novel with a key.
Oh.
And basically, it's a novel that is set about, get this, real world things. And once you understand the key, you can decode you can transcode the fictional to the real world.
Oh, so it's like it's like a code breaking machine.
Yeah.
So when you see A, it actually means a letter that is like 4 letters later. And once you figure out that it's all 4 letters later. So wait a second. The heralds who spread important news across their land with their herald trumpets had sung of Cash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
I cannot believe that he is the protagonist for like 2 pages already. He figured it out.
All these quests
I'm way
been
past
easy
that.
for Cash.
I'm way
as the
past
sun
that, and I am utterly horrified by the conduct of the Russianians, and that they would cheat during the jousting tournament. I mean,
Illegal.
Come on.
Come on!
And set over the land of the free, Cash found himself in grave danger, not of trolls or ogres, but of getting bored. He was so
The kids are probably getting bored this time. Like,
That-
what am I being told about Cash?
That is until the choosing day.
Oh, thank God.
I wonder what that's a
Saved.
metaphor.
Yeah.
Saved
It's
from
election
boredom.
On choosing day.
Saved from boredom by choosing day. Thank God we have choosing day so we can mix things up from our humdrum lives as peons.
The whole land gathered at the castle to choose the next ruler of the kingdom.
That happens in kingdoms.
The heralds had been announcing exactly. Weird how you're going to be teaching all those conservative kings, the children, the kings are chosen.
Choosing day for Henry VIII.
Yeah.
I did everything
The heralds
right,
had
and
been
they
announcing that
indicted me.
Hillary Queenton would be
I'm
queen.
gonna kill myself. Sorry. I shouldn't
She
say
says queenly things like
Illegal.
thee and thou and forsooth. And her last name is Queenton, after all. Oh my God.
Great writing.
But
It's
this
incredible.
is just fascinating. It's
This
like,
is the storytelling,
wait,
though.
what? Like, but when the royal count,
the story, the characters, I can feel myself in this fictional world. I can almost envision every in and out of this choosing day.
uppers counted up the final votes, they realized that the people had dared to choose the merchant Donald.
Oh.
The heralds and Hillary were horrified. Donald didn't care what the heralds said about him, and he was determined to make the kingdom great again.
Who could
Yes.
he
I
be
think
referring
I'm
to?
following.
Yes. Well,
You're
to be
you
fair,
got your master's in
News
English.
professional.
Yeah.
Matt has his master's in literature, so he
so
understands
fancy.
what the secret code is
It's
here.
all out.
Thus, King Donald moved into the castle,
typical-
and everyone turned
Typical liberal
home. Okay,
East Coast
well, whatever.
elite. Matt. That nasty liberal East Coast elite, Matt Lack. Where is he from? Nebraska? Where's that? Actually, wait, he's from South Dakota or something like that, but whatever. Elitist Matt Lack with his fancy literature degree.
moved into the castle, and everyone turned to head home. Okay, well, whatever, we'll all go home. But before the people could leave, a herald jumped to his stand to make a proclamation. Wait! He proclaimed through his herald trumpet.
What?
I don't think that's the way trumpets work, but
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
He thinks it's a megaphone.
Listen to what this noble knight has to say. Then a shifty-looking knight jumped onto the stand.
Jewish night.
Don't be creepy.
Donald isn't the rightful king. Inside the steel box, I have found a paper that says Donald cheated his way to the throne. All the people gasped. We're shocked. How could he do such a thing? Apparently, said the
I mean, this woman is
shifty knight.
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I know who this is.
We know who that is now.
Yes, there we go.
Got it.
The shifty knight.
Shifty.
Donald made friends with the Russianians.
Knight. This story is filled with all of the things you could possibly want. I mean, the characters, the setting, the pun, the plot, the mystery, the intrigue. My God, it's incredible. Who is the author of this book?
While drinking
This
cherry
novel.
ginger ale in the Swirly Tower Tavern in Rushonia, and they helped him cheat.
Wait. King Donald doesn't like that cherry drink.
A what now?
Are you joking? Because that is literally like that is
Emma's reading along.
that is honestly like 12 pages after this. That's how they resolved the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Because he's a teetotaler, so he couldn't have been cheating in the election because he wouldn't have. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Somebody, you should say spoiler. alert.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Guys.
Illegal.
I didn't mean to.
Well,
I really
all right,
was
let me just
guessing.
finish off this page and then we'll read the next of it.
Okay, sorry.
All the people nodded.
dare you,
The
Emma.
heralds must be right. After all, they have loud trumpets and important pieces of paper. King Donald must be a cheater. And so, even though they hadn't looked at all the facts, everyone agreed that King Donald was a cheater. Everyone
Illegal.
except for
Hillary?
no.
Well, our
Shifty
Cass
Schiff?
Patel.
Sorry.
The super.
No. Anybody? Bueller? Everyone except for Duke Devon.
Ah, thank God.
The kid's going crazy. Like, they're not going to keep a secret for 45 minutes. And
Duke Devon of the Queen's Court.
Thank
Oh, he gets to be
God.
Duke.
Duke
Not-
Devon.
isn't he the
What
guy
would
that
we have
took over
done
that cow
without
thing?
Yes.
without
Yep.
the great
Speaking of cows, I said something about Rob.
thine greatness, O Duke Devon. Oh, the kingdom was certainly headed towards a great deal of squalor and horridness without Duke Devon, thankfully. The good kind Duke must have a plan.
I think reading this to your kid before bedtime is basically on the same level.
Honestly,
Yeah, that's child abuse.
notice it's a steel
Illegal.
box.
Ah.
Steel.
Christopher Steele, who Kash Patel went to search for in the UK.
All right, listen, folks, we're going to hold off
puns.
here, and we'll pick it up maybe.
The puns, the hidden references, I mean, holy cow.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? The literary. Just, oh God, I am overwhelmed. You too, I'm sure, are probably overwhelmed by the creativity contained in those pages. Now, of course, that book was written by the one, the only Kash Patel. The man who just released this very strangely worded, loftily worded, some might say, text chain. I'm not saying the two are necessarily connected, aside from the fact that Kash Patel released both things. Both that work of fiction and that other, whatever you want to call it, grouping of text messages. The guy who wrote that book was the one in charge of releasing this evidence that we've been poring over. You know, so a compendium, a piece of evidence which many of us have, you know, pointed out was worded in a very strange way for a 22-year-old Gen Zer on the run. Felt more like somebody with time on their hands sitting at a desk sort of riffing, retconning, building a world, if you will. Okay. Now, you know who likes building worlds? Media companies. Oh, yeah. Shows, movies, you name it. But one media company has decided to go after one of its big stars in the last 24, a little bit more than 24 hours. This broke last evening. Of course, everybody's heard about it at this point. The cancellation of one Jimmy Kimmel by ABC.
The entertainment world is reeling this morning after the abrupt decision by ABC to pull the late-night show Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely. It comes amid pressure from the Trump administration after the comedian's remarks on Monday about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Here's some of what he said.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Okay, the way the CNN characterized that, the way that CNN characterized that clip was completely disingenuous. That wasn't a clip of what he said. That was the whole thing. That was essentially the whole thing that he said about this, and it's insane. It is insane to frame it in any other way. That was all it was. It was just him pointing out the way that Republicans were behaving in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, and that is all. It's really wild that we live in these times right now. To be saying with all seriousness that we are genuinely living under an authoritarian regime in the United States 8 months into the presidency of Donald Trump. That's all it took. No more rule of law. Now we have, rule of... What do we have? Rule of king. We have rule of king. Rule of dictator. Get it? It's oh, God. He's gone after absolutely every institution that exists and dismantled it. Gotten rid of all civil liberties, essentially. I mean, what are we allowed to do now? That's a question I keep asking myself.
CNN's request for comment.
By the way, hopefully, yours truly won't be, affected by this. I'm not sure that the FCC has jurisdiction in low Earth orbit, but we are in jeopardy. We do have goals around here not getting fulfilled. Galactic deficit. We're only at 5 of 330 over here. And only 12 days left to complete that goal. Just getting harder and harder to complete by the day. As the last couple of streams have been rough when it comes to galactic deficit finance raising. We also have the content goal that's still going. We still got about an hour left to complete. Even though it says 18 minutes, we do have an hour left. But we were only at 1 of 10. Only at 1 of 10. With everybody currently watching right now, just like $1 from everybody watching would in fact almost be enough to complete the goal. And if we got 35 $1 donations right now, I would just do the rest of the stream, just because of how much effort would have to go into that. Just saying. Do consider. So we're in the final hour here. Okay, let's keep this moving. We started the stream talking about how France has noticed that our government is removing statistics from the website that are very relevant to what's happening right now as it relates to who commits the most political violence in this country. And it seems like everybody's noticing, really. Britain also noticing that the United States is living under fascist regime.
Charlie Kirk, upon whom I have had something of a crash course in recent days.
Not gonna lie, one of the reasons why I put France 24 LBC in here in the U.S. halves is because I feel like lately, with Donald Trump as president, the United States has been invading the Earth half in a way that we had not seen previously during the Biden administration. That makes it so that we basically just talk about the United States from the beginning to the end of the stream. No matter how hard I try, Donald Trump makes himself a figure in all politics, in all places, for whatever reason. I feel only fair to allow other countries to get in here during the U.S. half. Let them say their piece on what the fuck they see happening over here.
Upon whom I have had something of a crash course in recent days, set up an organisation or set up a scheme called Professor Watch. Professor Watch, which was literally designed to encourage students to report members of the faculty at their academic institutions for well, I don't know for what, for unacceptable opinions. And yet they have co-opted the idea, these people have co-opted the idea that they have their free speech being threatened at the moment. I don't know, I apologise for bringing this to your attention almost, but one of the most ludicrous human beings ever to draw breath, a chap called Sebastian Gorka, who you may have had the misfortune of coming across. He's even got a piece on the LBC website today making various claims about the importance of free speech being protected. And yet Donald Trump's administration is trying to shut down free speech in universities, shut down free speech on the streets of the United States of America, and now shut down free speech on television. Stephen Colbert's show's already gone, and now Jimmy Kimmel's show has been suspended. Would you like to know for what? I've got this thing, right? There's part of me that my internal dialogue on a morning like this is largely, why are we talking about this? Is it really such a big deal? And you might be listening to this thinking, why is James going in on an American employment issues on an American broadcaster? And the answer is, and I think I'm a little bit frightened of confronting this face on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is a disturbing moment that we're living in. I think everybody's coming to terms with it in their own ways. But this is an apt comparison for Fahrenheit 451. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I feel like the moment we're living in the United States in particular is basically, it's like a combination of like 451, Fahrenheit 451, 1984, Idiocracy, and what was the other one that I had in here? I can't remember it right now. I was just thinking it. Oh my god, it'll come to me later. God damn it, that's pissing me off. It's satirical, and I just cannot think of it.
The direction of traffic now is getting close to terrifying. This is what an American talk show host called Jimmy Kimmel.
It's we're living. It's Fahrenheit 451 combined with 1984, Idiocracy, and Reno 911. That's what we're living in right now. It's a truly farcical dictatorship, with but also incredibly dangerous. Also, Feed. Also, a lot of things right now we're living through. Has anybody read the book Feed? That was a fascinating read. A lot of it came to true. It came like has come to at least much of it feels like it's coming to fruition.
Been suspended from his job for.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth.
Oh, look how broken up Donald Trump is about his friend Charlie Kirk. Notchket with a sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 2 of 10. Much appreciated. Thank you for your global coverage. Internationalism feels tougher now, given all the online platforms are happy to bend the knee. Mm-hmm. 'Tis true. How much is that super chat? What is it? 100 what? What are those? Are those rupees? I don't know what that sign means. I don't know. I assume that's a $5 super chat.
Stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
I saw that clip of Trump. I meant to play it out last week, but I forgot. And it was quite extraordinary. While his movement were in a form of purdah, they were going through incredibly public grief. His movement were doing that, and his key allies and supporters. He was given an opportunity to reflect upon what impact Charlie Kirk's murder had had on him, and he could barely acknowledge it before asking the reporters to look over there at some trucks that were delivering some bricks. And that was a joke there from Jimmy Kimmel. I'm looking at the text messages.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump really did not take the opportunity to talk about Charlie Kirk more. He was more excited to talk about, look, we can still talk about Charlie. We're still talking about Charlie Kirk. What is up with you guys? We'll be talking about how great the ballroom is right now. All you want to talk about is Charlie. Look, Charlie's dead. He's not coming back. Okay, we're going to do a funeral for him. I don't know what else you want. It's Indian rupees. It's more than $1. Okay, good. Good to know.
Exchanged by the suspect in the case, and his description of his father as having become very MAGA after the most recent election. And so you could loosely describe with some confidence the family from which the suspect has come as a MAGA family. They're certainly very into guns and that kind of thing. Again, apart from that, we know next to nothing, and yet immediately Donald Trump was trying to claim that the killer was representative of what they call, in quotes, the left, whatever that means. It means to me, generally, people who think that we should have a slightly fairer distribution of wealth. Quite how that lends itself to murderous motivation, God only knows. Except, of course, it doesn't. It doesn't. And what you'll get now is people who've spent a couple of years pretending to care about free speech suddenly switching off that gene and either supporting or staying silent about that television presenter. Here's another one in the United States of America. Here's another television presenter speaking this week.
They have given billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why?
Just listen to that again, and no one's shocked. No one even draws breath.
Yeah, James is utterly horrified by this because they just literally called for the murder of all homeless people. I mean, freedom, anyone? I mean, oh my God. Do exactly as we want or death. You've committed no crime. You're just too poor to live in a home, an apartment, and have a roof over your head. And it's just insane. And James is over here. Is like, I think you could go to jail if you said this here in Britain.
Euthanize homeless people,
Like,
says
how
a
is-
presenter
how, like-
on Fox News.
Yeah, like how is the FCC not going after Fox for that? Can anybody explain that to me? How is the FCC not going after Fox for Brian Kilmeade calling for the murder of all homeless people? Like basically just literal social cleansing in the most like eugenicist fucking way possible. It's like, you don't do what we want, lethal injection.
Right to jail, right away.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right. I would say this. We're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina,
Not everybody that's homeless is homeless because of finances. That's true. I generalized, and that's fair.
Involuntary lethal injection. So there, in real time, on Fox News, a man called Brian Kilmeade, not joking, let me make that absolutely clear, not joking, not even claiming to be joking, in all seriousness, suggests killing homeless people. Involuntary lethal injection. He's subsequently apologised, but he wasn't joking.
Aren't I a good guy?
So I don't know what he's apologised for. Maybe his free speech is under threat. And then Jimmy Kimmel, who we will listen to again, has been suspended from his job for this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
So the way it happened was that a couple of distributors, Nexstar and Sinclair, Nexstar most obviously, essentially said they would no longer broadcast the Jimmy Kimmel Show on their stations. And that is where the pressure is applied from. I think they are in the business of, or in the process of doing a deal that would need approval from a Donald Trump appointee. So clearly it has struck them or been made clear to them that the president is unhappy with having his own words played out on the television.
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, James O'Brien over there at LBC does seem disturbed by Donald Trump and what the Trump administration is doing over here. Probably because it's incredibly authoritarian. I'm just going to scoot to the very end of the video. Here.
saying the things that he believed. How dare you? How dare you? I'm very, very grateful to Ian Dale. I wouldn't have known that I'd been caught up in that crossfire on Elon Musk's ludicrous platform if Ian hadn't told me on the evening of that day. But I'm a tiny piece of the jigsaw in America. People who have not been sufficiently somber, people who have dared to question the legacy of his words while mostly mourning his murder. Some people behaving very insensitively and crassly, but even that, unfortunately, gets filed under freedom of speech. I had a thought yesterday, and it was this. No defence of free speech has moral value unless you're defending speech you don't like. There's no moral value to defending free speech that you like. The only point at which defending free speech assumes moral agency or has a moral value is when you are recognising the necessity of the free speech of people you don't like or whose words you don't like, people with opinions you don't like or don't agree with. I've completely lost sight of that recently, but it's so obviously true. I think it's usually attributed to Voltaire or somebody like that I hate what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And nobody in Donald Trump's world subscribes to that belief. They are making it increasingly obvious that they want to criminalise criticism. They want to delete dissent. And now they want to censor and silence comedians or talk show hosts who commit the cardinal sin of telling their audiences things that the president has said and done, or things that a murdered activist has said and done. I want you to have a little think about this, and I want you to tell me that I want you to tell me how serious is this. I don't know that you're going to ring me up and tell me to calm down. I kind of hope you are. America sneezes, we catch a cold. Keir Starmer is prostrating himself at the moment before Donald Trump. As we discussed yesterday, I don't think he's got much choice. £150 billion worth of business coming through British tills. It's a big win. I don't know about the relationship between pragmatism and principle at the moment, but I do know this. This kind of thing didn't used to happen in these kind of countries. I want you to tell me how serious you think this is and why.
Well, James O'Brien certainly seems to think this is serious, and I think we should all be alarmed by what we are witnessing right now. Donald Trump had this to say following Jimmy Kimmel's suspension at ABC. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Go back. Nope, wrong one. Yeah. Forbes breaking news. 14 hours ago.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him and Prime Minister? We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person.
Wait, which one is it? Is it bad ratings, or he said something horrible about Charlie? Did you notice that? I mean, it's not very, very sly, but that sleight of hand Donald Trump just pulled. He wasn't fired for me telling the FCC to tell ABC to fire him. It was because of the bad ratings. And the Charlie Kirk thing, but it was mostly the ratings and how not funny he was.
Tonight, Mr. Kimmel, is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman.
And
known
the
as
Charlie thing, I guess.
And Jimmy
I guess it was the
Kimmel
Charlie
is
thing.
Not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent.
You can call that free speech or not. Or not. I think we're going to call it or not. Because, of course, literally the government told ABC to fire a man over speech. It's a clear, flagrant violation of the First Amendment. There was the president lying about what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. All right, I gotta get on Truth Social. Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is all caps canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has all caps 0 talent and worse rating than even Colbert, if that's even possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, 2 total losers on capital F, capital N, fake news NBC. The ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President DJT. I do the best tweets on Truth Social. I don't know if you know this, but I basically represent the only reason people use my platform. Dude, Truth Social makes my entire computer lag. There are so many ads. It's terrible. Okay. Now, according to CNN from 7 hours ago, ABC wants Kimmel back.
A what now?
But there's a but. There's something of a hanging chad, if you will. Bit of a important but necessary detail. Jimmy Kimmel, if he wants to come back, which ABC in fact wants him to do, they're basically talking about him like he's a child in timeout right now. He needs to lower the temperature. It's too hot.
So hot right now.
Oh, it's so hot right now. And Jimmy Kimmel is contributing to that heat. Oh, how dare you, Jimmy. You terrible, nasty man. You're a bad boy, Jimmy. You need to turn down the heat.
We have new images just in of Jimmy Kimmel less than 24 hours after his show was suddenly pulled from ABC after a threat from Trump's administration. And tonight, Trump making it clear he is not done. The president is now threatening more networks.
They give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr. This is the very definition
We're going to hear in
of
a moment from another
totalitarianism.
FCC commissioner who serves with Carr. She says the FCC doesn't have the authority to do this, but the harsh reality tonight is that they didn't actually even need the authority to get Trump what he wanted, silencing comedian Jimmy Kimmel. If you are surprised at what has happened, maybe it is because you took the president, the vice president, and the chairman of the FCC at their word when Trump came into office.
If you don't have free speech, you don't have a country.
Thank God we have a president now who believes in free speech.
Free speech, diversity of opinion, those are the bedrocks of democracy.
That last person to speak, of course, was Brendan Carr, the very same man who made this threat this week after Kimmel's comments regarding Charlie Kirk.
They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Threats obviously don't get more clear than that. And that threat is a real about face from a man, Brendan Carr, who in December of 2023 wrote, and I want to quote him, "Free speech is the counterweight. It is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the..."
Wow, that's super weird. So then when's the line? Where is the line? When free speech becomes that important? Like, so I guess right now it's not important. It's not an important counterweight. we can get rid of it. But at some point, it is going to be important. It's not clear to me from this tweet. Is it just at the ballot box? But I get the ballot box really isn't free speech. That's just the right to vote. Completely different from the First Amendment, of course. So when does free speech become this important counterweight in this whole situation right now as the government cracks down on it?
Authoritarian's dream. Okay, so then what sparked Carr's sudden threat against ABC over Kimmel? It was this.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
That's right, the horrible, terrible, awful, no good, very bad Jimmy Kimmel said nasty, mean, and rude things about Republicans and Donald Trump. How dare a comedian do such a thing? Comedy is not legal in the United States.
Illegal.
So you should be aware of that. If you were thinking, oh, comedy, that's fine. No. No. Wrong. Incorrect. Doing comedy is a crime. Or criticisms of Supreme Leader Trump. Also a crime. Also a crime, as it turns out. But you can see why. I mean, Donald Trump's feelings are probably hurt. You know, you criticize him, and in the Trump administration, he's going to cry. He's going to cry. He's going to melt like a snowflake near a warm fire to a pathetic little puddle of water on the ground. And that, nobody wants that. Like that, oh, God, that's a tough thing, you know? Being a melted snowflake. And so, you know, Donald Trump and Republicans have to do everything possible, including cracking down on the First Amendment and free speech. Treading all over America. In order to avoid melting, because it's very inconvenient. It's hard to reconstitute a snowflake once they've melted into that little puddle of water on the ground.
On the story. And Elizabeth, what is the latest you're learning tonight?
Hey, Aaron. So I am hearing really how this went down at Disney and ABC. And, you know, everyone that I am talking to in Hollywood is really just horrified over this entire situation. They cannot believe that Jimmy Kimmel has been pulled off the air. But what I am hearing is that ABC is very hopeful. They really want to figure out a path forward. They love Jimmy. They want Jimmy to come back. But from the FCC, this is a real threat to have stations that are pulling Jimmy's show across the country. They just felt like they had no choice, that in order to protect both Jimmy and the ABC brands, that...
Oh, poor ABC. They just felt like they had to capitulate to the Trump administration. If we fight back against... I love how both of their eyes are just completely shut while this is all happening. They look like a couple of camels shoving their head underneath the sand. Or is it ostriches? I can't remember. Kangaroos? Somebody sticks their head under the sand. They look like they're imagining themselves right now, sticking their heads in the sand, pretending like this isn't happening right now. It is happening, ladies. It is happening. You cannot, you know, say a mantra to yourself inside of your brain to solve this. You cannot vision board this shit away. All right, let's see what former President Barack Obama had to say about Charlie Kirk's death. Is it ostriches?
Former President Barack Obama is speaking out about political violence in the wake of the murder of Charlie Kirk and pleading for leaders to lead, saying, quote, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrific and a tragedy. The former president also raised concerns over the escalating threat of more violence.
We are certainly at an inflection point, not just around political violence, but there are a host of larger trends that we have to be concerned about. I think it is important for us at the outset to acknowledge that political violence is not new. It has happened at certain periods in our history. But it is something that it is anathema to what it means to be a democratic country.
Joining me right now to discuss is the Democratic governor of Kentucky, Governor Andy Beshear. Governor, thank you for being here. And as we look kind of about on this question of leaders leading in the face of this rhetoric and this horrible tragedy.
Yeah, and well, in this moment, unfortunately, we have a man whose entire political brand has embraced political violence, political extremism, and political extremists, violent ones, over and over again. Stand back, stand by, Proud Boys. The time will come where we may need you. Literally calling for militia groups, extremist, identitarian, extremist groups, violent ones, telling them to just, the president might need you if something weird happens with the election. Pardoning the Jan 6th insurrectionists, whom he himself effectively directed to the Capitol. And we're supposed to accept that somehow all of the political violence is on the left. And we're supposed to accept, that, leftists, Democrats are the ones who are causing all of this. It's Antifa, actually. All of that money that's getting funneled to Antifa. Meanwhile, that man whose entire political identity is based on this political violence, this form of political extremism, is doing nothing to cool the temperature, to tone it down, like we were all told that we were supposed to be doing from day one, which I've personally tried to do. But, he is not doing anything to sow the divide. He's not doing anything to try and bridge the gap, to mend fences, to bring the country closer together. No, he's continuing to stoke divisions, claiming that this is all the left, directing the DOJ to do the same, and every other agency out there to go after leftist extremism, even though all of the statistics say that right-wingers do the vast majority of political and ideological violence in the United States. A statistic that they would have handy if they hadn't taken it down from government websites.
Illegal.
You are a Democrat who has won twice in a state that Donald Trump won by 30 points in the last election. You know what crossing party lines looks like, navigating tough stuff between people of very different beliefs, what is needed. What is your assessment of how President Trump is navigating this?
Well, I think right now leaders have a choice to condemn political violence and all violence against anyone at any time, full stop, period, or to only condemn violence against people that look like them, sound like them, or believe like they do.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Thank you, Andy. Right now, nothing like that is coming from the Republican leaders right now over there at the White House. They're doing the opposite of that. They're doing the opposite of any of that. They're looking to turn up the heat, looking to stoke further animosity And in fact, I don't think Donald Trump is capable of bringing people together. I don't think it's in him. I don't think it's in his DNA to be able to bridge that divide. I don't think it's. I think for whatever reason he is like a like a circus barker in many ways. He's good at one thing only, getting the audience to turn up the volume, whether it's to applaud or to scream. But that only works for the people that are under the spell. But lack of evidence, statistics, numbers, evidence has not prevented Donald Trump from designating Antifa a terrorist organization.
Illegal.
Well, Donald Trump was talking about really making sure we tone down the violence. And if you are going to be violent, then you could be put in a category of a terrorist.
Maybe.
And he said the Antifa is sick and dangerous.
Not a guarantee. It'll be case by case. If you're a leftist and you commit the violence, straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
But if you, I don't know, say you contributed to my campaign, or perhaps you voted for me in one of the previous elections, well, maybe not jail. Maybe not jail. Maybe we will just say, this guy, he was having a really bad day, and he shot up a school. It's not bad. It's not always bad. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good like that, No big deal.
Antifa will be designated a major terrorist organization. He said, I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots
Shut up, Ainsley.
that I am designating Antifa sick, dangerous, radical
Ainsley,
left.
shut your mouth. Shut your stupid mouth. That's my job. I read my own tweets. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I am pleased to inform. I feel like the window's not big enough. We need bigger. It needs to be much, much bigger. At least 3 times as big. That's better. That's much better. Much, much better. I am pleased to inform our many USA capital P patriots that I am designating, all caps, Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. New sentence. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding all caps Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
This is ridiculous!
Now, designating Antifa as a terrorist group while leaving people like the Proud Boys not a terrorist group, or propping up Moms for Liberty, or any of these other very militant, I guess you might call them, people, does seem a little hypocritical. To be seeking charges of terrorism potentially against this young man while not going after Vance Belter for terrorism seems a bit hypocritical. But what do I know? I'm not the hypocrisy police, just a guy noticing the hypocrisy. Oh, God. Oh, no.
No!
We've come to another terrible, terrible moment where we are going to have to take another galactic break. But it also signals that we are 4 hours into the stream and we only have 2 super chats so far in 4 hours. What is up? What is up? And it's not as if we've been lacking viewers in the last few streams. But we have... Times is tough out there, huh, chat? Times is tough. I can feel it. When you're feeling it, I can feel it. Because I can immediately tell. I've noticed donations have dried up in recent days. Times is tough out there. All right, before we go to break, though, let's go to the Capitol. About 5 years ago. What do you say? I'm sorry, but on 4.5 years. Let's call it 4.5 years. Because Antifa is going to be a terrorist organization, but these guys all get to walk free.
Riot is here. We're going to give riot warning. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, Cal Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
Illegal.
Hang Mike Pence. Hang Mike Pence. Let me just make sure. Maybe I was hallucinating that. Let me hear that one more time.
We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
Hang Mike Pence. That's
illegal.
That sounds like political violence. Could be classified as terroristic threats. Totally normal, perfectly peaceful, like a guided tour through the Capitol. Very normal day. A perfect day at the Capitol. Where nobody did anything wrong. R.I.P. Ashley Babbitt. Those nasty, nasty cops preventing very peaceful people just having a normal day at the Capitol. Definitely not violence.
I need Kirk support!
Not terrorism. Totally fine. Just beating up cops. Just manhandling cops all over the place.
We lost the line! We lost the line! All MPDs get back! All MPDs get back up to the upper deck!
Just like a very normal, like a tour. It's like people who are just, they're like visiting from out of town. They've never seen the Capitol and they're just really excited to see the Capitol. They just can't wait to get inside and take a look at the historic building. Its greatness. And to poop on the desk of Nancy Pelosi. Very, very peaceful, normal stuff. Non-terrorists, non-violent, and non-criminals. That's why I pardoned them. They shouldn't be in jail. They shouldn't even be there. But Antifa is actually the scourge. Antifa has been plotting for many years to take over the Capitol, just like the very peaceful Jan 6ers. Which is a crime if you're the wrong political persuasion. All right, chat, we're going to go to break. We're all going to pray to Gary. And consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so that you can make sure that you don't miss a single episode of the show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without donations from space fams, this show would cease to exist. I would go floating off into the deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support, to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a wonderland. The space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, the pool, the bar, the lake, the street. That's right. You could be hanging out with the rest of the Galactic patrons. Not only that, though, you get shout-outs. At the end of every stream, your name could be here on the Galactic Patron shout-out list. But that's not all. Secret Discord channel in the Discord server. And much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough about ways that you can contribute to the Galactic News Network. Don't forget, we need to get more super chats to keep the stream going. And really, any donations, they all apply. All right, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right. I do believe that everybody knows what that sound means. It means it is time for us to get back to the stream. Break over. Third half coming in hot. So get back in your seat space, fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. Okay, everybody. Now, we did not complete the goal for a third stream in a row, which I find somewhat shocking. And we do need to complete those goals every stream that we do. As, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even quite get us to the very bare minimum. I do feel is the closest we can approximate to it in the YouTube chat goals. It's why we wind up with the galactic deficit every month. And I was hoping that we would have a really good month this month, and we still got time. We still got, you know, almost 2 full weeks to, you know, get us to perhaps doing better than we did last month. Get the galactic deficit down even further. But even though we didn't complete the goal, I'm going to keep bringing the galactic content for a little bit longer. I'm going to increase that. I'm going to extend the time on the goal. Joe47771 coming in with a sweet, sweet super sticker. GG. GG indeed. Well, not yet. It's not GG. Technically, it's not over. Game's not over. I'm going to keep streaming. So, maybe a little too hasty on that GG. But much appreciated nonetheless. The purple is awful for the galactic deficit. It's bad. Well, you can't see it. Is it hard to read? Is it difficult? You want a different color? You want a different color. I forget where I do color on this fucker. Is it here? No, that's a gradient. That doesn't really do it either. Where I could have sworn there was there's like another place here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. All right. What would be a better color? What would do it for you? Actually, wait. This is not giving us the full color spectrum because I've done this now. I should undo that. Take this back down to white. This back down to. Yeah, that should give us. That should give us all of the options. Whoops. Wait, why is it not changing now? What in the fuck is happening? What in the actual fuck is happening? I'm losing my mind. Oh my god, it's right here. This is where the problem. This is the problem. Is that more visible to you? Is this better? Green with does the green? Is that more visible? Prominent, if you will, more conspicuous. You're right. I mean, the purple doesn't pop very much. Purple not popping. Okay. Now, we've been talking a lot about Charlie Kirk. Something which, of course, an investigation is ongoing, being conducted by the FBI. And who is at the head of the FBI? Oh, that's right. Patel. And of course, you can contribute on Cash App, both to the Galactic Deficit and to the content goal for tonight, which I'm about to extend right now.
Cash Patel's getting roasted.
Yeah, it's piling up.
Hell yeah. All right, we'll do a deep dive.
Do you want to
into
sample
that.
one for the free half people before
Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is one. People just said the Swalwell stuff, so I haven't even really watched this clip, but this is Eric Swalwell question.
Little teaser.
Cash Patel here. Let's take a look at this.
Who did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes
if you're
or
gonna
no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Cash
Tim
has
Robinson.
such fast wit.
Yeah. Why don't you try spelling it out for me? Stop talking to me so meanly.
It's a Tim Robinson character. I feel like I'm watching Friendship.
I know. I know.
I'm trying.
Please, you're stressing me out right now. Okay.
God, you're so fucking stupid.
Who did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out? if
Yes
you're
or
gonna mock
no,
me?
Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. A, B, C.
Director,
D, E, F. Don't wanna
sounds
do
like
it?
you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney
GHI.
General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your
Director,
constituency
did
by
you-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Perhaps you want the letters backwards. Z Y X W V U T S R Q P O N M L K J I H G A F E D C B A. How's that for you? Does that make you happy, Swalwell? I know all the letters in the alphabet. I know all the letters. I don't know how many times Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files, but I do know all the letters.
Is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out? if
Yes
you're gonna
or
mock me?
no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. A, B, C.
Director,
D, E, F. Don't wanna
sounds
do
like
it?
you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your
Director,
constituency
did
by
you tell the
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General
violent
that Donald
crime in this
Trump's name-
country and the number of pedophiles that are
Director,
illegally
reclaiming my
harbored in
time,
your
Director.
sanctuary cities in in California?
Reclaiming
I'll
my
work
time.
with you on that. Do
Regular
you
order,
wanna
Mr.
work with
Chairman.
us on that?
Director, reclaiming my time.
gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
Question has been asked and answered.
You've not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt.
Ooh, God, they're just. Brian, you're a boxing fan. What would
Big
you
time.
What would you liken that interaction to?
I would say that's a one-punch knockout.
Oh boy!
Probably first round.
But
Straight right.
there is no one to ring the bell here, though, because he's just going to be laying out there and taking some more hits.
I would say this thing about why don't you protect your constituents, and he mentions human trafficking. There's this insane piece that people need to read.
In The Guardian.
In The Guardian, revealed Trump administration retreats on combating human trafficking and child exploitation.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
Let's
be
just read the
prudent
first few
at this
paragraphs of
juncture.
that. I'll read it here just because it's
Save the
while we're on
kids.
it. The Trump administration has aggressively rolled back efforts across the federal government to combat human trafficking, a Guardian investigation has found. The sweeping retreat threatens to negate decades of progress in the drive to prevent sexual slavery, forced labor, and child sexual exploitation, according to legal experts, former government officials, and anti-trafficking advocates. They say the administration's moves are impeding efforts to prosecute perpetrators and protect survivors in the United States and around the world. This paragraph that gets a little more specific here. Under Trump, key initiatives for fighting human trafficking have been cut back at the U.S. Department of State, Department of Justice, Department of Labor, Department of Health and Human Services.
Well, that'll help. I mean, this is just efficiency, okay? If you spend less money, it's like inverse. The less money you spend, the more crimes you solve. All right, people don't get that. The less money, it's like that was the big complaint about defund the police. If you remember, Republicans are complaining, oh, you can't defund the police. They'll solve all the crimes. Remember that? And so that was the big thing, if I recall correctly. Yeah, and so this is just efficiency.
Department of Homeland Security, The Guardian found, senior officials and other staffers have been forced out. Workers shifted to other priorities. Like immigration?
That's what it is.
There it is. Yep. And grants delayed or canceled. At DHS, Trump has ordered agents to formally dedicated to investigating and arresting human traffickers to focus on deporting immigrants. Current and former DHS staffers interviewed by The Guardian confirmed that these investigators' day-to-day work has been broadly shifted towards deportations and away from investigating major crimes with real victims. At the State Department, the Trump administration slashed more than 70% of the workforce at the agency's office to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. TIPS office, which is responsible for leading anti-trafficking efforts across the U.S. government. The department has also held up grants for nonprofit organizations fighting trafficking around the world, putting their operations and services at risk. Shocked that the guy who Kash Patel won't answer, curiously, whether or not he is or is not in the Epstein files, would want to cut back on human trafficking, especially given some of the mysterious modeling agencies that Donald Trump was across in the 90s.
They let you do anything, grab him by the pussy.
Right.
Allegations
Illegal.
against, here's just a list of names to do with the Trump administration. Pete Hegseth, Robert F. Kennedy, Elon Musk, Dana White, Linda McMahon, which I forgot about this, but
just a list of great patriots.
Boys are being sexually abused by her employee, the ringside announcer of the world.
Why is Matt listing all these great patriots, I wonder? This is just this is a list of all the best patriots in the country. Why? What reason could Matt have to bring all these names up?
Kennedy, Elon Musk, Dana White, Linda McMahon, which I forgot about this, but sued for allegedly knowing boys were being sexually abused by her employee, the ringside announcer of the World Wrestling Entertainment.
Illegal.
Also, Kimberly Guilfoyle allegedly sexually harassed her assistant. So it's not even just the men in Trump's administration and
this woman is
hovering around it
dangerous,
that
ladies
are
and gentlemen.
accused of sexual violence,
also
but
the
also the
McMahon.
women.
Yeah, how about
DEI.
how about the guy leading
DEI, SADEI. We're making the alphabet great again. No more LGBTQ. Now we have SADEI. Everybody is getting in on it. Very hot right now.
So hot right now.
hearings? Jim Jordan,
right,
the head of the Oversight Committee,
who reportedly called some of the Ohio State victims and people related to them, telling them to not testify against the guy who was a serial abuser at Ohio State. And Republicans saw that just the same way like an NHL team sees like an enforcer become a free agent. They're like, hey, we can use that on our team.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of talk about how so much of conservative rhetoric is about projection. And like you buy into that, of course, with their obsession with trans people and gay people. You get it. They're sexually repressed. They want.
Mm-hmm. Good God. Well, the Cash's hearings so far on the Hill have not been going super. I would not characterize them as being super good. And while he's not releasing the Epstein files, not releasing any evidence about the motive of this killer, at least none that seems credible at all. Cash is also not stopping other crimes from happening across the country. And in fact, a near tragedy happened in Utah. This one shocked me. So near to what had happened earlier this month. Apparently, well, actually, I'll give Cash the credit on this one. Technically, the FBI did, on this particular instance, they did thwart it. On all the crimes they haven't stopped, but this one they did stop, and it was in Utah. Suspects attempted to bomb a news van in a Utah neighborhood 3 days ago.
Now to an alarming discovery. Police say a bomb was found under a news van in Salt Lake City. Authorities say the device was lit but failed to function. And tonight the images here, police swarming a house and the charges the suspects will now face. Here's Trevor Ault.
Tonight, the FBI is investigating a near catastrophe in Salt Lake City after authorities say 2 men tried to detonate a bomb they'd placed under a Fox 13 news vehicle. That improvised explosive device discovered Friday. According to the affidavit, the vehicle was parked next to an occupied building and the device had been lit but failed to function as designed.
My God. So actually, I take it back. I think I misunderstood this one. I can't give the FBI credit on this. They didn't stop this from happening. A literal, almost a massive terrorist attack happened. It almost happened. And if these guys had been a little smarter, they would have succeeded. It was a failure. It was a mechanical failure. It had nothing to do with the FBI. Take it all back. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. All in Utah. You know, Donald Trump's been, mobilizing the National Guard to blue states and blue cities. But it seems like Utah might be the most lawless place in the entire union. 2 terrorist attacks. Same week. Basically. Within the same 7-day period. That's not all. Mass shooting in Pennsylvania yesterday. At least 2 people in serious condition as of this CNN video being posted.
We're learning of a shooting that involves police in central Pennsylvania. CNN's Jason Carroll is following this story for us. Jason, this is just in. What do we know so far?
Well, Casey, we're trying to gather as much information as we can. There's very little at the moment, but this is what we can tell you from what we've been able to gather so far. 2 people seriously injured. This according to emergency officials who are there on the ground in York County in a place called North Cordis Township. They described it as a police incident. The emergency director from York County just gave a briefing a short while ago. He said the following. He said that an emergency call came in at around 2:10 p.m. this afternoon. He said numerous law enforcement responded, EMS responded, the Pennsylvania State Police are currently investigating. He took no further questions after that, Casey, but he did go on to say that the situation is, quote, evolving. This is an area, a rural area in central Pennsylvania down there in York County. Again, 2 people seriously injured in a shooting that involved police. Now, the emergency management coordinator is there on the scene, again, describing it as an evolving situation. Again, a call that came in at around 2:10 p.m. Schools in the area, K through 12, have been told to shelter in place as a precaution. The governor there, Governor Shapiro, said that he is on his way, says that he has been briefed on the situation. But again, the emergency director from York County who gave a statement during a briefing just a short while ago, again, not taking any questions, giving very little information. But again, from what we've been able to tell you so far, a shooting that involved police, 2 people seriously injured being treated at this time. This after an emergency call came in at 2:10 p.m. Pennsylvania State Police currently investigating. As soon as we're able to get you more information, we'll be certain to bring that to you. Casey.
All right, Jason, thanks very much for that. And I do want to bring in Charles Ramsey, former police chief. And Chief Ramsey, this, of course, some difficult news. We've got the governor writing on X, Governor Shapiro.
Now, this actually happened. The initial claim that it was at a school was, in fact, incorrect. It actually happened outside of a farmhouse. Multiple officers were shot. And the man who did this, I believe he died. It's not clear what it's not at all clear what the motive was. Not at all clear. But just another case of extreme violence in the United States.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
I wonder if that incredibly rural area was a Trump voting district. Now, there was other acts of mass violence this week. This next one is truly horrifying. Truly fucking horrifying. Senseless. But I'm not saying that they're connected, but earlier we saw a video of Brian Kilmeade on Fox News saying that we should euthanize the homeless. And I don't know, it's not clear that this person acted based upon what was said by Brian Kilmeade, but millions of people watch Fox News every single day, hear what the things that Brian Kilmeade says. But unknown reason, but one person decided to do a mass shooting at a homeless camp earlier this week. Just a truly a horrifying act of cruelty that I just cannot fathom why somebody would do it. It's just beyond all like reason.
So the day on the show, we talked about how the fascism in this country is getting worse and worse by the day. It truly is. Things where we thought there were lines in the past, there are no lines anymore. And people can say the most disgusting, deplorable, deranged, disgusting things you've ever heard, and it's nothing. It's water off a duck's ass. Nobody even talks about it. So at the same time that people are getting fired for literally quoting Charlie Kirk directly and posting it, his own words, they're getting fired for doing that.
Right to jail, right away.
You have Fox News hosts who are saying, let's kill all homeless people, and they get a little slap on the wrist, have to give a half-assed apology, and then they don't get fired. There's no consequences whatsoever. This is the
Okay, now we're lagging. I don't know. Why are we lagging? I've noticed that it's not that bad, actually. I guess I'm overthinking it. It really isn't that bad. It's almost not noticeable. Huh.
We live in. So a cancel culture for anything liberal or left of center. If you're right-wing, you can go as far as you want, say whatever the hell you want. You can fucking goose step and zig heil, like Elon Musk literally did. Like he did. Here's what Brian Kilmeade said on Fox and Friends the other day. Listen.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to the...
Involuntary lethal injection. Just kill him. Involuntary lethal injection. Just kill him. We have nearly 800,000 homeless people in this country. 800,000. We have about 30,000 homeless.
Yeah, I mean, but Brian Kilmeade is talking about an act of social cleansing. You know, a literal act of genocide against the poor. I mean, if this actually were to come to pass, it would be deemed a fucking crime against humanity by the International Criminal Court. Like, he's literally talking about doing crimes.
Illegal.
You don't get to just like eliminate the poor by murdering them. Like, that's just not allowed. If this was happening in Venezuela, oh my God. If Maduro was murdering the poor, oh my God. If Vladimir Putin was systematically executing homeless people, oh my God. We would never hear the end of it. In fact, we would never stop talking about it because it's fucking insane. Now that I'm saying it out loud, now that I'm thinking this out loud, we here at the Galactic News Network would never stop talking about it because it's fucking insane. You're talking like a fucking Bond villain.
Veterans in this country. For a lot of those people, it's literally just a money issue. Hey, I don't have the money to be able to pay to put a roof over my head. He wants to criminalize poverty and make the punishment the death penalty.
Illegal.
The death penalty. Criminalize poverty. Jesus Christ. Literally a war on not only poor people, the poorest of poor people, the most downtrodden and left behind by society. Kill them. Fuck them. They don't count. Kill them all. Involuntary lethal injection is what he said.
Awful.
All right, well, guess what?
Weak.
The same week that a Fox host says kill them all, talking about homeless people, guess what happened? More than a dozen injured in Minneapolis shooting at homeless camp and near transit station. 8 people have been injured in a shooting at a homeless camp in Minneapolis with 4 in critical condition.
Illegal.
8 people have been wounded, including 4 with critical injuries in a shooting at a homeless camp on private property in Minneapolis, police said. The shooting happened just hours after and blocks away from another shooting that left 5 injured near a transit station, as city officials acknowledge a spate of recent violent crime in the area. Those shootings come during a particularly violent summer for the Minneapolis area. This includes the assassination of Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home, as well as the shooting of another state lawmaker and his wife the same day in June. A mass shooting at a Minneapolis church in late August killed 2 children and 21 others injured. Police learned of the shooting at the homeless encampment around 10 p.m. Monday when an off-duty officer working at a nearby retail store was approached by people running from the camp and reporting gunfire. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said in a news conference following the city's latest mass shooting, the officer left the store and heard gunfire coming from the encampment. Now, to be fair, we have no idea if this is somebody who heard Brian Kilmeade say that and they did it.
Right.
But it is quite a coincidence here, and also quite a trend that now gun violence is...
It's an incredible coincidence that in the same week that Brian Kilmeade says that we should genocide the homeless people in the United States, just exterminate them one by one by lethal injection, that some extremist psychopath decides to let loose with the machine gun on a fucking homeless camp. We live in a fucking insane society. A truly sick society. I gotta reopen this. By the way, I'm just logging on to Truth Social over here. By the way, I just want to point this out to everybody. The first thing that comes up is an ad paid by tax dollars like yours to join ICE on Trump's social media platform. So that's right, your dollars, your tax dollars, paid Truth Social, Donald Trump's social media platform, to post advertisements to hire for ICE jobs. I mean, the corruption is utterly insane, and this needs to be brought to the attention of lawmakers
immediately, if not sooner.
In fact, I think I have to clip either this video or the last video where I talked about this, because it's insane. It is insane. Where are the people who are clamoring over Burisma and the money that Hunter Biden received and supposedly funneled thousands of dollars to Joe Biden?
I'm staying in the race.
Where are those people? Please. Make it make sense. Okay, all right. I gotta do some tweeting, some truthing on Tweet Social. Defend the homeland. Gotta make sure we defend the homeland. Look, this is me. I'm watching the markets. I'm watching them. I'm watching those markets very strongly. Strong. Some say stronger than anyone has ever watched the markets before. Intel bought 20. Intel now 30. Look, I'm making money over here. I'm making the loot. Gotta get as many defend the homeland, join ICE ads crammed in on this thing so I can pay myself over and over and over again. There's some money. Oopsies. No, don't do that. Huh? What is happening? Why is Truth Social not working? Very nasty Truth Social. Fake news. Very, very fake news. From the radical, leftist Washington Post. Okay, why is Truth Social not? Why is the greatest website on the planet not loading right now? It's very strange. Oh, nice. We sold ads to the nicotine guys. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's great. I'm glad we did that. Smart. Help. Designed by Tucker. Help is a better time. Do you like Zen, but you want to think I'm also putting something in my mouth that helps a right-winger somewhere on the planet? Well, Help is perfect. Designed by Tucker Carlson. Get that buzz with that racist feeling that comes with knowing you have a little piece of Tucker Carlson in your mouth. Help. It's a great... What is this? What is this greatness? Look at... Oh my gosh, this is great news, everybody. On August 27th, the U.S. Military Academy at West Point reinstated the nearly 20-foot canvas portrait of Confederate General Robert E. Lee at the West Point Library on campus. The painting hung in the library for 70 years before it was ordered to be removed as part of the naming capital N, capital C naming commission in 2022 to take down items that commemorate or memorialize the Confederacy. Now we can once again be great like the Confederacy. It's so good. It's very good. Very exciting. Help. The People's Pouch. When you want a nicotine buzz, but you also want to know that you're supporting white nationalism in America. This is earlier on Thursday, 7:22 p.m. I was sitting on the toilet thinking Ilhan Omar's capital C country of Somalia is plagued by a lack of central government control, persistent capital P poverty, capital H hunger, capital R resurgent, capital T terrorism, capital P piracy, decades of capital C capital W civil war, capital C corruption, and the pervasive, for some reason not capitalized, capital V violence. Uncapitalized pervasive, but capital violence. You see, there's a difference between the two words. You'll get it later. 70% of the population lives in extreme capital P poverty and widespread capital F food insecurity. Somalia is consistently ranked among the world's capital M, capital C most corrupt countries, including capital B bribery, capital B embezzlement, and a capital D dysfunctional capital G government. All of this and Ilhan Omar tells us how to run America. P.S. Wasn't she the one that married her brother in order to gain capital C citizenship? What all cap scum we have in our capital C country, telling us what to do and how to do it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All caps, make America great again. Holy shit. Wow, did I just say like a bunch of really, really racist things about Ilhan Omar? I mean, she's an American citizen, but I just talked about her like she's from another country. That's incredibly rude. I mean, yes, was she born in another country? Sure. But she's also a lawmaker. I should treat her with more respect than that. How rude! But I'm not going to. I hate respecting people who are brown and from other countries, especially. If you're brown and from another country, oh, watch out. I'm coming for you. I don't respect you based upon your intrinsic human identity that you did not choose at birth. I'm sorry, but that's just how I am. I don't like brown people. It's gross. And unless you're super rich, there's no reason for me to like you at that point. It's like, look, you're gross to look at and you don't have any money. Come on. Come on! I have other things to focus on. But I'm not done. I'm not done getting very racist about Ilhan Omar. Does Ilhan Omar know these people? Are they from her wonderfully managed capital H, capital C home country of Somalia? Libs of TikTok. Let me retweet Libs of TikTok. Retruthed. Individuals charged Mukhtar Has Aden, Mustafa Daib Ali, Khalid Ahmed I don't even, how am I supposed to say all of these words? Emmanuel Ola, what do you even, how do you supposed to say that? I don't even get it. Oh, what are you gonna do with that one? That's weird. Our raid on Chicago illegals make Chicago great again. Nothing about this is weird. People say that it's weird that we're doing like Instagram, TikTok videos. There's nothing weird about this. There's nothing weird about glorifying an authoritarian crackdown. There's nothing wrong with us glorifying an authoritarian crackdown on brown people, okay? I don't like them. Stephen Miller especially. You think I'm racist? Have you met Stephen Miller? Oh my God, he hates brown people so much. And so we're just doing the thing that comes naturally, right? We're just going after the immigrants, the brownest immigrants in the country, right? It doesn't matter if they committed crimes. We don't care. Just go back to your country, all right? whatever, or maybe not your country. We'll just send you to a random country, to a gulag. All right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Does that make me a dictator? Sure. Well, hopefully that didn't cause the entire chat to have nausea. I see a lot of people reacting in various ways to that horrifying montage from the president. A lot of horrifying things being tweeted out by Donald Trump on Truth Social. Or is it being truthed out on Tweet Social? Whatever it is. It's really just a never-ending slop cannon of just terrible stuff coming from the president, and you got to assume his media team. There's no way that he could possibly have the time to do all of that on his own. Since we were just talking about immigration, let's go here. See what sort of things were being said about immigration and customs enforcement at the Emmys this year.
It was really awesome to see at the Emmys this show of solidarity for people in Palestine. Gaza City is being obliterated as we speak. I saw an Israeli historian who was in central Israel at the time and is critical, obviously, of the genocide, pointing out that you could hear the bombing of Gaza City from central Israel last night. They are trying to annex the entire north, and it's not like there's anything left of Gaza City. They're bombing, besides human beings, all of the buildings.
A million people among rubble.
Yeah. And the hundreds of thousands of bodies and the evidence of their killings under that rubble is being destroyed. I just want to be clear on that, because we now know it's hundreds of thousands are dead. And Israel is trying to destroy the evidence. They're clearing out the north with bulldozers, some of the kind of militarized bulldozers that Israel is infamous for, including in the running over of the American activist Rachel Corrie over 20 years ago at this point. But we're not just having like milquetoast phrases about ceasefire anymore. And we got to give credit to those people, because they were standing up when it was really hard to. At the onset of the genocide. But we're having like...
Although a lot of liberal Zionists clutched onto that, saying, oh, we can do a temporary ceasefire, which is what people like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden even like slightly supported.
And by the way, that's what liberal Israelis want too, right? When you see these protests, and it's an increase in some small...
It is weird that we are having this lag issue so late into the stream right now. What is the deal? Where is this lag coming from? Hold on. Okay, hopefully that clears it up.
Minority of Israelis saying it's a genocide, talking about Palestinian children. There is a small movement there, but when you see these protests in Tel Aviv and you ask the standard liberal Israeli, they want a ceasefire to get the hostages back and then continue the military operation. That's the scope of liberalism within the settler colonial state of Israel. But Hannah Einbinder, anti-Zionist Jew, deserved winner of this of the Emmy here, because I just gotta say, Hacks is the best show on TV right now, and she's...
GSL got raided and is too much. Did I get raided? I didn't see a raid. Was there a raid? Who raided? How did I miss it? Who was streaming? Last I checked, I didn't see anybody streaming.
incredible in it.
Very funny show on HBO.
Yeah, and moving. Like, I cry and laugh a lot, and you don't, and makes me love being a woman. It makes me want to call my mom. And I swear to God, it's like uplifting for me. Brian's laughing at me, being too earnest. Here we go. This was Hannah's acceptance speech.
Finally, I'll pay the difference. Sorry. Finally, I just want to say, finally, go Birds.
No.
And free Palestine. Thank you.
The blank spot in the audio there was fuck.
Emma pauses the video to say no to Go Birds. Oh god, that is fucking hilarious to me. Sasha G with a sweet, sweet super sticker. Getting us to, I guess, 3? I guess that's 3 of 10, I think. 3 of 10. And oh my god, we've already burned through 45 minutes of the extended bonus hour. That's not great. That's not great. We're not, but you know, I still have faith. I'm going to continue to have faith and optimism that we will complete this goal at some point here during the stream. Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
not sure
guys.
why that
Go back.
If
And,
Emma had her choice, it would have censored Go Birds.
yeah, they blanked at the wrong
Illegal.
spot there. What she meant to say was Saquon Barkley is a traitor to New York City. Here we go.
Go Birds. And free Palestine. Thank you.
Yeah, they didn't blur that one out. I mean, that would have been. It would have made it worse if they bleeped that out.
Palestine as a dirty word.
Yes. And
It was Emma censoring the fuck eyes. Sure, it was Bad Lefty. Sure, yeah. Believable story. And if it wasn't Emma attempting, certainly failing to, but attempting to censor the pro Eagles messaging. I mean, she's a big Giants fan. I almost said a Giants fan. But is she not a big old Giants fan? Pitchforks Dragon contributing to the goal. It is a Thursday. I don't think we're going to make it. Don't say that. No! Don't say that, Pitchforks. That's crazy. That's crazy. And Sasha G gifting a galactic membership to the community. Getting us to, wait, all right, we we were what, 3, 4, 5, 4.5? 5? 4.5, I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Who got it? Cody Culp. Cody, enjoy. Enjoy that sweet, sweet galactic membership.
Gene Smart win too? I hope so. Yeah. Anyway,
Wasn't paying attention to the awards actually.
there was also a point where Hannah, there was a shot of her and they didn't have her pin. You have that? But we can just describe it. She turned to make sure the camera caught it. And then this was some of her explanation after as to why it was important for her to say, fuck ICE, free Palestine, in this moment in her career.
Hannah, I wanted to ask you, when you were up on stage, you talked about Palestine, and I know you signed a pledge too. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah. So, well, I thought it was important to talk about Palestine because it's an issue that's very dear to my heart. I have friends in Gaza who are working as frontline workers, as doctors right now in the north of Gaza to provide care for pregnant women and for school children to create schools in the refugee camps. And it's an issue that's really close to my heart. For many reasons, I feel like It is my obligation as a Jewish person to distinguish Jews from the state of Israel because our religion and our culture is such an important and long-standing, basically like institution that is really separate to this sort of ethno-nationalist state. And in terms of the pledge, it's like many movements, boycotting is an effective tool to create pressure on the powers that be to meet the moment, you know? So the Film Workers for Palestine boycott does not boycott individuals. It only boycotts institutions that are directly complicit in the genocide. So yeah, it's important to me, and I think it's an important measure, and so I was happy to be a part of it.
Amazing. And she wasn't the only one. Javier Bardem, who has been outspoken in...
Okay, I don't want to get too bogged down in Palestine. I mean, I just really wanted to focus on the fuck ICE, free Palestine, the fuck ICE part of the fuck ICE free Palestine comment. And I just thought it was based. I mean, the whole thing was based. At this moment, we need people like that to be standing up. Let's keep talking about ICE and what ICE has been up to and how people are feeling about what ICE has been up to. KTLA 5 from 2 days ago, Los Angeles, where a Van Nuys car wash owner who was raided by ICE is speaking out. And this is honestly a really disturbing video. Like, nothing about this video, like, about the fucking thumbnail or the title really portrayed what it was that I was about to see. And so I'm going to give you some warning. But there are some graphic images here. And it's of, as you'll see, it is of the owner of this car wash, who is a U.S. citizen, whom ICE decided to just beat up.
"80-year-old owner of a Van Nuys car wash says he was beaten, battered, and shoved to the ground during an..."
Just want you to hear that one more time. This man is 80 years old.
80-year-old owner of a Van Nuys car wash says he was beaten, battered, and shoved to the ground during an ICE raid that turned violent last week. He says he is a U.S. citizen and was also wrongfully detained.
Tonight, he's speaking out about his injuries and why he says the agents went too far. Carlos Salcedo live in Van Nuys with the story you'll see only on 5. Carlos.
Yeah, Mike, I share everything unfolded at this car wash behind me here in Van Nuys. The 80-year-old U.S. citizen says he wasn't trying to intervene, simply get answers. That's when armed masked men turned their attention towards him, leaving him badly injured.
You can see my arm.
Oh my God.
Black.
Rafi Shoehead shows us the injuries he sustained,
honestly,
including
oh my God, look at it. Before we get to that, just look at this. This is the after effect. Look at it. His entire arm, from from his armpit, from his tricep all the way down nearly to his wrist, is just purple and yellow. Oh my God. Look at, they brutalized this man. He's 80 years old. He's an American citizen. In what scenario did this guy deserve this?
The footage is all black.
Rafi Shoehead shows us the injuries he sustained, including a dislocated elbow, after his business was raided by federal immigration officials.
Look at that. Look at what they did to this man. This is an 80-year-old man, a business owner, a contributor of society in all the ways that these people, venerate. Business owner, capitalist. Contributing to the community, making jobs, He's a senior citizen, but hasn't even stopped working. Hasn't given up. a U.S. citizen is brutalized by a federal agency that has no jurisdiction over this man. Look at this man's elbow. Like, can you imagine this happened to your, whatever, your grandparents, your parents, however old you may be, yourself? I don't know. Like, this is fucking insane.
Including a dislocated elbow after his business was raided by federal immigration officials last week. Surveillance video shows as the 80-year-old car wash owner gets shoved to the ground by a mass agent as he's running down a narrow hallway.
It's his business.
Rothy says he didn't know what was going on, and when he came to
this is his business. This man is trying to. This is a fucking violation of all of this man's constitutional rights. They are on his property. They are in his property, and they just threw him to the ground without giving him a warrant, without giving him any, without any probable cause, doing the thing that they're been told that they weren't allowed to do earlier by a federal judge. Going and just mass arresting people at workplaces, clotheslining 80-year-old men to the ground, nearly breaking their fucking arms.
defense of one of his employees outside Valley Car Wash in Van Nuys, an unidentified officer pushes him back before throwing him to the ground as backup arrives.
They grabbed one of my guys, and I told him, hold on, most of these people, they have a paper, we have documentation here, and the only thing they said is, you don't F with the eyes, we are here. And they threw me on the floor, and 3 of them, they jumped on me and they were sitting on me.
Rothy says 5 of his employees were detained by ICE that Tuesday morning. He requested medical attention after being roughed up with a heart condition.
He's got a heart condition. This is disgusting. This is inhuman. I hope this, honestly, here's the thing. I hope this guy sues for millions of dollars. And the problem is that even if he wins a lawsuit for millions of dollars is not going to deter the Trump administration. Republicans just voted to give ICE billions of dollars. They can, they can shell out a few $1 million here and there. But stories like this are not getting enough attention. This man is an American fucking citizen. This should have 20 million views. This happened 2 days ago. And this didn't happen 2 days ago. This happened earlier this year, technically. But now it's all, like, this stuff is coming out. This guy's coming out and speaking. And it's just, it's fucking horrifying. They're brutalizing senior citizens, business-owning senior citizens, on their property without giving them adequate dues. They're giving all of the Constitution. They're not abiding the Constitution. They're just not. They're violating the law. What they're doing is a fucking crime. All these people here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all these guys are participating in a fucking crime. They don't have the right to do what they're doing to this guy. They didn't have just cause to throw him to the ground like that. And he had all reasonable expectations that he would be able to get documentation, get some information from these masked thugs on his property who are supposedly ICE agents. And this next story is fucking insane. And I haven't heard anybody talking about it yet. I'm sure we'll probably hear from certain people like tomorrow, maybe. And I haven't even fully grappled with this one yet. Honestly, I saw I noticed this story not that long before I started the stream. And I'm just disgusted. I guess I should have expected this to be coming down the pipeline at some point, and that I was perhaps being naive, thinking at all optimistically about what was going to happen with this man. But a judge, an immigration judge, has ordered that Colombia activist Mahmoud Khalil, a man who spent the last, or at least half of the Trump administration in federal detention, kept from his family, is being ordered by a federal immigration judge in, I believe, Louisiana, to be deported. Now, he's already out of Louisiana, so I don't know how it is that an immigration judge in Louisiana would be ruling on this, but here we are.
New twist in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, the former Columbia University grad student who led protests there last year.
We've learned that a federal immigration judge has ordered him to be deported. Christina Fan live outside campus to walk us through this decision. Christina?
Chris and Mary, good morning. The federal immigration judge in Louisiana issued that ruling last week, stating that Mahmoud Khalil should be removed from the country because he allegedly misrepresented his background on his green card application. The judge ordered he be deported either to Algeria, where he is a citizen, or Syria, where he was born. Khalil's attorneys detailed the latest developments in a federal court filing submitted Wednesday as part of his lawsuit against the federal government, accusing the Trump administration of retaliating against students for protesting Israel's conduct in Gaza. Khalil's attorneys wrote they plan to appeal the deportation order with the Board of Immigration Appeals, but worry that the process could be swift and unfavorable. Khalil was first detained by immigration agents in March. At first, the Trump administration alleged his presence was a threat to U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, which had no basis in reality, of course. How a student doing a protest could at all have adverse effects on American policy, I don't know. I do not know. I do not know, but it's fucking horrifying that Mahmoud Khalil is now set to leave this country. What will be of his wife and child? It would seem that they'll all be heading out somewhere else. Algeria, Syria, who knows? Maybe Democrats can save us. Aww. Yes, I suppose that is a cute thought.
Republicans triggered the nuclear option to change the rules of the Senate that is going to allow them to speed up confirmation of Trump's nominees for the executive branch. The vote was 53-45. And didn't Thune insist they were not going to do this? I mean, I know.
I would expect better from them.
But it's going to allow the Senate to confirm an unlimited number of nominees in one vote, rather than do each one individually. The rule applies to executive branch nominees subject to 2 hours of Senate debate, including sub-cabinet picks and ambassadors. It will not affect judicial nominations. Republicans say they're going to allow their own senators to object to individual nominees in any given block, but the rule will strip away the power of the minority party to do the same thing. These guys don't think they're ever going to lose the Senate, and they may be right. I mean, they may be right.
Gonna do it.
Thune initiated the process by bringing up a package of 48 Trump nominees who had been subject to the 60-vote threshold. I got to tell you, I am in favor of the filibuster going away. But this is important to note because Democrats, the vast majority of whom have been, have made this sacrosanct, but they don't understand that more often than not in the history of this country, the filibuster has been used to inhibit progressive legislation.
They know that. The Democrats that support the filibuster know that. They like it.
Well, they just lost their fig leaf.
But they
want an excuse to not do shit.
Exactly.
I mean, you read Robert Caro's books about the civil rights fight and the way people were talking about the Senate back then. We need to get back there.
Now, what should the response of the Democratic leader should be? Is it to say, good, because we're going to address the American public. We're going to go out there with candidates who are going to meet the needs and the expectations of the American public. And when we get into office, you cannot wait to see the nominees that we have that are going to fill these seats. and labor and across the board. I mean, frankly, Democrats are going to need this to rebuild the government. Here's Chuck Schumer, who's going to tell these Republicans a thing or two.
Recognizes the Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I just want everyone here and in the country to understand what our Republican colleagues just did. For the third time this year, Republicans just resorted to the so-called nuclear option in the Senate, weakening the Senate even further and turning this chamber into a conveyor belt for unqualified Trump nominees. A conveyor belt for unqualified Trump nominees.
Weak.
Make no mistake, this move by Republicans was not so much about ending obstruction as they claim. Rather, it was another act of genuflection to the executive branch. Democrats have shown very clearly we're willing to negotiate. We did that at the end of the last work period. We were doing it today. But what Republicans have done is chip away at the Senate even more, to give Donald Trump more power and to rubber stamp whomever he wants, whenever he wants them, no questions asked. That is not the Senate's job. We're supposed to debate and take votes on nominees.
Oh, God, I
especially
already
when the
fell
executive
asleep.
branch.
Listen, let me get to the quick about this.
We will win.
No, well, okay. That's true. But we also are prepared to completely capitulate on the budget. But now that you've done this, we're still going to completely capitulate on the budget. So you're going to find out, misters and ladies, what happens when you do something like this, which is so horrific. So horrific that I am going to be 7 minutes late to vote on that budget that you want to pass. So it's not going to happen lickety-split. You're going to have to wait. Maybe you'll get hungry.
What kind of bull is this?
I mean, when we capitulate on the budget, we're not going to be smiling.
Not
We're going to look grumpy. And that's going to make you feel bad, right?
I liked when he said, you know, this is about giving Donald Trump more power. I thought about like who I'd heard this kind of phrase from before.
No, don't worry, because it's September.
Yes.
And the Republican Party, by the time September comes,
the fever
when
will
Donald Trump's approval rating, you will see, they will not, they're going to start to break apart. How do I know this?
How?
Okay, well, here's plan B. Plan B is we're going to give them so much rope that they're going to hang themselves on it. Wait till they pass their budget again. With our help. Because
so much rope it reaches the floor.
Exactly. So much. Okay. All right. That's the complicated part. We're going to also tell them, you should step up on a chair and tie the rope there, and then you'll see.
Please step off.
Now, if they don't do that, we may have to vote for their budget again until they learn their lesson. We're gonna kill them with kindness. That's what it is.
Aren't I a good guy?
You don't like me hugging you so tightly? Oh, well, there's more of this where that came from. So watch out. You're in big trouble.
Maybe if he did hug him really.
Oh, God. I would like to point out that technically the government shutdown deadline is next Monday. And we haven't been talking about it at all. Well, I mean, we've talked about it a couple times, but I feel like nobody's been talking about it. And I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's highly possible with everything going on, we could see something of a government deadline, perhaps being pushed. You know, I don't know. I don't know if the government's going to shut down. I'm just saying it just feels like it could happen right now with everything going on. Maybe not. Maybe not. The 22nd. I'm not mistaken. That is the deadline. That is Monday. If I have done the math correctly. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I've thought it through. We're going to take another quick galactic intermission since we haven't completed the goal yet, and I'm just sort of, wildly thrashing about. Wait, why does this goal say 3 hours? This is wrong. This is wrong. The goal's already ended. This was a 3-hour goal, wasn't it? I did a 3-hour goal accidentally. Oh, hold on. I'm removing this goal. We haven't seen confetti around here in quite some time. It's been since this weekend. This last weekend. Okay, I'm going to say that we were at 5 of 10. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a final goal since we were now 5 hours into the stream. That's right, 2 bonus hours in hopes that we complete the goal so that we can get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content today. The final countdown. It's the real one now. Final countdown. Another full hour. But we're going to take a break. Simultaneously. Okay, what is my browser doing? I need you to work with me. And not do whatever it is you want to call this. Right here. This is not helpful. This is not helpful at all. I love how this browser just randomly just gives up on life. Just suddenly, for no good reason. Is it gonna let me start the goal, or no? Jesus Christ. Is this a joke? We're just playing we're just doing jokes now?
Give me a joke.
Okay, I guess we're just doing jokes now. That's cool. Alright, I guess I gotta refresh this whole window. 'Cause it's gone rogue. Conspiracy? Conspiracy? What's conspiracy? 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 What are you people doing? Saying a bunch of crazy nonsense words in chat.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That's loud. Is there like a program open that I'm like not noticing? Because it's like this computer's acting weird today. It's acting very weird. Okay, now you're gonna let me make a goal. Okay. Great. Whatever it takes, honestly. Whatever. I don't care. You see me not caring. All right. The final countdown goal has started, everyone. Remember, you can contribute in a myriad of ways. To the break. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. hit that bell icon so that you can ensure that you never miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it now, clicking away with your thumbs and fingers, do also consider clicking the donate button somewhere over here. Yes. Do click somewhere in one of the places, the links available to you. Contribute to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways, of course, available. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of 10 cents a day, $3 a month, you can get access to a truly wonderful spread of galactic benefits. Things like an avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream, but before we do that, I just want to say thank you to E-Rock for the sweet, sweet super chat. Jesus on a raptor with emoji, with the pride flag emoji. Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag, and Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag. I do love that emote. It's a great emote. Who made that? Oh, right. It was me. I'm the one who did it. And I like when people use the galactic emotes. It gives me a feeling of great joy. That gets us to, I think, 6. We'll call it it's like 5.5 or 6. It's something like that. But we'll just call it 6. Easier to remember. 6 of 10. 4 left to go with 40 minutes left-ish. About 40 minutes, 45 minutes or so. Left on the goal timer. Now we ended the third half. Oh my God. It was basically we basically ended the third half talking about Democrats. What they're doing to fight back against Donald Trump and the GOP as the deadline approaches on Monday.
What is it Democrats want as their, what is your bare minimum to come back to the negotiating table?
We're not going to negotiate in public, but what is clear, as we've said, is we will not support a partisan spending bill that Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people that continues to gut health care. No one who is following what Republicans have done to rip away health care of the American people can reasonably suggest that responsible legislators should do anything other than push back aggressively to protect the health care of the American people and make sure that millions of folks don't have to deal with dramatic increases in their health care premiums, copays, and deductibles.
Okay, I mean, that's kind of vague, but there's enough specifics in there, I guess, to work with. But there's Hakeem Jeffries saying that what is effectively the bare minimum from Democrats to vote on the upcoming budget is for this spending bill to somehow prevent any Americans from having increased healthcare costs. Which, I mean, it's a great goal, and I'm about it. It's not clear what mechanisms we're talking about. Just ensuring that Medicaid gets funded properly? I don't know. Hakeem refusing to get too granular, too specific. Claiming he's not going to negotiate in public. Might be helpful, I don't know, as the guy in charge of messaging to, get some messaging prepared. But okay. You do you, Hakeem. Let's see what people who aren't necessarily Democrats are doing. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders went deep into Trump country, and More Perfect Union tagged along.
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders
in a room full of Trump voters.
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West, by God, Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really? It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The billionaires, they don't need a tax break.
They're trying to give all the billionaires and rich people breaks. That's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a Democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump, and then now you're a whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. Been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people, very down-to-earth, working-class people. You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment. We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now.
We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a hand woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, but anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's crying at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his voters over biscuits and coffee to find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal. You're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're gonna start with me.
Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
I am independent, but I lean conservative. I not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited because I didn't want to, but I didn't. You know.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now.
Right.
I do not. No.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting because I was just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Senator, who'd you vote for?
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question.
Yeah.
You are living, shock of all shocks, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works at the hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer, nobody does, because again, this is not just the West Virginia issue. We got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
In my thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what? Mental
health issues. Lack of jobs. Lack of jobs, poverty, lack of support for our veterans.
Do you find many veterans doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless.
And homeless.
And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought for our country, and we can't even afford to give them housing.
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? We have thoughts about that. How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
Talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, my mother was an addict, and that's how she got addicted. She had a back injury. The doctor kept prescribing medicine. Eventually, that medicine didn't work, and she had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose. So, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it.
The economy, jobs, causing people to be in a state of despair, lack of financial stability, access to health care, all these other things, causing people to turn to drugs and further worsen problems for rural places like this West Virginia town. Now, things are about to change with the economy. Federal Reserve earlier on Wednesday announcing its interest rate decision. What the federal funds rate will be, what it is, the percentage charged to banks and other institutions borrowing money from the Federal Reserve. We'll get to that in a second, but first let's hear what Donald Trump had to say when asked about whether or not the Federal Reserve is an independent institution.
There is big trouble. Who do you believe the Federal Reserve is an independent body? What do you think about the independent? Oh, it should be, but I think they should listen to smart people like me. I think I have a better instinct than him. If you look.
Should be independent, but they should also listen to the president. That's kind of independent, right? Look, I know a lot about the economy. I'm a very smart guy. I went to Wharton School of Business. And there's no reason why I, as president, shouldn't be able to tell the Federal Reserve what to do. What's not independent about the President of the United States, the federal branch of the government, telling the Federal Reserve what to do? They're both federal. Totally makes sense if you don't think about it at all. But for reasons probably unrelated to Donald Trump and more related to the economy, concerns surrounding jobs overriding concerns of inflation, Federal Reserve voting to cut interest rates for the first time in a year, essentially. Here's CNN yesterday.
Major breaking economic news. The Federal Reserve announcing its decision on whether to make its first interest rate cut this year, and it's happening after months of pressure from President Trump. Let's go straight to CNN's Matt Egan. He is live for us at the Federal Reserve headquarters here in Washington. Tell us about this decision, Matt.
Yeah, Brianna, the Fed just delivered an interest rate cut, and it is the quarter-point cut that was widely expected. Now, this is a big deal because it is the first interest rate cut of the second Trump administration, and it's sending a clear message that Federal Reserve officials are more worried about the slumping job market than they are about stubborn inflation. They're acting now to try to shore up the job market before this trouble turns into something worse. And they're signaling this concern in their new statement that they just put out by inserting some new language that I'll read to you now. Fed officials say that job gains have slowed and the unemployment rate has edged up but remains low. Fed officials also say that they have judged that downside risks to employment have risen. Now, at the same time, this statement also says that inflation has moved up and remains somewhat elevated, which just gets at this really difficult situation facing the Fed, where they're really trying to fight a two-front war, right? They're trying to...
Which is, of course, something the Fed really is not very good at doing. There's not really any options for them to do both of these simultaneously. So, unfortunately, this will have negative implications on prices and inflation. But it will, in theory, lower interest rates for some people, but not everyone. I would point that out. Unless you're directly borrowing from the Federal Reserve, your interest rates may or may not go down. Although I have heard that some interest rates have ticked down in like a couple of places, but not across the board. Now, this is something that I postulated when these numbers came out, suggesting that for the last year, 1 million less jobs have been created than initially believed. I had suggested that I thought it was entirely possible AI had something to do with that. And it would seem that the chairman of the Federal Reserve would agree with me. This is Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Jerome Powell resigns that artificial intelligence is probably a factor in the current job market.
Mr. Chairman, Neil Irwin with Axios. There's been some debate lately on whether AI is already starting to affect the labor market in terms of lower labor demand, higher productivity by contrast. Do you buy that? And if that is true, does that have implications for the monetary policy setting?
So there's great uncertainty around that. I think my view, which is also a bit of a guess, but widely shared, I think, is that you are seeing some effects, but it's not the main thing driving it. And so particular focus on young people coming out of college. And yeah, there may be something there. It may be that companies or other institutions that have been hiring younger people right out of college are able to use AI more than they had in the past. That may be part of the story.
There you go. AI may very well be a part of the story as to why we are not seeing job creation in the way that was being expected by economists, statisticians, and such. Which is what I was saying before. Like I said, I never said attributed the whole thing to AI, but I said I think it has to have been a factor in this. And is a current factor, and moving forward, it's going to be a factor. Regardless of whether or not AI is actually functioning in the ways that they're claiming. People are attempting to use it in the ways that they're claiming, because that's how they're marketing it. All these companies are trying to sell it to people. They have sales departments, and they have people trying to sell these applications to businesses all over the place, you know, and any and all industries that they can think of applications for. And so it's just, I think it's a given that in some cases people are being convinced to forego hiring new employees to try out pilot programs of AI applications. I don't think that's crazy at all. Not crazy at all to think, in my opinion. All right, let's move on to talking about the environment really quickly today. Started off with a man who did a lot of work in his life on the environment. A man who recently died just a couple of days ago. A man by the name of Robert Redford. You may have heard of him.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with the late Robert Redford. In his own words, the legendary Oscar-winning director, actor, and activist died at his home in Sundance, Utah at the age of 89 Tuesday. In addition to being a Hollywood icon, Robert Redford was a longtime environmental activist who served for 50 years as a trustee of the Natural Resources Defense Council. He was also the creator of the Sundance Film Festival, where I would often interview him over the last decade. This is part of an interview we did in 2015 in Park City.
I think the deniers of climate change are probably people who are afraid of change. They don't want to see change. They want to hang on to the way things were. And my feeling about the deniers and a lot of other issues that are out there is that too many in Congress are pushing us back into the 1950s. That's what it feels like. They're pushing us back in time rather than forward in time. And I think, why is the reason? Maybe they're afraid of not being able to be included. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of sad because it's so polarized. You know, it's so mean-spirited.
They also often say that we need this oil to move forward in America.
Well, we also need alternative energy, too. I mean, I think that's the future. I don't think oil is the future. I think it should probably stay. And this is going to be an unpopular view, but I think, because I worked in an oil field as a kid. I worked in the Chevron oil fields in California. So I've had a lot of experience with oil. I think it should stay in the ground now. And I think that we're so close to polluting the planet beyond anything sustainable. I think we better say, let's stop this argument about alternative energy is not going to produce enough jobs. And to me, that's a mistake because it would produce an industry, and an industry would produce jobs. So I think somebody's got to speak up for the fact that alternative energy is the way of the future, not oil, certainly not coal and gas. So that's my feeling.
And your thoughts on the oil barons, the Koch brothers? It's just been announced that they and their allied groups will pour $900 billion into the next election, doubling what they did in the last election. $900 million into the next election.
Money's the name of the game. I mean, I think money is what moves the ball, and they're moving the ball in their direction. I think it's the wrong direction. It's very narrow-minded, but they have the money to do it, so it's a free country.
So some people might be saying right now, why am I talking to this famous actor, an Oscar-winning director, about issues like the environment and money and politics?
Well, because I've been in, I guess you could call
climate and everything are the same word.
Issues like the environment and money in politics?
Well, because I've been I guess you could call me an activist since 1969. I've been involved in the environment from the standpoint of wanting to draw attention to what an alternative could be rather than what we've been having. And I remember when I was at a conference in Vail, Colorado, and they talked about where all the energy was going, all the effort and the energy and the money was going to oil, gas, coal, and nothing was being contributed to the alternative energy. And I thought, well, why this stuff is going to run out. It's not infinite. It's going to run out. And it's costly. And it pollutes our planet. If somebody doesn't start thinking about what we're going to develop for our survival, because I think we are a development-oriented society, it's going to be a question of what we develop for our survival and what we preserve for our survival. And I think there's been little to no talk about preservation because those people that you're talking about, the McConnells and people like that, they're living so far in the past. They're living so much in the past. Seems like they're afraid of the future.
Can you believe that the Sundance Film Festival is 31 years old?
No.
Do you think of it as one of your children?
You know, it's interesting. I think of it, because it was a big idea back in 1985. It was a big idea with a small start, because there was no support. There was only one theater in Park City. Sundance, the place, is not here in Park City. It's 40 miles away, higher up in the mountains, tucked away. That's where our lab programs are. That's where the development process is. That's where our nonprofit Sundance Development for the documentaries and the film and the theater and so forth, music. Park City works out for us because they have something we need, which is theatrical distribution capability. And we give them something they need, which is a venue to attract people. So the first year, there was maybe 150 people that showed up. We had one theater, maybe 10 documentaries and 20 films. And now it's grown to the point where it's kind of like a wild horse. You know, I can't begrudge it. I mean, that was the dream. It started as just a hope. And then when it became a reality, it started to have its own momentum.
And the point of it, since you certainly, have great acclaim in Hollywood, you didn't need another venue, as all the creative ways you participate in the film industry, as director, as an actor. So why Sundance? You had it made.
Okay, I just figured we would take a look at this video. Robert Redford, a great actor, director, filmmaker, and environmental activist, something which not enough people take the fight up on in the ways that he did. A great man, a great loss to this planet of ours. And honestly, I didn't know that he was the one who created the Sundance Film Festival for whatever reason. I just somehow I did not know that. It's a fascinating little tidbit. Okay. Let's go on to a few environmental stories. Like I said, we don't have a lot today. Honestly, there's been no activity in the Atlantic, which is very strange. There's not a lot of new fire activity. Many of the same fires are still burning to some degree. Some have been put out. But there's not a lot, and it's too quiet. It's too quiet right now. Well, yeah, let's go here first, West Coast, all the way up in Washington State, where Mount St. Helens did some very strange stuff earlier this week. Here's King 5 Seattle from 2 days ago.
Parts of Washington and Oregon got a bit of a shock today. A cloud of ash blowing around Mount St. Helens. The U.S. Geological Survey says high wind gusts near the mountains stirred up ash left over from the 1980 eruption. It attracted so much attention, the USGS put out an informational alert to calm any potential fears of another eruption.
Okay, there you go, real quick video there. No, Mount St. Helens did not erupt. Yes. This dust did come from it, blowing all over the place. You rate Mike Skinner from the streets. You want me to rate Mike Skinner? I listened, I was more of a Mike Skinner fan when I was young. When I was like, he was, I think first time I heard Mike Skinner in the streets, it was probably like 12 or 13. One of my best friends was a Brit from Kenya, and he introduced me to the streets. All right, this happened right before the stream started in California. There were warnings ahead of this, apparently. Storms heading to the LA area, bringing rain to the burn scars in the San Bernardino Mountains. And warnings came to reality earlier today. Mudslides trapping cars and drivers.
That breaking news you're looking at it. We begin with that mudslide in the Inland Empire. This is video just into our newsroom. You can see some of the cars stuck in deep mud out there. This is happening in Oak Glen, that's just east of Yucaipa. Right now, search and rescue teams are working to help the drivers still trapped out there. NBC4's Christian Caceres live in Oak Glen. And Christian, we understand there was a CHP officer also stuck out there?
Colleen, that's right, and we should mention we are in Yucaipa, but yes, I just spoke with CAL FIRE, who tells me that CHP officer was not hurt, but he has been rescued because there is just so much debris, just a big mess up in these mountain communities. And I want to show you the situation just behind me here. You can still see some of those clouds lingering in the mountains behind me, but the big takeaway here, according to CAL FIRE, is that all of those families in the communities of Forest Falls and Oak Glen have been told to shelter in place until further notice. Now, according to CAL FIRE, about 6 cars are still stuck in the mudslide that happened this afternoon, including that CHP vehicle that we're told was caught in all that mess. There was an officer.
Horrible. Look at this. This is disgusting. Oh my God. It's like a good foot and a half, depending on the area. Oh my God. Just mud. Oh, mud everywhere. Ashy mud. Oh, and that's going to make it very cement-like. You combined all the dirt and the debris and then the burnt trees and the ash and then the water coming in. Oh, no. The cleanup from this is going to be terrible. Oh, damn, this guy's Corvette. That thing's done.
Inside, we're told again that officer was not hurt, but he has been rescued. Now, in a separate case, we're told one person who was trying to drive out of that mud area, that person was hurt, and we're also told that person has been rescued. And again, this is all happening near Oak Glen Road and Potato Canyon Road. Now, fire officials say at the same time,
Pretty wild scenes here in the San Bernardino Mountains of California. Rain's causing incredible landslides. It's going to take a little while to get rid of all that. Not that much. All right, let's go inland to Utah. where footage of a tornado was captured on Tuesday. A tornado which destroyed multiple homes near Montezuma Creek in San Juan County.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We begin tonight with the destructive tornadoes there in southern Utah.
Yeah, we can now confirm that 3 homes on the Navajo Nation were completely destroyed today. Those homes located near Montezuma Creek, which is dealing with some power outages tonight. The San Juan County Administrator tells KSL 5 dogs were killed. Thankfully, though, no people were hurt. Livestock also reported missing. The storms, which are believed to have spawned multiple tornadoes, rolled through the area around 1 o'clock today. Look at that. It prompted warnings from the National Weather Center.
Now, according to the Navajo Police Department, impacted families have been placed in hotels. The community is being asked to stay out of the damaged areas. The Red Cross will be there next week.
Yeesh. that tornado is freaking massive. Look at it. Wild images. I'm seeing them again for a second time right now because the stream's slightly behind me. Jesus, look at those things. All right. Let's go now to Minnesota, where they are predicting vibrant fall foliage. That's right, the fall is here. Fall is here, people. Summer's over. I even saw some leaves in New York when I was down on planet Earth earlier this week. Leaves are turning everywhere already.
Some great news today from the Minnesota DNR on their fall color prediction. Lisa Meadows shows us how summer weather helped and the best times to head out for some leaf peeping.
So relative to 2024, the weather has really cooperated in 2025 for fall color display.
Some of your summer plans might have gotten rained out this year, but those rainy days actually helped invigorate our fall colors.
We didn't have a serious drought anywhere in the state. We had relatively decent rains from June through August, which means that we didn't lose a lot of leaves due to drought stress. So that's a really good thing for fall colors.
So far, September has been running about 10 to 15 degrees below average, which helps promote those vibrant reds.
When you get those cool temperatures.
There you go. Due to particular weather conditions in Minnesota this year, people in the state can expect vibrant fall colors. It's very exciting. That's one of the, I think that's one of the benefits of living in a northern state. When the seasons start changing, to witness the beauty, the majesty of Mother Nature. And I figured I'd just leave 1 or 2 Sunday Funday videos in here today, since we didn't do a Sunday Funday stream. I peppered in a couple from the list. Staying in the fall discussions, let's go to Buffalo, where the Great Pumpkin Farm in Clarence is already open now for the season. You can start carving pumpkins. Over a month away from Halloween, people are already carving pumpkins.
That's too much, man!
Back here in Erie County with the Bills officially 2-0 on the year and the temperatures cooling off, I think it's safe to say that fall is here. And right on cue, the Great Pumpkin
That can't be a real pumpkin.
Cooling off, I think it's safe to say that fall is here. And right on cue, the Great...
No, where is it? There's no way that's a real pumpkin. That's got to be fake. What is that? There's no way. There's no way that's real. That has got to be fake. That thing is humongous. That is the size of a shed.
Temperatures cooling off, I think it's safe to say that fall is here. And right on cue, the Great Pumpkin Farm in Clarence is rolling out the pumpkins for its opening weekend of the season. Along with the pumpkins, guests enjoyed pedal cars, a petting zoo, and plenty of good food and drinks. And for some of us, it may seem a little early to jump into celebrating fall, but at the Pumpkin Farm, they tell us right now is the perfect time.
The opening weekend is the best time to come in and get in before the crowds. You get your fix of pumpkin spice, you know, your apple cider donuts, but you can come in while it's still slower, get your fall fix, and still get a fun time with all the rides and attractions as well.
Family time, enjoy the outdoors because we only get so many nice days, so being outside and being able to just walk around as a family is fun. And they like to feed the animals, they like to pick out pumpkins. I always buy my mom's here.
And this is a special year for the farm.
Well, there you have it. The pumpkin's already out. You need to start your Halloween decorating. You can get it done in some areas like Buffalo. Okay. Now, since unfortunately we still have not completed the goal, with 6 hours having transpired during this stream, I am now going to kick this thing into high gear. And we're going to hit up the last 2 topics today. Since it doesn't seem we're going to complete it, we're still 4 short of completing the goal. So we're going to do Britain, we're going to do France, since they are in the thumbnail. I would like to end this here. We are going to skip some shit. Let's go. Channel 4 News 3 days ago. Keir Starmer answering more questions about Lord Peter Mandelson, Mr. Peter Lord Mandelson, whatever his name is, the former UK ambassador to the United States, whose name came up a bunch of times in the latest release of documents. The 18,000 emails released by the Jeffrey Epstein estate last week, causing a whole lot of people to question how it is that he managed to get the job in the first place. Why Prime Minister Starmer would have chosen him. A lot of questions like that. Sorry, I'm stalling. At this point, I'm stalling. At this point, I'm stalling by saying more words about this. Now, of course, Keir Starmer, already incredibly unpopular right now. Perhaps not as popular as the Conservatives, but Labour has really been digging their own political graves, if you will, all the stuff they've been doing in the last year. And this certainly isn't helping with popularity.
The people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics.
Shit. No, shut up, Elon. No, unite the kingdom. We were going to cover the kingdom, but we don't have time. We don't have time. We'd have all the time in the world to complete this, but just can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You have failed once again to complete the goal. But at the bare minimum, we must at least cover what's on the thumbnail and the title. I mean, not doing that feels a little ridiculous to me. Okay, Channel 4 News interview with Prime Minister Starmer.
People are baffled why you appointed Peter Mandelson in the first place to this job.
This is
When, in
ridiculous!
essence, all the facts that we now know, we knew when you did the appointment. It's just that there's been some sort of lurid, headline-grabbing language that we've seen since.
Peter Mandelson, before he was appointed, went through a due diligence process. That's the propriety and ethics team went through a process. And therefore, I knew of his association with Epstein. But had I known then what I know now, I'd have never appointed him. Because what emerged last week were emails, Bloomberg emails, which showed that the nature and extent of the relationship that Peter Mandelson had with Epstein was far different to what I had understood to be the position when I appointed him. On top of that, what the...
We don't need the on top of that, I'm afraid. This is a 12.5-minute interview. That first minute kind of sums up the entire thing. It's just Keir Starmer going, well, what you don't understand is that when I chose Lord Peter Mandelson for the position, I was unaware that his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was as lurid as described in the emails, which we now all, of course, have access to. But in hindsight, I would have chosen differently, but we can't go back in time, and so on and so forth. Just basically, he has nothing. He has nothing for this. It's terrible. But really, if anything, it's really a bonding moment. It's a bonding moment for the two powers, right? We're both going through this Epstein situation together, if you will. You know, Trump and other Republicans and Democrats, really, just politicians and other big, powerful figures in the United States being tied to Epstein. And the United Kingdom certainly not dodging any of the Epstein luridness, as they put it. First, Prince Andrew, now Lord Peter Mandelson.
President Trump just touched down for his second state visit to the United Kingdom, but amidst the fanfare of his pending meetings with the royal family and Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal is still casting quite a shadow all the way across the Atlantic. CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins is on the ground near Windsor Castle. Caitlin, explain the connection here.
Yeah, Jake, and not really just casting a shadow. I should note they're literally casting images of this on Windsor Castle earlier tonight to kind of remind everyone of those ties that you mentioned there with Jeffrey Epstein. This was done. I should note 4 people have actually been arrested as a result of this, and these images that we recorded here showing that alleged birthday letter that was in the Jeffrey Epstein book that was released, pictures of with Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. That's that old footage from Mar-a-Lago. They also are posting images of the president's mugshot. I'm not so sure he would mind that one. They have it hanging inside the halls of the West Wing. But Jake, the one thing that the British Prime Minister and President Trump do have in common is they've now both had to fire senior officials in their orbit as a result of their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously, Trump did so in his first term with his then Labor Secretary Alex Acosta, the one who negotiated that sweetheart deal for Jeffrey.
Yeah, look at this bonding moment for us. We can bond over the fact that we have a bunch of sex predators running our governments. And that's fun for us, I think. That's a fun time. Let's go here to the dinner celebrating Trump's state visit, where protesters disrupted. Oh.
How rude!
If we drill, baby, drill! How many will we kill?
I'm sure we're all here because we back Donald Trump. What we know about Donald Trump Trump is that he's here to do the bold policies. He's here to take the steps where other people refuse to tread. And he's here in our country to spread those ideas here. And what do those ideas mean? Well, they mean by 2050, 4 billion people succumbing to the climate crisis. They mean the war in Gaza. They mean a huge, terrible, absolutely catastrophic, cascading collapse of impacts that are beyond our wildest imagination. Fires, floods, globally, to affect us all and kill billions in their wake. We should not be here to support this president. He only leads us down a path of fascism and climate collapse. It is clear that this man is a madman. He is going to send us into an early grave. If we drill, baby, drill, how many will we kill? If we drill, baby, drill, how many will we kill? If we drill, baby, drill, how many will we kill? If we drill, baby, drill, how many will we?
This fucking wide-eyed psychopath over here who comes charging at this dude needs a fucking chill pill. Jesus Christ. You do that at me, might get a different result. Nadia, Yvette Chambers with a sweet, sweet super chat. Like the ennui click of China. Of 100 years ago, I called this lot the nonce click. Whitney Webb and Aaron Good trace it back to Meyer Lansky in the 1920s.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
China! Thank you, Nadia. Much appreciated. Incredibly generous. More protests were seen across the UK on Donald Trump's second state visit this year. Here's the AP from 2 days ago. Protests outside of Windsor Castle.
It is completely unprecedented for a president to have 2 state visits. It shows a degree of, I think, favoritism and compliance to an enemy of democracy.
Oh my God. I think
Okay,
it's
this is
total
amazing.
hypocrisy that the royal family are...
The person who made the Donald Trump South Park head cutout puppet is a genius. This right here. This is top level protesting is what this is.
There's a degree of, I think, favoritism and compliance
Look at that.
to
It's
an enemy of
glorious.
democracy.
The mouth moves and
I think
everything.
it's total hypocrisy that the royal family are welcoming Trump when they've ostracized Andrew rightly for consorting with
There's a good
Epstein.
point. That is
We know that Trump has done
hypocritical.
exactly the same.
That is
and
a
he should not.
hypocrisy. They've chastised dear Prince Andrew for him consorting with that sex offender and possibly doing some sex crimes of his own.
Illegal.
Why invite this one to the to Windsor Castle twice in 1 year? Seems very strange, sort of inconsistent hypocrisy. Woman makes a very, very good point. Perhaps because Donald Trump can do more for the royal family than Prince Andrew?
What? Not be welcome here. It is totally wrong and totally hypocritical.
I don't think it's right that we're having Trump come for a second state visit due to his horrible rhetoric, policies and actions towards women and people of colour.
This is ridiculous!
Doth prepare to dine a royal feast in the palace. So shall we roll out the red carpet, or shall we roll it back up? What dost thou say? What dost thou say?
This fucking guy. I guess he just had that in his closet.
Now, as well as the pomp and ceremony today, there are protests taking place. We were seeing the live pictures only a few moments ago against President Trump's state visit. These are the live pictures from central London, from a demonstration organised by activists from the Stop Trump Coalition. Well, let's go to our correspondent Nick Johnson, who's amongst the protesters. And Nick, tell us more about the size of the protests, the security, and what people are saying to you.
Yeah, Matthew, we're quite close to the front of this march, which set off about 40 minutes or so ago. We think, I mean, it's always hard to count here, but we think around 5,000 people on this large Stop Donald Trump protest. Now, the Metropolitan Police, which covers London, says around 1,000 of its officers are here to police and facilitate this protest, but also up to around 500 officers from other parts of the country as well. And this protest really is a confluence of views. A lot of people here say that they don't want Donald Trump here for lots of different reasons, but one of the things they've made very clear is he is certainly not welcome here. I'm just going to speak.
Well, there we go. Protesters making their voices heard. They do not want Donald Trump in Britain. Nonetheless, Donald Trump's state visit continued on. Let's go here. Associated Press from yesterday. King Charles III praises UK-US relationship during state banquet speech.
Today, however, we celebrate a relationship between our two countries that surely neither Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. The ocean may still divide us, but in so many other ways, we are now the closest of kin. Mr. President, you have spoken of your pride in your British roots. In fact, not only have you set foot on British soil twice in the last 2 months alone, but I understand that British soil makes for rather splendid golf courses. Our countries have the closest defence, security and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace. And our AUKUS submarine partnership with Australia sets the benchmark for innovative and vital collaboration.
Dude, King Charles's hands look so fucked up. Why do they look like that? Oh my God. It's all those years of inbreeding. Okay. Now, while Donald Trump is here, working on this UK-US relationship, apparently a deal, a economic tech partnership was signed worth billions of dollars.
Donald Trump arrived in the UK late Tuesday for an unprecedented second state visit to the country. The trip will see both pomp and protests. But the two nations also hope it will mark the start of a new era in investment. To mark the event, they've agreed a tech prosperity deal with an estimated value of $42 billion.
Everything is computer.
Among the major investments promised, Microsoft says it will spend around $30 billion expanding cloud and AI infrastructure in the UK. It will also help build the country's biggest AI supercomputer in northeast London. Google promised almost $7 billion in spending on a new data centre and AI research. And Nvidia said it would deploy 120,000 advanced chips across the country.
Here we go, tech partnership, United States, United Kingdom, united in a tech businessing AI race and things of that nature. Apparently, we're going to be combining our efforts on that. Whatever that means. Here's video of the president leaving Windsor Castle. Oh, it was really great. Thank you, King. You're great, King Charles. King Charles, whatever your name is. I think you're great. Thanks for having me. Your house is pretty nice. Not as nice as Mar-a-Lago, but really big. Really, really big. Loving it.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great gentleman. A great gentleman and a great king.
Great gentleman, great king. The great, great King Charles. Very great. Very good. Okay. Right after that, Donald Trump went over to the Checkers estate. I'm not sure if that's how you're supposed to pronounce that. Greeted by Prime Minister Starmer. And a bunch of dudes. I don't know what these guys are up to. The police? The secret police or something? I don't know who these guys are. If I'm being honest. Oh yeah, gotta get the bagpipes in there. Gotta get the bagpipes in there. Oh my god, this footage is cursed. Okay, I guess we're gonna skip this one. This footage is fully cursed. Fully cursed. Okay. Let's go here. It wasn't just Donald Trump in the United Kingdom. First Lady Melania, Be Best Trump, was also there. Being best, of course. Hanging out with Queen Camilla. Taking a little tour of the Royal Library in Windsor. Look at this. Vast tomes of knowledge. I wonder how much of this is stolen and looted. What do you think? 30%? Look at that, the Queen of America and the Queen of Britain hanging out together in perfect harmony, looking at books that neither are going to read.
Very
All of it is stolen. I was trying to be generous, 30%. All of it? That seems high.
hard work. 63.
Well, according to one Irish viewer, all of these books are stolen.
Illegal.
Illegal books. But Melania getting the full royal tour. And boy, oh boy, what this library's got a real ass on it. Goes for days and days, just collections of just, I mean, all sorts of shit. Art, books, you know, the all the library type stuff. Statues. All stolen. Yeah, that's fair. But Melania wasn't limiting her hangout sessions to Queen Camilla. No. She was also hanging out with the Princess of Wales, Catherine, who I believe is she undergoing cancer treatment right now or something. Look at this obsequious fuck. Run! We must run and prepare for pictures. Run! If we don't run now, we won't be able to get the very best pictures of the queen. I mean, the princess. Is she even a queen? Harsh. I think, yeah, technically she's a queen. Not in the same way that Elizabeth was a queen, but still a queen. Still a queen. Not the sovereign, but the queen. A queen. And she doesn't wield the same level of power as the previous queen. At least is my understanding of all that. I could honestly be wrong about what I'm saying. It's all very confusing. Oh, look at that. They got little... Oh, look, it's all on the lawn. Oh, it's so... Oh, gosh. Oh, little child. Are you being based? Are you being based, child? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the chair, man. Oh, I don't speak to servants.
And tell me, have you been collecting all
I deserved that chair.
garden? Yeah? Do you know what any of them are called?
There we go. First Lady Melania Trump and Princess of Wales. Two women with a great deal of privilege. Some might say is unearned. Hanging out with a bunch of children. Unnamed. On the lawn. At Frogmore Gardens. Whatever the hell that means. Everybody be based. All right, let's go here now. Channel 4 News, 14 hours ago. Trump's UK state visit. Key agreements and disagreements with Starmer. It means more frogs. You figure? More frogs. Frogmore. I'm starting to see what you're saying.
Marine One disturbing another English pastoral scene as the nervous hosts looked on. Buttered up royally last night at Windsor Castle, Keir Starmer hopes all this could make him open to Britain's attempts to shift him on trade, on Russia and much else. The country air was heavy with the smell of helicopter kerosene as his monster convoy crawled the 100 yards to the front door. Keir Starmer twice reached across to clutch his wife's hand before leading Donald Trump in for 90 minutes of talks. One of Number 10's top priorities for these talks was trying to get Donald Trump to harden his line against President Putin. And when it came to the press conference in the Great Hall that they'd toured earlier, some in government thought they...
Oh, were those like Boy Scouts? Were those like British Boy Scouts or something? You know what? I didn't realize. That makes sense. Those are the boy. What do you call them in Britain? Do you also call them the Boy Scouts, or do you have a different name? The adolescent male scouts or something?
What sounded like progress.
The young chap scouts.
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see.
The president called a succession of favoured right-wing American media outlets. Fox News accused Keir Starmer of sneakily timing his announcement, expected this weekend, recognising the Palestinian state, to come just as President Trump leaves town.
Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding?
I love that it's Peter Ducey. I love this Peter Ducey, who's the one who is making this claim, as if Peter Ducey gives a fuck about the genocide of Palestinians. He's just objecting to the fact that he didn't do it before or during Donald Trump's visit, even though this was announced like a month and a half ago, like 2 months ago or something like that. And was announced in Congress with other nations that are also going to be recognizing the Palestinian state. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? But of course, little Ducey over here's got to be little douchey.
Do it right now, and isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas.
Can't go rewarding Hamas.
They're a terrorist organization.
Ah, yes.
Who can have no part.
How could any of us forget?
In any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th?
Did he just pat Keir Starmer on the stomach? Did he just grab Keir by the pussy? What just happened? What the fuck just happened?
No part in any future governance in Palestine. And,
he patted him on the back.
What happened on October the 7th was the worst attack.
Okay. He patted him on the back. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I started sweating. I was like, oh, no. What did our president do now? All right, we're just going to hit up some different moments from the Trump visit here with Channel 4.
Donald Trump woke up this morning at Windsor Castle. At last night's banquet, every sign that the government's targeted flattery of an unprecedented second state visit had hit its target.
This was the second.
That was absolutely the sense that I got from this whole affair. As I went through these videos, watching all of this, it really did confirm the fact that this was just a brown-nosing, a very, very calculated brown-nosing and sucking up event to the president. And it worked. And it worked like a charm. He loved it. Look at all the gold in the room. I mean, Trump couldn't be more thrilled. He's never felt more like a king than he does right now. He's like, oh my God, I'm doing king shit back at home, and now I'm doing king shit abroad. Look at me. If my mother was still alive, she would die all over again. I mean, they hit it right on the mark.
State visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually.
It's all gold.
A reminder
it's
of Keir
glorious.
Starmer's current difficulties. His chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney,
So many statues. It's almost gaudy. It's like too many statues. Even for me, I'm like, whoa. I guess who's the decorator in here? That is a lot of statues. Oh my gosh. I thought I liked statues.
Next to Rupert Murdoch, mindful of the role his papers could play in Keir Starmer's future. The Prime Minister himself chose to sit the biggest of the new investors announced this week, Stephen Schwartz of Blackstone, right next to him.
I didn't even notice.
But
Is
his
that
and other investments, like modular nuclear reactors, signed off in a deal at Chequers.
Why is Ivanka there? What is her role in all of this?
They won't answer Keir Starmer's economic prayers anytime soon.
Okay, hold that up. Yeah.
Keir Starmer would love the investments that are being talked about this week, including yours, to bring growth just like that. He really needs it. But it's going to take years, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to take the next 3 to 5 years to bring those designs to market.
And Keir Starmer needs the growth a lot quicker than that.
Yeah.
This is long-term stuff. This isn't going to help him out of his current pickle.
No, I think we're all looking at this as a long-term opportunity.
The leaders watch the British
Whenever I see Donald Trump look up into the sky, all I can think of, is there another lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse going on? Oh, God. Okay, I think we're going to end it there. Not the stream, but the discussion of the Trump visit to the United Kingdom. You know what? I'll hold on to these next. I have 2 more UK stories. I'm going to hold on to them for tomorrow's stream. Since we didn't complete the goal and we're just getting through the headline stories here at the end of this. We'll cover this in the week-ending report. Perfect time to do such a thing. Let's go now to France. That's right. France, everyone. Here we go. Across the channel. Talk about protests that have taken over the streets of France in the last 24 hours. Over the austerity measures that have been taken by the government. And it would seem that the protesters want the thing that I said that the government should have done in the first place, rather than cutting services, social services to everyday Frenchmen and French women and non-binary French people. French people of all sorts. Maybe they should think about raising taxes on the most wealthy in society. And shock of shocks, it would seem that that's what the French want. They want their services, and they want the rich to pay for them.
Follow the rich white man.
Teachers, train drivers, pharmacists and hospital staff, all among the millions of workers here in France expected to strike today as part of a day of protests against looming budget cuts. Unions calling for more spending on public services, for the scrapping of France's unpopular change to state pensions, and for more tax on the wealthy instead. Social unrest, right as President Emmanuel Macron and his newly appointed Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu try to navigate a political crisis here and try as well to bring the public finances under control. Well, let's hear then from our reporter Antonia Kerrigan, who's on the streets of Paris for us.
Here in the 20th arrondissement of Paris, 23 out of 74 schools are closed today due to strikes. Now the students have gathered outside this school, the Lycée Ravel next to me, which is not closed due to strikes, but the entrance has been blocked by pupils, and pupils from neighbouring schools have joined in support also. We've also seen elected officials from the France Unbowed, Communist and Green parties out in support of the students. The protest was also joined earlier this morning, a roadblock of striking RATP transport workers at the local bus depot, which was quickly dispersed by law enforcement. Now we are told that 1 in 3 teachers nationwide is on strike. That's causing major disruption to schools, but students I've spoken to are not displeased. Many of them have come out in support of their striking teachers, many of whom also saying that even their parents wish them a good protest this morning.
Wow. All of French society, or at least much of it, protesting what this government is doing. Even the parents are supporting the young people. Getting out there. Making trouble in the streets of Paris. Let's move on, continue here. France 24 English once again. 20 hours ago, day of strike in France over proposed budget cuts.
Strike is underway here in France. Public transport and some rail services severely impacted in Paris and other major cities. But it's not only travel. Teachers, pharmacists, and hospital staff all walking off the job to protest looming budget cuts. Unions are calling for today's strike to make more of an impact than the one from last week. They're also calling for the government's planned cuts to public services to be scrapped entirely, while the ultra-rich get higher taxes. For more on this story, we can go across to James Andre standing by at the Bastille. James, what's going on where you are?
Well, look, behind me you can see this massive protest that is forming and getting ready to go. It should be starting any minute now. So what we have here is, the main union reps of France who are gathered right behind me in this square. And then you have literally dozens of trucks to the colors of these trade unions that are lined up ready to cross Paris towards République and then Nation, which are, one of the main squares here in Paris. We're expecting a lot of people at this protest. The authorities are saying 50 to 100,000. And across France, what the authorities have been talking about is 600 to 900,000 people on the streets in these protests. And this comes on top of strikes that are hitting, basically every sector here in France. Now, it's true that this morning things have been calmer than anticipated with, for example, if you take the teachers, 17% were on strike, 33% were announced. When you talk about the health sector, for example, there are, a vast majority, some say up to 9 out of 10 pharmacists who are on strike. Today, it's the same with doctors. So it is.
Wow, a general strike in France across basically all sectors. Nurses, pharmacists, teachers. I think I heard a number of maintenance workers, like city maintenance workers, I think also on strike. Garbage truck drivers, a bunch of unionized type jobs that you would think would be unionized. Things like that, everybody just getting out in the streets. Let's get some of the views from on the ground. Here's the Associated Press 19 hours ago with a live stream on the streets of Paris. It looks like a freaking festival over there. On this side street, though, filled with jackbooted thugs. damn, look how many people turned out. It's just crazy. It's so many people. It's just so many people turning up for this.
Tout le monde, les mains en l'air, les mains en l'air. Comme ça, on va leur dire, c'est pour quelle revendication que les gens se mobilisent. Mais Bayrou est parti. Pourquoi vous vous battez? Mais le budget n'est pas passé. Pourquoi vous vous battez? Je ne comprends pas. Pourquoi vous bloquez le pays? Les caméras, les téléphones, tout le monde, on va faire tourner cette vidéo. Les mains en l'air. Macron! Macron! Démission! Macron! Démission! Macron! Démission! Macron! Démission! Macron! Démission!
By the way, what they're saying is Macron démission, which basically just means Macron, Emmanuel Macron, resign. The rest of this sign back here says Grève générale pour tout bloquer, which is just general strike for all blocks. It's I gotta say, it's a real luck. It's a real je ne sais quoi. What do you call it? Real I can't think of the phrase right now that I want to use. Oh my god. Bon chance is real. It's real bon chance that Macron happens to rhyme with démission. What a coincidence that is.
Oh là 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 là. Personnellement, c'est mon chouchou. Et je sais que c'est votre chouchou quand même depuis quelques mois maintenant. Le doigt en l'air, les amis. Le doigt en l'air. Les caméras. Il est tous les jours sur BFM TV, sur CNews. Les amis, je vous dis pas le nom, mais vous allez devoir dire ferme ta gueule. D'accord? Vous êtes prêts?
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going through some of this footage. A lot of people here marching. A lot, and by a lot I mean it seems to be hundreds of thousands of people. And then the protesters and the stormtroopers met. Hopefully this doesn't go sideways immediately. So you can see people really turned out in force here in France. Speaking out against these austerity measures being put in place by the Macron centrist government. Let's go here now. France 24 English, 17 hours ago. French voters desire change amid growing disillusionment with Macron and successive PMs, of which there have been 7. That's right. During Macron's 2 terms as president, he's had 7 different prime ministers. Some say that's too much, man.
That's too much, man!
Well, for more on this story, we can bring in Benoit Dillet, who's a senior lecturer in politics, languages and international studies at the University of Bath. Thank you very much for speaking to us on France 24. I'd like to start by this scale of today's protests, hundreds of thousands, almost a million, as James Andre just mentioned there. How much of a test is this for the new Prime Minister?
Sorry, he's only been nominated since last week as a prime minister. Thank you for having me. Sorry, I was muted at the beginning. Sébastien Lecornu does not change much to the present political crisis. And I think what we are facing right now in France is a fiscal crisis and a political crisis.
And these protests are a pretty common sight in France, but here today we get the sense that there's real anger on the street about a range of different issues, as we've said. Is there something about this movement that stands out to you?
Yes, I think it's very much in continuation with the pension reform strikes that we witnessed 2 years ago. So it's a lot more, if you want, scattered or distributed throughout France, which is a kind of inheritance from the Yellow Vest movement in 2018 and 2019. It's no longer simply concentrated or focused on the Paris capital, but it's really spread out in smaller towns. What we saw with the pension reform strikes and demonstrations, where some towns you had about, some towns of 80,000 inhabitants, you had around 50,000 people demonstrating. So very, very large gathering in smaller towns as well that need to be taken into account.
There we go. Not just the big cities in France, not just Paris, but people are demonstrating across the country, even in the rural areas. The message may not be completely coherent as one, but I think the main overarching message is general disillusionment and dissatisfaction with the Macron government. Okay, everybody, we got 2 more videos. Well, whatever. Here we go. Little bit of applause for you for having made it this far. I mean, and let's be real. We didn't even complete the goal. Okay, I didn't make enough money to justify the stream, to pay the bills over here. But we did. We are literally 7 hours into this puppy. I think really got quite a stream out of this one, Space Fams. Really quite the deal today. I guess it didn't take too long for the army of fucking police to come after the French protesters. Jesus Christ. It literally looks like an army. There's like 200 dudes in vests and fucking helmets charging people. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Wait, oh, they're about to charge. Wow. Look at that. An entire battalion of French police charging straight into a crowd of civilians engaging in their democracy and brutally beating them with batons.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh yeah, you gotta get the vans in there. Gotta get the vans involved. Okay, I think I have two more clips from these protests. This is global news 15 hours ago.
Workers across France took to the streets today to protest funding cuts for public services. Thousands of people participated in a nationwide strike called by the country's trade unions. The stoppage impacted transportation services, educational institutions, and the healthcare sector. The government says the cuts are aimed at bringing down France's massive budget deficit. They were proposed by the country's outgoing prime minister and caused him to lose a confidence vote last week.
Parce qu'il faut que le gouvernement comprenne qu'il y en a marre de l'austérité et que réellement il y a des mesures à prendre effectivement pour sauver la France. Mais ce ne sont pas celles qu'il faut prendre sur les travailleurs. Ce sont des mesures à prendre au niveau du gouvernement et des économies.
I'm sorry. The government needs to understand that we are fed up with the austerity. That there are real measures that need to be taken to save France, but these aren't the ones that need to be taken against workers. These are measures that need to be taken at the government level, and the savings that need to be made. Overall, the population rejects the policies being implemented, the destruction of our social protection, the increase in budgets, and the inadequacy of funding for public services. Today, what we came to say is that we are determined. We know that we are in a position of power. That never has a prime minister been so weak. That never has a president been so weak. We see the wealthiest and the big bosses under pressure, restless, because we are finally talking about real issues, meaning the wealth that they steal from us. So we are not ready to go home. We have to strike while the iron is hot. There you go, French police punishing dissent in a supposed democratic country.
Help! I'm being repressed!
How dare you criticize the incredibly weak government that can't seem to keep a prime minister, that can't seem to do anything that the people want, have become incredibly unpopular. Nadia Yvette Chambers with a sweet super chat. Reference William I. Robinson, Global Police State. Thank you, Nadia. Much appreciated. All right, final clip of the night. Associated Press 14 hours ago. Police fired tear gas at protesters in Paris protesting against President Macron. Shock of shocks that they are cracking down on free speech in a democracy. Ugh. Do people read? Does anyone read anymore? Does anyone read my recommendations? Oh, Nadia. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I look into them when I have a moment. I can't speak for anybody else. But you're fighting a valiant battle, okay? You live in a society where people are reading less and less. I don't know if you saw the statistic that we looked at earlier, but 45% of not even recent high school graduate, but like seniors in high school, sorry, like 45% of them can't read. Like they are literally illiterate. We live in a society that's just getting dumber by the second, you know, and I applaud you for your ever curious mind, always learning, always reading. Not everybody, not even close. Many people aren't literally capable of doing that, unfortunately. We need to fight back against it. I appreciate you using your hard-earned dollars to do just that in the Galactic Chat. Well, it would seem that we got through another stream. Even though we didn't complete the goal or get through all the topics that I wanted to get through tonight, it was quite long and also difficult. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Yes, Evan from Portland. Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Portland, Columbia, Riga, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Zizaphian Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, and Carl Gaslightocracy. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 a month on Patreon. Okay, Patreon's broken. What's wrong with this thing?
Are you not entertained?
For the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money, we've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer it. I think most economists would agree with me that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. Well, we can put people to work, improving our water system, our wastewater plants, very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on Earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most other countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you got a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country. You're making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something as a former mayor, infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you could turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the roads, on the highways, because you don't have the money to fix them today. They ain't going to get better next year. At some point, they're going to have to be repaired and fixed, and we may as well do that right now. So I believe that the money, the very substantial sums of money in this agreement between the president and the Republicans, which goes into tax breaks for corporate America, could be much better spent, more effectively spent on the infrastructure. Point I want to make in opposition to this agreement is that what we have heard from the president and others is that, look, this is a compromise. You can't get everything you want. No? You can't get everything what you want around here. That's true. But one of the examples of the compromise is an extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months. Well, let me be very, very clear. In the midst of a serious and major recession, at a time when millions of our fellow Americans are not only out of work through no fault of their own, but they have been out of work for a very, very long time. It would be, in my view, immoral and wrong to turn our backs on those workers. Their unemployment benefits are going to be running out soon, and it is absolutely imperative that we extend those unemployment benefits for the 2 million workers who would lose them. But here's the point that I want to make, Mr. President. Some people say that this is a compromise. Well, the Republicans gave on unemployment, the President gave on extending tax breaks for the rich, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the point. I don't believe, honestly, that the Republican support now for extending unemployment benefits really constitutes much of a compromise. Because the truth of the matter is that for the past 40 years, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, under the leadership in the Senate and the House of Democrats or Republicans, it has been bipartisan policy that whenever the unemployment rate has been above 7.2%, unemployment insurance has always been extended. So what you have had is long-standing bipartisan policy. That's what we have always done. That is what we should be doing in the future. I do not regard that Republicans now supporting what their party has always supported, extending unemployment benefits when unemployment becomes very high. I don't see that as a compromise. I see that as what has been going on in this country and in the Senate for 4 decades. Now, Mr. President, I've talked about the negative aspects of this proposal, but I am going to be the first to admit that, of course, there are positive and good agreements in this. And what are they? What are some of the positive aspects of this agreement? Let me just stick them off. Number one, I believe very strongly, I know the President does, that it is absolutely imperative that we extend middle-class tax cuts for 98% of the American people. I don't think there's been any debate about that. When median family income has gone down by over $2,000 during the Bush years, when millions of our people today are working longer hours for low wages, when people can't afford to send their kids to college or take care of child care, I think it makes absolute sense. I don't think anyone denies that it is absolutely imperative that we extend middle-class tax cuts, and that's what this provision does, and that's the right thing. Furthermore, in this agreement, we have an extension of the Earned Income Tax Credit for working Americans, and the child and college tax credits are also in there. Every one of these agreements is very, very important. These programs will keep millions of Americans from slipping out of the middle class and into poverty, and they will allow millions of Americans to send their kids to college. So I'm not here to say that there is not anything of value in this agreement between the President and Republicans. They are. And we have got to fight to make sure that all of those programs remain in the final package when it is passed, when the final package is passed. But when we look at the overall agreement, we must put it in a broader context, and that is, what will the passage of this legislation mean for the future of our country? And in that area, if you look at it in that context, I think the evidence is pretty strong that it is just not a good agreement and not something that should be passed. Mr. President, passage of this agreement would mean that we would continue the Bush policy of trickle-down economics for at least 2 more years. And that is not a good thing to do, because I think, as most Americans know, that philosophy, that economic approach, simply did not work. The evidence is quite overwhelming. I don't think there's much debate. When median family income during Bush's 8 years goes down by $2,200, when we end up losing over 600,000 private sector jobs, and all of the job growth was in the federal level, I don't see how anybody would want to continue that philosophy. But that, in essence, is what will happen if this agreement is passed. Now, I want to say make another point here about what happens if, I will do my best to prevent this from happening, but what would happen if this agreement would pass? Does anybody seriously believe that our Republican colleagues would then say, oh, okay, well, we've got an extension of tax breaks for the very richest people. We've lowered the tax rate on the estate tax. Those are good victories for millionaires and billionaires, and we're going to go home now. We're not going to continue the fight. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. We're already hearing soundings about where our Republican friends want to go. The president put together what I thought was a very poor deficit reduction commission. I thought that the folks on it were not reflective of the American people. I thought there was a very much big business, corporate partiality there. And the initiatives that came out of that commission, which fortunately did not get the 14 votes they needed, suggest to me that those of us who are concerned about protecting the needs of the middle class and working families, we are going to have to be pushing back pretty hard for what's coming down the pipe. I think that what we will be seeing is that if this proposal negotiated between the president and the Republicans is passed, what you will be seeing within a few months are folks coming here on the floor of the Senate, and this is what they'll say. They'll say, you know what? Deficit is high, national debt is too high, and yes, oh yes, we drove the national debt up by giving tax breaks to billionaires, but that's the way it goes. But we're going to have to deal with that national debt. And then the Republicans will tell us, we have a great way to deal with it. We're giving tax breaks to billionaires, but now what we're going to have to do is start making deep cuts in Social Security. And that Deficit Reduction Commission started paving the way for that. Very substantial cuts in Social Security. Maybe we'll have to raise the retirement age in Social Security to 69 or 70. Maybe we'll have to make cuts in Medicare. Maybe we'll have to make cuts in Medicaid. I think we're beginning to see in the state of Arizona what goes on when you make deep cuts in Arizona, in Medicaid. In Arizona right now, there are people who are in line who need transplants, who will die if they don't get transplants. And in Arizona, as a result of legislation that they passed there, they're saying to people, young people, sorry, we can't afford to give you the transplant, and you're going to have to die. Well, is that what we're looking forward to seeing all over America? I certainly will do everything I can to prevent that. We're certainly going to see attacks on environmental protection, on education. Some of us believe that if this country is going to prosper, succeed in the global economy, we've got to have the best educational system in the world, from childcare through college. Right now, it is extremely difficult for middle-class families to send their kids to college. Does anyone have any doubt whatsoever that our Republican friends are not going to come back here and say, we can't afford to raise Pell Grants as we have in recent years. We can't afford to support working families who are having their kids in childcare. Cut. That is infanticide. I'm even pretty honest about it. So I would suggest, Mr. President, that if their argument is that we have a high deficit and a high national debt, that if we pass this agreement and the national debt goes higher, it only gives them more impetus to go forward to cut programs that benefit working families and the middle class. And let me also say that there is no doubt in my mind what many of, not all, but many of my Republican colleagues want to do. And that is, they want to move this country back into the 1920s, when essentially we had an economic and political system which was controlled by big money interests, where working people and middle class had no programs to sustain them when things got bad, when they got old, when they got sick, when labor unions were very hard to come by because of anti-worker legislation. And that's what they want. They don't believe in things like the Environmental Protection Agency. They don't believe in things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, federal aid to education. And that is the fight that we will be waging. And I think to surrender on this issue is simply to say that we're going to be waging fight after fight, starting within a couple of months. Now, Mr. President, President Obama has said that he fought as hard as he could against the Republican tax breaks for the wealthy and for an extension in unemployment. Well, maybe, but the reality is that that fight cannot simply be waged inside the Beltway. What our job is to appeal to the vast majority of the American people to stand up and to say, wait a minute, I don't want to see our national debt explode. I don't want to see my kids and grandchildren paying higher taxes in order to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. The vast majority of the American people do not support that agreement in terms of giving tax breaks to the very rich. And our job is to rally those people. And I would like very much to see the American people saying to our Republican colleagues, some Democratic colleagues, excuse me, don't force my kids to have a lower standard of living in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. And what the president and all of us should be doing is going out and saying to those people, call up the members of the Senate, call up the members of the House and say, excuse me, how about representing the middle class and working families for a change rather than the wealthiest people in this country? That's what democracy is about. This fight is not going to be won inside the Beltway here in a Senate debate. It is going to be won when the American people stand up and say, wait a second, we cannot continue to give tax breaks to people who are doing phenomenally well right now. We can't give tax breaks to the rich when we already have the most unequal distribution of income of any major country on earth. Top 1% earns 23% of all income in America, more than the bottom 50%. They don't need more tax breaks to be paid for by our kids and our grandchildren. In my view, Mr. President, vast majority of people are behind us on this issue, but they have got to make their voices heard to their senators, to their Congress. And when they do, I believe we can come forward with an agreement which protects the middle class and working families and not is a boondoggle for the wealthiest people in this country. It is important to put the agreement that the President struck with the Republicans in a broader context. You can't just look at an agreement unto itself. You have to look at it within the context of what's going on in this country today, both economically and politically. And in my view, and I think I speak for millions and millions of Americans on this, there is a war going on in this country. And I'm not referring to the war in Iraq or the war in Afghanistan. I'm talking about a war being waged by some of the wealthiest, the most powerful people in this country against the working families of the United States, against the disappearing and shrinking middle class of our country. The billionaires of America are on the warpath. They want more and more and more. And that has everything to do with this agreement reached between the Republicans and the President. Mr. President, in 2007, the top 1% of all income earners in the United States made 23.5% of all income. Let me repeat that. Top 1% earned over 23% of all income. That is more than the bottom 50%. 1% here, 50% here. But for the very, very wealthy in this country, that's apparently not enough. The percentage of income going to the top 1% nearly tripled since the 1970s. Now, all over this country, people are angry, they're frustrated. It's true in Vermont, I'm sure it's true in Virginia, it's true all over America. But one of the reasons that people are angry and frustrated is they're working incredibly hard. In the state of Vermont, which I represent, I can tell you, there are people who don't work one job, they don't work two jobs, there are people who work in 3 jobs and 4 jobs trying to cobble together an income in order to support their families. And I suspect that goes on all across the country. But people are working harder and harder. In many cases, their income is going down. And the fact is that 80% of all new income earned from 1980 to 2005 has gone to the top 1%. Let me repeat that because that's an important fact. And I think that explains why the American people are feeling as angry as they are right now. They're working hard. They're not going anyplace. In some cases, their standard of living, many cases, actually going down. 80% of all income in recent years has gone to the top 1%. Richest people become much richer, middle class shrinks, millions of Americans fall out of the middle class into poverty. But that is not apparently enough. Our friends at the top who have a religious ferocity in terms of greed, they need more, they need more. It's like an addiction. 50 million is not enough. They need 100 million. 100 million is not enough. They need a billion. Billion is not enough. I'm not quite sure how much they need. When will it stop? Today, in terms of wealth as opposed to income, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. You know, Mr. President, we went to school and we used to read in the textbooks about Latin America, for example, and they used to refer to some of the countries there as what they call banana republics, countries in which a handful of families control the economic and political life of the nation. Well, I don't want to get the American people too upset. We are not all that far away from that reality today. Top 1% has seen a tripling of the percentage of income they earn since 1970s. Top 1% only 23% of all income, more than the bottom 50%. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. That's not the foundation of a democratic society. That's the foundation for an oligarchic. But, hey, rich get richer, middle class shrinks, poverty increases. Apparently that is not good enough yet for some of the richest people in this country. And I say some of the richest, because there are a lot of folks there with a lot of money who do love this country, who do want to do the right thing. They're not into greed, but there are some who want more. That's what they need. For example, and this I think galls me and I think galls many of the people in this country, the horrendous recession that we're